Welcome in to the PHNX Coyotes Draft Day live show brought to you by the DraftKings Sportsbook app. October 14th, 2021. Coyotes started their season, lost 8-2 to the Columbus Blue Jackets, proceeded to lose their next 10 games, and the tank was officially on. We're now here on July 7th, 2022 for the NHL Draft. Alongside me is none other than Petey, and of course, some man that knows a thing or two about actually winning and rebuilding, Rudo from DNVR covering the Avalanche. Fellas, how are we doing?
We're drinking beer, talking hockey in the middle of July, and we're about ready to start drafting some players. So it's fantastic so far.
It's the best job in the world right here. This is your guys' day. I'm so excited for you guys right now.
Yeah, and you were in a similar position not too long ago. Obviously, we all know how your season ended this year, and we're not going to talk about that because I may be a little jealous. But 5 years ago, you were one of the worst team in hockey, and now you're a Stanley Cup champion.
Yeah.
What's that like? Like, I mean, what does that mean for the Coyotes fans, kind of that?
It still hasn't set in for us yet, so I'm not quite sure. It came so fast for the Avalanche. Yeah. The turnaround, it can come quick. I'll put it that way. You get the type of talent that the Coyotes have the opportunity to get on a night like tonight, a couple years down the line, anything's possible.
And you know what? We've talked about this before. And this is how the Avalanche were built with that core that they obtained through the draft. They had high picks through the draft. We talked about Cale Makar's a number 4 pick. So the Coyotes at 3, can they get a special player? Absolutely. So this is the day. I say it's the beginning of the beginning. Unfortunately, it's not the beginning of the end. This is the beginning of the beginning. We got a long way to go. GM Bill Armstrong was on the show a week ago. He talked about 11 to 14 years to get to the Stanley Cup final. That's a long time. But you go back to Colorado, you go to Tampa, it's 11 years.
Yep.
Anything can happen. Before we get too much further into the draft, I have to, first off, thank everybody that is here in attendance. Thank everybody that is watching on YouTube. We already have a couple of super chats. A $4.99 super chat from Victor saying, character appearing from behind the clouds saying hiya. And then a $19.99 super chat, beer and hockey. Let's effing go. DNVR and PHNX. And that's why we're here. Beer and hockey, DNVR, PHNX.
Love you, Victor.
Money.
See, that the DNVR, that's why we have Rue right here.
Yeah.
It's all those that carryover guys. They're still hung over there after that parade.
I'm just the cheap meat you guys have.
I know.
Right,
just for ratings. Clickbait.
Clickbait. Petey, obviously you were a guy that's been around this team for a couple of decades. You've been through all kind of the ups and downs of the team. What does this moment mean for the Arizona Coyotes?
See, the hard part now is this is exciting. We talked about an exciting draft. That's great. The hardest part for everybody, from fans to staff to players, is the time. And that's where it's frustrating. These names that are going to get called out today, they're not going to make an impact for another 3 or 4 years. We saw this last year with Dylan Guenther. High draft pick, great player, goes back, unbelievable junior season. Fell a little short when he got hurt at the Memorial Cup. But again, he's probably not a player next year. Maybe the year after, maybe the year after that. So that's the hard part. The one thing I will say about this, and being around this franchise for over 20 years, this is the first time they've stuck to a plan. That they said, okay, we're going to rebuild, and we're going to stick with it. In the middle of a rebuild, you don't get Taylor Hall and Phil Kessel. That's not rebuilding. You don't get Derek Stepan and Antti Ranta. That's not rebuilding. If you're going to say you're rebuilding, rebuild. And so for this to be the first step of that rebuild, I think for Coyotes fans, everybody, at least through pack therapy session after session that we did all last season, fans have bought in. Okay, we get it. If we want to be Tampa, we want to be Colorado and Pittsburgh and Chicago, the pain is necessary. And all of those teams faced pain. Arizona got stuck in no man's land 9th to 12th year after year after year. And you don't get the good players. You don't get those high picks. So what Bill Armstrong has done is he's set the plan and hopefully sticks with it. He said he is. Let's stick with it. And it really does start today with more picks in the first 45 than any team in the history of the National Hockey League.
Yeah. So I forgot to mention, we're obviously here at the beautiful 8th Street Pub for Four Peaks. We're going to be here for a few hours, so if you're not here yet, feel free to come on down, join us. We're going to have some special guests. Obviously, Leah and Craig are out in Montreal. They're going to be calling in throughout the show. And then we're going to have, a few people that know a few different sides of the whole draft thing, right? We're going to have Greg Powers, head coach of the ASU hockey team. He knows a thing or two about getting guys developed. One of his players, Josh Doan, who knows a thing or two about being drafted into the NHL. And then Jay Varady, head coach of the Tucson Roadrunners, who knows a thing or two about kind of transitioning these guys from being amateurs to being pros. So we're gonna have ourselves one hell of a show.
And one of the things with Jay to look out for too is Jay, unfortunately, he's not here live today. He's calling in from home, but he gets on a plane tomorrow to start development camp.
Yep.
So all of these kids that get drafted today,
It's right away.
Yeah.
they're on a plane Sunday. I just talked to the equipment guys today. They're getting sized. They'll be sized for equipment on Sunday. They get all new Coyote gear ready to go, and they'll hit the ice Monday up at the ice stand in Scottsdale. You can jump on the Coyotes website to get information on when ice times are. If you want to see some of these players actually that are drafted today skating here in Arizona, they'll be here on Monday. And I think it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment from wherever they're from to this.
Getting to see that, though, is so much fun when you get to pit all of your draft picks against each other at an event like that. When the Abs had their big draft classes, it's like a party out there. You get to go out and watch, and the guys who stand out, when they pop, everyone goes, oh, yeah. Okay, that's a dude.
Yeah, and you're talking about not just the guys drafted this year. You're going to see guys. Well, Guenther's hurt, so he won't be there. But Farinacci that was drafted,
Yep.
The Harvard player, he's going to be out there. So you're going to see guys that have been drafted over the last two seasons. So if you get a chance, go check them out.
Yeah. But to start off kind of, the guests and the features, he's on vacation right now, so he wasn't able to join us in person, but he was kind enough to send us a little message.
But I will say this, Sean, as we tried to get special guests to pop in, there are very few Arizona Coyote players in Arizona in July. So unfortunately, that was a taller task than we had planned, but we were able to reach out to somebody today who is on vacation.
Yeah. So why don't we go ahead and play our special message that we have.
Hey everyone, it's Christian Fisher here. I just wanted to say hi to everybody at Four Peaks in Tempe. Hope you guys are tuning in for the draft tonight. We got a ton of selections, and can't wait to see who we pick. Steve Peters has been texting me nonstop on my family vacation to send this video, so shout out to him, and I can't wait to see all you guys back in Arizona soon and start the season.
So thanks in large part to Petey's badgering, we got a special message from the one and only Christian Fisher.
Yeah, literally on his boat in Chicago on vacation. So I appreciate Fisch doing that.
Love it. So obviously, the draft starts at 4, but realistically, we're probably not going to get picks for another 25, 30 minutes after the draft starts. We have another super chat, by the way, from Miss Truly. You guys are borrowing the best in Rudo. Hope you are having fun. Rudo.
Why didn't we think of this before?
Rudo.
Why didn't Rudo come in sooner? If this is all it took for more super chats, we should have brought Rudo in earlier.
The 110-degree heat out here today is a pretty tough sell for me already. All right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to go up to Denver and do some shows from there. The Coyotes played Denver 3 times in March, I think. So we'll have some opportunities to come up there.
Are we going to talk about that schedule at all?
Yeah, I mean, what you have a takeaway? You have something to talk about?
I will say this. If you haven't seen the Arizona Coyotes schedule yet, if you want to go after Connor Bedard for next year's draft as the top player in next year's draft, you get the schedule that the Coyotes have. This schedule is absolutely horrific. Horrific. They have 4 games at home through December 7th. 4.
Wow.
So they play 4 games at home after going on a long road trip to start the season, come home for 4, and they won't have their locker rooms built yet. So there'll be an ancillary external locker rooms for 4 games. Then on the road trip for 14 games that starts on the East Coast, travels through Las Vegas, and finishes in Edmonton, Vancouver, and Calgary. So you literally coast to coast.
Yeah, that's the gauntlet right there.
So by the time December 7th rolls around, I think Arizona Coyotes will be firmly in that bottom spot, and the race for Bedard will be officially on. And by the way, this is a good thing because we talked about this draft a lot. There's some good players in this draft. There's some good players in the top, the top 32. This whole first round, there's good players. There aren't great players. They're not generational. It's not McDavid. It's not Matthews. It's not Sidney Crosby. That's next year.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of pack therapy between now and next July when we do this again, and hopefully the race to Connor Bedard. If we got the top 3 pick this year, was going to be a good player. You get Connor Bedard next year. On top of that, with Dylan Guenther the year before, and you still have Clayton Keller under contract. That's how you build a team.
I don't want to get people's hopes up, but there were no generational players in 2017 either. And the Avs ended up with Cale Makar.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. So he did okay.
Yeah.
He's
Not a bad player.
bad hockey player.
How does he slip to 4?
Yeah. He's going 1 every time in that redraft.
Yeah, the redraft. And we talked about how the draft hindsight is 2020, and I know a year from now, 2 years, 5 years from now, people are going to be going, oh, this guy should have gone first, or that guy is higher than this guy. We've seen it with Dylan Strome.
Yep.
Oh, Mitch Marner. At that time, we talked about it. It's a snapshot of what's happening today.
Yep.
And right now, today, this is the list of the top 10. This is the list of the top 20. It's going to be easy to do this 5, 6, 7 years from now. So let's hope 6 years from now they're saying, gosh, can you imagine who the Coyotes picked up at number 3?
Yeah.
Good grief. And that's the guy that got them into the promised land. So let's hope that all starts today.
To do it today, hardest job in the world.
Yeah.
To be an NHL head scout, to have to make these decisions, especially when you have the picks that count, like the Coyotes do this year, it's insane. It's genuinely insane. Their ability to project and predict what players are going to do 5, 10 years down the line is incredible.
Yeah, and you think about the context of this draft in particular. Obviously, for a long time, Shane Wright was the consensus number 1. But as we got closer to this draft, there has been a lot of discussions as to who actually is the best player in this draft. And we talked a little bit about the pressure that the Canadiens face with being in Canada, being in Montreal, and having a guy that is Canadian, having long time been that consensus number 1 pick. Even if they kind of wanted to go another route, the pressure is there for them to choose Shane Wright. So you go 5, 10 years down the line, and you might end up being like, how was Logan Cooley not the clear number 1? But our Coyotes fans wouldn't complain.
And Emma, do we have that graphic that had the mock draft on it? The guys had different mock draft.
I don't think we do. But it was very different. Like there was 4 guys, and none of them had the same list.
And there are some that don't have Shane Wright as the number 1 pick in the draft. If Shane Wright falls to number 3,
Slam dunk that all day.
Yeah.
And it's not beyond the realm of possibility. Very unlikely, but not beyond the realm. And that's why even this first pick, like we've all sat through it. Here they are right now. They're finally getting into the draft, and there's Shane Wright. We've talked about year after year in the draft, everybody knows who's the number 1 pick. He's been the number 1 pick since you're 15 or 16. That's traditionally how this goes. It has been Shane Wright for a very long time. That changed in the last month, and part of it's the pandemic. He hasn't had a full season. He didn't play as many games. It really hindered his development over the last 14 months. Do I think the Montreal Canadiens are taking Shane Wright? I think if they don't, there will be mutiny at Centre Bell.
Yeah.
So I do still believe he's going to be the first overall pick. How about this kid?
Cutter Gauthier. One of the greatest things, I was talking about this with Shane actually the other day. There's some names in this draft. Rutger McGroarty.
Oh, yeah.
They're obviously the Europeans, their names are just a whole different beast. But like, there's some good ones. Before we get into the draft, there's obviously been a little bit of news leading up to the draft. Earlier today, there was a report that the Coyotes were listening to offers for the number 3 pick. Do you think there's any chance that they actually trade out of that? Or do you think it will take them, potentially another report, them trading Chikrin and getting into that 2nd pick where the Devils have? Do you think there's any chance that they give up that 3rd overall pick?
No chance.
Not, unless it's for the first.
Yeah.
Unless they're moving up, they're not getting rid of that.
Yeah.
This team is going to pick in the top 3 of this draft for sure. There's no chance that they are going. Now, will they trade a pick to move up? There's been a lot of rumors today about the New Jersey Devils and their pick at number 2. If they don't love their pick at number 2, is there a chance that they look to improve their team immediately with a guy like Jacob Chychrun? Yeah, there is. Because we talk about the crapshoot of the draft, and especially if we're not talking about generational talents, you've got a guy who's an established player in the National Hockey League. You've got a guy that's got 20 goals as a defenseman under the age of 23. Yeah, he's going to garner some attention. So you've already gone through that process of developing. So would you give up a number 2 pick in a draft that may not be exceptionally high? Yeah, it's maybe. Do I think it's going to happen? No. I think everybody in the top 5 are going to pick in the top 5.
Outside of that, do you think at the end of the day, Jacob Chychrun is still an Arizona Coyote?
At the end of today?
Yeah.
Yes.
You think he's still a Coyote?
That
I
was
do.
Very decisive end of today.
It's funny because we've talked about Jacob Chychrun for a long time.
Sure.
And there's been a lot of conversation about him wanting to go to a team where he can be in the playoffs and he can compete to win. He's talked about his desire to win now. The teams that are talking about Jacob Chychrun right now, Columbus, New Jersey, they're not teams that are ready to win. Unfortunately for Jacob, those teams, Colorado, Vegas, those teams don't have the cap space, don't have the assets to trade to get a Jacob Chychrun. You're going to be in that tier. LA Kings, there's a team on the way up. They have the ability to get a player like Jacob Chychrun. Unfortunately, the teams that are at the top right now, ready to win a cup, they can't take on that. I don't think they have the assets to attain a player like Jacob Chychrun. By the way, we're 15 minutes in. We got 4 hours to go.
Yeah,
We're going to be here for the long haul. So like I said earlier, if you're watching on YouTube and you can get down here, come on down to the Four Peaks Brewery here in Tempe on 8th Street. Join us. We got a little bit of a crowd out here.
Karen's here. Did you see Karen?
Karen is here. We have a bunch of people that we're recognizing from the chat. It's unfortunate because sometimes there's people that that are really active in the chat, but I only know them by their YouTube names. So
Like
I'm looking
Spencer.
I'm looking forward to go and meet some people. But while we're on the topic of trades, we were gifted some news that was kind of relevant to both the Avalanche and the Coyotes. The Avalanche traded for a goalie. They traded for Alexander Georgiev.
Georgiev?
Okay, Georgiev. Alexander Georgiev from the Rangers, 4 draft picks. They traded away a 2022 fifth-round pick and a 2023 third-round pick. What does that mean for Darcy Kuemper?
Nothing's official, but there's just not room anymore for him in Colorado with the acquisition there. So he's going to hit the market for sure. And I don't know where he goes, but when you win a Stanley Cup, you get paid. So,
and I think if you're a Colorado Avalanche fan, you're okay with that.
Oh, yeah.
The trade-off, we got Darcy Kuemper for a year. We won the Cup. We had the parade. Okay.
It worked out perfectly. Obviously, whatever Darcy asked, the Avs said that's too expensive for their blood. So they went out and decided to try and do it again with Georgiev as a undersold kind of guy. But for Kemper's side of things, it's going to be interesting. He's going to have to play behind a team that's going to give up more shots than the Avs did this year.
And that's where we talked about this with Darcy Kuemper specifically, because Coyote fans are very familiar with him, where he had to make 40, 45 saves a night for this Coyote team. That is no longer the case in Colorado. And watching the Stanley Cup playoffs, Darcy Kuemper just needed to be good. Just good. Just good. If his goals above average was 0, they win the Cup, and they did. So can they do it with a tandem of Francouz and Georgiev? Maybe.
They're going to find out.
Or do they? Or is there something more yet to come?
At that
position,
I think that's it. I think that's it. I don't expect anything.
So I mean, obviously, like I had said earlier, the Avs are in a very different position than the Coyotes, and obviously, we hope that the Coyotes can get there one day, and that we get to have the same problems. When you are covering a team like this, and you're coming to a draft with a team with no picks, obviously the Suns were in a similar situation in the NBA draft. Are you looking for them to trade in? Are you kind of hoping that they get to do something early in the draft, or are you kind of trusting the process and keeping it rocking?
I mean, I always want draft day to be exciting.
Fair enough.
I would love for them to do something, but when you win the Stanley Cup, that GM gets to do whatever he wants, and you trust it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Avs are making the right decisions for where they're at, and like you said, it's very, very different than where the Yotes are at.
Yeah.
And that's what's hard for me, because we talked about this Yotes team last year, and we said through those first 10 games, incredibly painful. And we said, this team is going to get last. Like, this team is bad. Well, they weren't. They weren't that bad. And what happened is they all brought in these – we talked about Bill bringing in those character guys, those veteran guys on contracts like Beagle and Ladd that were character guys that actually helped this team get wins that they shouldn't have won. They had a winning record against the Stanley Cup champions, Colorado, and that's real. They had a better record against Colorado, and they win 4 out of their last 5 against playoff teams. My fear for this team was going into next season when we talked about Connor Bedard. My fear is that this team is getting better, and they're going to be better than they think they are. And they're going to finish higher than the bottom 10. And that's where we go back to two factors for me. One is the schedule, which we've already said. If I still work there, I would be in tears. Legit. I would say I'm
not going to see the family for months.
Not going to go. So that's one. And 2, goaltending for me. Because right now there's a spot at number 2 for this team that hasn't been filled. They've signed Veggie for the next 3 years. Vejmelka's signed 3 for $3 million, so we're all good there. Who else is going to play? Prosvetov, I still think, goes to the American League because I think he still needs to develop. I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere today they come up with a goaltender.
I don't know. Gary Bettman.
Tomorrow, maybe. I don't think it'll be today.
But don't be today? Yeah. Well, they'll address it. I wouldn't be surprised with all the picks this team has if they don't draft a goalie. Yeah, it won't be in the first round. But I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't draft a goalie sometime in the next 2 days. I think that one of the advantages that they have right now is they can take a chance with all of those picks clumped together in the second or some later picks, in the 4th, 5th, 6th round, that they would take a chance on a goalie. And I'm a big believer in taking a goalie later in the draft. I don't think taking a goalie in the first or second round pays dividends unless you're Carey Price or Marc-Andre Fleury. Okay, I'll say that first. Because we've done it here twice. We have 2 first-round draft pick goalies that played combined 1 game for this team. So I hope they don't go for a goaltender early.
Yeah, and it was one of the things, I forget which one of the experts that we talked to because we talked to so many. But either Corey Pronman, Craig Button, Bob McKenzie, or Chris Peters, one of them said that they don't expect a goalie to get drafted really close to the first round. So we'll see. Obviously, it's the draft, and especially when you're a team like the Coyotes that has as many picks as they do, you have the ability to kind of break the mold a little bit. But as we speak, the commissioner, Gary Bettman, is at the podium, so the draft is starting to – we're getting close.
We're getting close. So, Rudo, you've seen all of the projections. You've watched a lot of video. If you had to play this out in your mock draft, what is your top 3?
It's chalk for me. You go Wright 1, Slafkovsky 2, Cooley 3.
And that's it.
Right down it.
So having said that, you know what time it is?
I think it is.
It's Christmas
in July.
It is Christmas in July here at Four Peaks. We literally have a Christmas tree. There is a Christmas tree. I saw somebody in a Santa outfit and beard. Is that true? We did see. So we are getting. So what has happened here at Four Peaks during Christmas in July? By the way, if you go outside, it's still July in July. It's not Christmas in July.
We're festive in here. The weather, not so much.
Serious.
So as we mentioned, it's Christmas in July here at Four Peaks. Which one do we have first?
The Sirius?
The Sirius.
Is the one I picked up first,
this one they say is flavored with licorice root and cold brewed monsoon Malabar coffee.
Wow.
Rich black is night brew. I like dark beers. I like dark coffee. Dark is my thing. So let's try this one.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Christmas
ho, ho,
in
ho.
July.
Christmas
Cheers.
in July. Hopefully Christmas in July for the Arizona Coyotes.
Good Coyotes presence here.
I like that one.
This is my job.
Yeah, we're getting paid to drink beer right now.
It's crazy.
Wow. Merry freaking Christmas.
So
that one.
That was the Sirius Black, and then now the next one we have to try is Holiday. It's Holly, our brew. Oh, it's named after a dog. The brewery dog, Holly, she's a big fan of Christmas, apparently. It's fudge-flavored Baltic porter brewed with salted caramel. I love caramel. 8.5%. The first one we tried was 9.5%.
9.5%?
Yeah,
this first one had a little
That's
heat
a
to
lot.
it. Just
That's
a
a
little heat.
lot.
Ready?
Oh, I like that
all
one a
day.
lot. Yeah.
All day long.
All day long.
Merry freaking Christmas. That's really good. That first one at 9.5%.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Well, like you said, we're here for 4 hours.
Like when I go, because I used to travel a lot, and I used to go to restaurants, and I would look at the menu, and I would legit look at it, alcohol by volume.
Yeah. Yep.
And I had a little, 5 would be my limit, because by about 3 or 4, you're regretting a lot of it. This one,
Not bad.
hey now, that's a really good
Yeah,
beer.
they're both good, but the holidays.
Just so you guys know, and the Avs fans in the chat will confirm this, because it's not a draft show until I go to the bathroom. So I have to officially christen this a draft show before anyone makes a pick.
Oh, go off.
Yeah, you will go.
I that's what I'm saying. I'm running out of time.
I know.
This
I
is a
gotta
draft
make
show.
it a
Like I
show.
said, we're here for 4 hours, so we're going to kind of be coming and going. We might just all leave the camera, leave for 4 hours, and you might just get to look at these beautiful steel barrels behind us. Oh, do we have a special guest coming on? Oh no, I thought Shane was making an appearance. Christmas in July, like I said, hopefully Christmas in July for the Arizona Coyotes. What do you think? Like, we're sitting here right now, and obviously they're showing shots of kind of the prospects sitting in the crowd, just kind of waiting for their fate. And I guess Coyotes fans are kind of in a similar state, right? We're just kind of sitting here waiting. For the draft to actually get underway. What do you think these players are going through right now?
This is hard because we've talked about this. We've had a lot of the guys. If you haven't seen the series we had on first round flashback, these players aren't even paying attention right now. Like, this has got to be hard. What happens now is they're competitors and they're competing. Like, I want to get picked first. I want to get picked second. I want to get picked ahead of that guy. So absolutely, everybody's very aware of who's getting picked and when they are getting picked. But for the Arizona Coyotes right now, this is an opportunity to turn their franchise around. And I know everybody here at Four Peaks, by the way, this is fantastic in the middle of the day.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, the amount of Coyote jerseys and hats, and by the way, the chicken fingers.
The tendies are amazing. Craig is probably Craig's least favorite part about being in Montreal. Obviously, Montreal is a beautiful city. I would love to be there. Happy I'm here, but I would love to be in Montreal. But Craig is a huge fan of the tendies. And Rudo is back, so it is officially an NHL draft show.
So we talked about Craig and Leah's travel adventure to Montreal.
Yes.
And I don't know who here in Four Peaks followed, but we all followed Craig and Leah's adventure.
I feel so bad for them.
Yeah, adventure is an understatement.
See, I'm not sure I felt bad for him.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
You've been traveling a lot lately,
That is
to
true.
be fair.
I will say this, though, and I brought this up on Twitter. I will say Craig has been saying flights are going to get delayed and canceled since the day they booked the flight. Now, on the other hand,
he did that to himself.
I was on 12 flights in 20 days, and I said everything's going to be fine today. It's going to be a great flight. And guess what? Everything was great. So I'm wondering if Craig's attitude going in did not
channeled
hurt.
it a little bit.
Just saying. And Leah said to him, "Stop saying that, Craig." So I think Emma, do you have? They finally got a chance to go around Montreal today, so we had a chance to get to see through Craig and Leah's eyes their walk around Montreal today.
Yeah, so
let's take a look.
Here we go.
Oh, that's good. I think it's better before you eat it.
Look at this place. Wow.
See this banner right there? What's that at the top? At the top of this banner. You think that is fake Safeway brand $2 maple syrup? No. I'm the bird woman now. I'm a crazy bird lady.
Sparrows are easy. Is it lunchtime yet?
So it's nice that they actually made it to Montreal and were able
And again,
to enjoy the city.
This is why I don't feel bad. Have either of you been to Montreal?
Never.
Yes, I have. It's a beautiful city. It's
Yeah.
a beautiful city.
It's Montreal in July.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling sorry for anybody right now. So they slept in a Marriott hotel in Minneapolis for a night.
Well, you're a Minnesota guy, so
I
that's
know, so I thought
normal
that was
to
a
you.
good thing. I would have been at the place for fun in your life. I'd been at the Mall of America. Are we getting ready for a pick?
I think we're a few minutes away from a pick. But before we get there, Craig and Leah had an opportunity to talk to President and CEO Xavier Gutierrez. And obviously, he's a big piece in all of this. And so we have some footage from them. So why don't we take a look and see kind of what he had to say coming into this draft and kind of what this means.
Ticket sales are going incredibly well. Right now, we're about 2/3 sold in terms of not even going yet to the public. As you know, we had a multiple desire of not only creating as much revenue, but also creating enough opportunity for people in the East Valley, people who have never been to a Coyotes game, and ASU students. As you know, we're going to have a student section. It's coming out to be a little bit smaller. Initially, we had it around 600. It's going to be closer to 350, 400, just because of all of the broadcast sort of movements that we're going to put, all the cameras and what have you. But listen, it's going incredibly well. As you know, it's the middle of the summer. The population a bit dwindles in the East Valley when it gets to 110, but we are very excited about it. We never thought there was going to be any issues on ticket sales.
So obviously that was Javier talking about kind of the ticket sales, and obviously it's going to be really interesting for whoever gets drafted, especially if they do get an opportunity to play this year, because they're not going to really know anything other than playing in ASU's arena. They're going to go from playing in small arenas, whether they're from juniors or college or whatever, to playing in another college arena. And then they also had an opportunity to talk to him kind of about city council, stuff like that, which we'll get to in a second. But what do you think? I mean, ticket sales are going well. Are you surprised by that at all? Or
We've talked about the arena to death. The reality is, would this team love to be playing in a 15,000-seat arena next year? Absolutely. Would the players? Yes. Would the league? Yes. The PA? Yes. Guess what? They're not.
Am I the only person that loves that they're in a 5,200-seat arena or
Do
whatever
you
it is?
understand
I'm so
how
excited.
I have yet to talk to everybody that says it's a joke, and I've seen it on Twitter. I've seen it move the team to
are people
Kansas
not
City.
in Arizona?
They're not here, one. Every player, coach, manager, everybody from any team I've ever spoken to says, can't wait. Can you imagine the atmosphere there? So just relax.
Yeah.
The good news is they're staying in Arizona, and that's what's most important. And you know what? The truth is, and that's why we'll talk about the city council, the most important thing now is getting an arena built in Tempe, on the water, that this team wants, needs to make everything that we're talking about today happen.
Yeah. So, like I said, they also had a chance to talk to him kind of about the city council and how everything was going with that, the arena development and stuff like that. So why don't we take a look at that?
I was actually at the swearing in on July 1st, and yes, we've had conversations with them. Again, it's all about us being transparent, us being committed to being there, us showing them that we're committed to not only a great project, an iconic project, but a never-done-before deal in which this would be a privately financed sports and entertainment district in Arizona. So, again, we will continue to have conversations with the staff and with the council, but we feel quite confident given what we've discussed with them.
Yeah, I am obviously really excited for them to play in ASU, and I guess not just because I'm a Sun Devil, but I think it's just going to be an amazing environment. But I think everyone's kind of been missing when they're kind of taking a crap on Coyotes in front of this situation is it's temporary. They're getting to the TED, as I like to call it, the Tempe Entertainment District. It's going to happen. We're going
to have Greg Powers in here. I will say this, and we'll step away from the NHL as Gary Bettman continues to talk here. I will say this. I cannot wait to go watch the ASU Sun Devils play
there
in
we
that
go.
building.
Look at where they are.
officially on the clock.
The Montreal Canadiens are officially on the clock. So, I mean,
at
all
2:47 till
hell
their
is
pick.
about to break loose if they draft anybody other than Shane Wright. But yeah, we're about a little over 2.5 minutes available, or two and a half minutes remaining. So while we wait for them to take the picks, we do have a few super chats to look at. And Rudo said, if we have super chats, let me know. And I don't know what that means.
I said I'll do the super stickers.
Super
Because
stickers.
that's clearly
Super
a
sticker,
DNVR
okay.
people. Like before he reads them, you have to understand Like it took us like 4 or 5 months on the PHNX Coyote show, right?
Yeah.
To get it, we were like, what? Huh? So
We were
what
the same way when we started.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
just
there are a few, just like the Avalanche are to the Coyotes, DNVR Avalanche are about 5 years down the line from where the Avalanche are. But yeah, we do have a $3.99 super sticker from Victor.
All right.
Rudo, take it away.
So we do this thing where I do my movie voice for Superstar.
Oh.
So
Pair character exaggerately stretching his arms forward to offer a cup of coffee.
Love it.
Oh,
I would
wow.
love for a pair character to
Wow.
offer me a cup of coffee. Round of applause for Rudo. And then we also have a super chat, not a super sticker, from the Schick21. My money follows Rudo. Good luck in the draft tonight, guys.
Seriously, like again, I'm going to say it again for like the third time in an hour. Why didn't we do this sooner with Rudo? If I knew it was this easy.
Yeah, and I mean, during hockey season, it's not that bad here. Like, when you guys have snow up there, we're probably, what, the 70s? Maybe
it's
use
nice.
sweater weather?
I should have
Yeah.
came in the winter. for
Yeah.
sure.
I went. It's funny because I did happen to sit on the DNVR set a couple weeks ago now.
Yeah, not too long
It was
ago.
during the playoffs. Money. We talked for an hour and a half. We did, and Rudo said, "No ad reads, just go." We had an hour and a half just talking hockey, and I tell you what, you give me a beer and tell me to talk hockey,
It's amazing, right?
let's LFG.
I still haven't had the opportunity to get up to DNVR. I know I think we plan on going up there when the Sun Devils play Colorado in football this year, so I'm looking forward to that. But we're now 40 seconds away from the first overall pick being announced.
Did people go on the DraftKings Sportsbook app and pick
Yes,
Shane
so,
Wright?
so I did. I put $20 on Shane Wright to go first overall and Logan Cooley to go third overall. If anyone other than Shane Wright gets announced here, I am pretty sure I'm going to lose both of those bets. You said you also went in on DraftKings?
I put a lot on Shane to go first.
Yeah, I feel like this was kind of one of those things where the analysts and stuff like that are kind of getting a little ahead of themselves and are just doing a little bit too much and asking too many questions. And
When you have a guy that's been in the first overall spot for so long, they just get exhausted.
yeah, they want there to be something else. They want there to be
Yeah.
a little bit of intrigue. I guess I'm kind of the mindset that there really isn't any.
There's Shane Doan. There's
pick-
the Arizona table and Rich Nairn.
Oh, look at that. So, yeah, the pick is officially in
By the
for
way,
the Montreal Canadiens.
Before they start, if you noticed at the draft table, the Arizona Coyotes have the table closest to the stairs.
As they should.
Just saying.
That's something we talked
They're gonna
about.
be walking up
they
there
got a
a
lot
lot,
of trips
so.
up there, yeah. And yeah, the pick is officially in. We're just waiting for the official announcement, but
I know,
you have
it's-
to imagine
it's Shane Wright.
right?
It's gotta be Shane
It's
Wright.
got to be Shane
It's
Wright.
gotta be.
Do you think anything like? Because like we talked about the landfall. Oh, hold on now. Leah just texted me something very interesting. Leah just texted me, and I quote, let me find it. Montreal is going to take Juraj. So there may not be. Hold on now.
Leave
The
it to
Montreal
Montreal if
Canadiens
they do that.
are announcing their pick. If Montreal does this, I'm going to fight somebody. I'm
Is
gonna-
Leah baiting you right now?
Leo might be baiting me. I swear to God. Oh, boy. Here we go. This draft is going to get real interesting. Is Shane Wright going to be an Arizona Coyote is really the question I have to ask. Ken Hughes is American, correct?
Yeah.
So he's passing on a Canadian that was largely considered to be the first overall pick in his hometown, potentially, if what Leah told me. Well, Bob McKenzie, that was apparently via Bob McKenzie on Twitter.
Wow.
So
Because if it's on Twitter, it
Slafkovsky
has
might
to
be
be
the
true.
for the first overall pick if the Bob father is correct. Is Shane Wright going to be an Arizona Coyote, or do you think the Devils trade out a
I
second?
tell you what, if after all we did this season, play wrong
The
for
Montreal
right,
Canadiens have selected. This animation is way too long.
So
Come on now. This ESPN. What are we doing here? ESPN is just
Juraj
teasing.
Slafkovsky.
Slafkovsky is the first overall draft pick of the NHL draft. Oh my God! Now,
wow.
Best case scenario.
wow, absolute best case scenario.
Wow.
Is Shane
Wow.
Wright going to be an Arizona Coyote?
Shane
Is there-
Wright.
Because listen,
Shane
this
Wright
is something
is
we
now
talked.
there.
This is something we've talked about over and over again.
Wow.
Is that where
Wow.
the Devils are, they do
Wow.
not need centers. Shane Wright is obviously the best center. He's bigger, which goes more into Bill Armstrong's fitting. But for a second,
Wow.
let's take a look at Slafkovsky before we get too far ahead of ourselves. Played for TPS and Liga, a winger, obviously, which is significant. He's a big guy, 6'4", shoots lefty.
Well, he's the
not
MVP
prepared
of the
for
Olympics. He was the MVP of the Olympics. Had a great showing at the World Championships. He played in the Finnish league. He's Slovakian. All those things are true, and he's a big winger.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that Shane Wright did not go on
Oh,
our
my
board.
God. My money.
Well,
I know. I just lost so much
and
money.
so this does set the table because we talked about the New Jersey Devils and their depth at center.
I'm never trusting Montreal again because they needed a center.
They needed
a center.
But I mean, this goes to what we kind of heard is that Shane Wright was not as good as people kind of, as he was made out to be originally. We talked to Corey Proment about Slafkovsky. He says he's a guy that's got everything you want in an NHL player. Obviously, like I said, he's 6'4", he's a good skater, great hands, can make plays, and he's a shot that can score from range. But he's not necessarily an overly physical guy, which you kind of would want out of someone that's that big. But he's really talented.
Yeah, I mean, look, the big thing for Montreal with this guy is they can put him in the NHL today.
Yeah, and Prominent said he has played some center in his life, but obviously he's projected to be a winger. What do we do now? What?
Look, now the Coyotes genuinely are living in a world where Logan Cooley is the consolation prize.
Yeah. And there are many people that say the most skilled, talented, highest bar player in this draft is Logan Cooley. And it's not Shane Wright. They're talking about Logan Cooley being the guy that the high-skilled guy that can be the most dynamic down the road. Now, we've talked about comparables. You talk about Braden Point. Maybe I don't know. Like I cannot believe. Are they riding at Centre Bell right now?
Yeah, that's what I want to know is what the reaction was in Centre Bell or / the best center.
It is fun to say Centre Bell. By the way,
I would be. I don't know how you come to the conclusion that you take Slafkovsky first. Not that he's not a great player. Not that he won't be very, very good for them. But
and so this is obviously going to have some pretty significant effects on the next two. At least, well, for the rest of the draft, but at least the next two picks. And if there's an opportunity to see Jacob Chychrun moved, it's probably right here to the New Jersey Devils.
Could New Jersey keep this pick and take a D? Could they take Nemec here?
That's a very big possibility because, like we said, they don't need centers. And when you're in a position like the Devils, you don't want to give up a pick like that unless you're getting something significant, like maybe Jacob Chychrun, where you have a little bit more confidence in what you're getting.
So we talk about that. We talk about Šimon Nemec. Pronunciations are out the window here. We'll say this. He is also Slovakian, so can you get back-to-back Slovakians? Pick 1 and 2. Slav. Wow. And you talk about defenseman. You talk about Šimon Nemec. He is the best offensive puck-moving defenseman in this draft.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Really?
I think it's Kurchinski, but...
See, now you've spent more time watching. I literally stunned out of the gate at the NHL draft right now.
This whole thing might just go off the rails from here. Nobody knows.
I mean,
so then we go to the Coyotes. Is it Shane Wright? Is it Cutter Gauthier?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that's...
I'm curious, because I wonder if Bill, one of the things he talked about when we talked to him, Bill Armstrong, is that today is basically just trying to figure out what the teams ahead of him are going to do. And that's probably what he's been spending most of his time doing. If he had some heads up on this, I wonder if is this it makes his job more difficult, right? Because if Shane Wright was drafted first overall, Logan Cooley is your pick. You don't have to. I don't think it's that much more difficult of a pick. Now you get to 3. If both of those centers are on the board, you have a little bit more thinking to do.
If both centers make it to 3.
Wow!
I am glad I'm not Bill Armstrong.
So it's funny because I can see the chat from here because I'm closest to the monitor at my age. The fans want Cooley. Arizona Coyote fans want Cooley. Now, if Shane Wright is there at 3,
I think you have to take him.
I think you got to take him.
Yeah, I mean,
that's one of those number one pick.
Can you imagine? Unless Shane Wright gets taken second, can you imagine? No one would have ever thought that Shane Wright was falling all the way to 4, right? So, I'm curious to see what happens with this pick. We have about 2 minutes left of the New Jersey Devils being on the clock.
They might use every second.
Slafkovsky, for the record, had the second best odds to become the first overall pick. He was at plus 140. Obviously, Shane Wright was minus 2,000. But I certainly didn't win any money on Slafkovsky. I did not expect to see anybody other than Shane Wright in a Canadiens jersey here.
I should have known better. Montreal does this every year.
Yeah.
They never take the chalk guy.
I just, I don't know.
No.
I'm genuinely at a loss for words.
No, we had Corey Proman on to talk about Juraj Slafkovsky. Emma, could you roll us the Slafkovsky video from Corey Proman to say what he said about the Slovakian?
We will definitely get there in a second. I'm just not like. Like I said, I'm generally at a loss for words. Do you think for example, we talked a little bit about the potential of them trading into the Coyotes trading into the second pick, trading chicken for the second pick, having 2 and 3. Do you think they go center in that situation, or do they go like a Cutter Gauthier and then a center, or a center and then Cutter Gauthier?
New Jersey just called them and they said we're good on that photo.
Yeah, like it's Shane Wright now, right?
Like you would have to assume.
New Jersey definitely taking Shane Wright.
They should.
All right. And we have the video, so why don't we roll that?
I mean, he's got everything you wanted in an NHL player. He's 6'4". He's a good skater. He has great hands. He can make plays. He has a shot that can score from range. I wouldn't call him a guy who's overly physical, but not somebody who gets pushed around either. He's big, strong forward, and it just scores at a really high rate. Typically, I think he had 6-7 goals there at the Olympics, 9 points in 5 games with Hinka Gretzky. Just a really talented player who you can easily see playing high in an NHL lineup. The only con on him is that he's a projected winger, even though he has played some center in his life. I even remember last season seeing him play some center. So I'm not ruling out that possibility that he could even be a center. But as of now, he's a projected winger into the NHL.
Yeah, so like I said, kind of recapping what I said, Slafkovsky obviously a really great player, and the pick is in for the New Jersey Devils, so we should be getting that in a few moments. But again, going back to the third pick, Cooley was at -230 for the Coyotes to draft him at 3. Shane Wright is +450, so at this point, those odds are looking pretty good. Nemec was at 500, although I have a hard time imagining that they were really going to take Nemec there, and then Gauthier at +700.
Well, they're making a pick.
This is crazy, and the Devils crew is approaching the stage. You think it's Nemec here?
I think it's Shane Wright.
You think it's Shane Wright?
Nemec is. I think
it's Shane Wright.
I don't think it's Cooley. I'll put it that way.
So I wonder from the Devils' standpoint, like they didn't need a center. Are they almost like you think? I mean, obviously, you're not upset to have someone like Shane Wright follow you, but like they're in a much different predicament now because they now are in a situation where they draft for need or draft best available. Do you kind of have a mindset there on what you do in that situation? Do you draft best available or do you draft for fit?
Top 10, best available.
Best available.
I always say best available.
Best available, yeah.
Yeah, and the biggest reason is we talked about how. Oh, here we go. We talked about how long it takes to develop these guys.
Martin Hanzel.
So you don't know what your needs are 3 or 4 years from now. You get the best player now.
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go.
Yeah, and Brodeur is on stage announcing the pick. I mean, based on how this first pick went, you don't know. Cutter Gauthier might go here, and then all hell will completely break loose.
It's either going to go right back to normal, and you're going to get right here in Cooley 3.
In Cooley, where we talked about.
Or it's going to go off the rails. One of the two.
Yeah, we will see. I wish I had the odds for the second overall pick. Brodeur did his little speech, and now someone else is coming up to speak. Like I said, I was really not prepared for this alternate reality where we were in this situation.
5 minutes ready to talk about Shane Wright.
Yeah, I was like the consensus #1 overall pick. Obviously, all of that noise that we heard was just nothing. It meant nothing. We were wrong. It meant nothing. Oh, and Shane Wright might be an Arizona Coyote. Shane Wright, for the record, Shane Wright did not look happy. Shane Wright looked quite upset.
Oh my goodness!
Do you draft Shane Wright here?
Yes.
Right?
Šimon Nemec went number 2.
Logan Cooley was probably looking for apartments in Arizona. He was ready to move out here. He had some short spot.
Honestly, we talked about this all week in all these mock drafts, that there's a chance that Shane Wright drops to 3 to the Coyotes, and we're all like, no, it won't happen. Won't happen. Like, you're an Arizona Coyote fan right now, and the presumptive #1 for the last 3 seasons is now available at 3.
I may end up regretting saying this in a couple years, but I think this is a terrible pick at 2.
You think it's terrible? I mean,
think it's terrible.
So this goes back to what I was saying. They didn't need a center. They didn't need a center.
They didn't.
I'm still a little surprised by it. We had what are the Slovakians, right? Go 1-2.
Slavs go 1-2.
Slavs go 1-2. Didn't see that coming. Big day for Slovakia.
Wow. I'm literally. By the way, this is we're about to have a mic drop moment in this show. If Shane Wright becomes an Arizona Coyotes, and we've talked about from day one playing wrong for right. Are you out of your mind that Shane Wright is available at 3?
Just meant to be, maybe.
But no, is this where GM Bill Armstrong overthinks it?
He could still go Cooley. He could still go
Cooley.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we've talked about is Shane Wright is definitely more of a Bill Armstrong kind of guy. That's one of the things that we talked about. Cooley is a little smaller. Wright is a little bigger.
How happy are the Seattle Kraken right
now?
Wow. The Kraken are the real winners in this situation. But we do have a video of the expert that we talked about on Nemec. So why don't we go ahead and play that and learn a little bit more about Nemec.
Šimon Nemec, probably the best puck-moving defenseman of all of them. He had big-time points. Great postseason for Nitra in the Slovakia League. They made it all the way to the final. He was a big part of that. Averaged nearly a point per game in the playoffs. You know, he's not as big as Juracek, but he's got some good shiftiness. His skating is of a similar quality. Very cerebral in how he moves the puck. I think that defensively he's going to continue to need work, but definitely a good offensive toolkit.
Yeah, so
we're just speechless.
Like, what do you say?
What do you say?
I don't know. Like Peter said, like you just said, best puck moving defenseman of them all. But you, like you said, you're not confident that he is the best defenseman in this draft.
Not at all. I think his defense is extremely suspect. Obviously, New Jersey needs D, so he'll fit in. He'll play. He'll be an NHLer. But I'm just not sold on this guy being the true top defensive prospect in this whole draft. I'd have taken Juracek ahead of him. I'd have taken Korchinski ahead of him. I think he'll be good, but I just am not convinced by his defensive IQ. And on the offensive side, I don't love his shot. Not that he isn't really good. Not that he won't be a quality playmaking defenseman. I just think there's a lot more room for growth than a lot of people think.
And that's what Peter said, that he needs to continue. Defensively, he needs to continue to work. He has the toolkit. He can be an effective pro, but he has to grow a little bit.
I literally have, my dad anxiety that I have, like literally jumping right now. There is no way in any scenario I thought the Arizona Coyotes at 3 would be choosing between Logan Cooley, Shane Wright, and Cutter Gauthier.
Well, and look, the Coyotes get to live whatever dream they want to live here, right? They get to pick the guy who's highest on their board and be happy with it, no matter what.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely a good problem to have if you're Bill Armstrong. And I believe we actually have a picture of the kind of the Coyotes crew. They are on the clock right now. We have a picture of them getting ready for this draft. Dressed in some interesting outfits. They all dress the same. Maybe we don't have it. Anyways, the Coyotes are in the kind of the best problem you have, and they get to choose between an American or a Canadian. Do you have any reason to think that they should go anyone other than Shane Wright?
You could talk me into Cooley, but they should go Shane Wright.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the 3rd pick of the draft, and Shane Wright has not been taken. Like, there is no way. It has to be Shane Wright. Like we talked about, what this team needs. They need a game-changing centerman with a little. He's 6'1". Logan Cooley, it's 5'10".
Yeah.
Again, it makes a difference on that. Like, this is a big deal. This is one of those moments in this franchise that makes a difference. And this is one of those moments that we're going to talk about 5 years from now, Wright or Cooley, and it will matter who they take. And 5 years from now, one of them is going to be above the other, and you go, we had that
really
guy.
good
we
or
got
real
the right
bad
guy.
in 5 years.
And you talk about a centerman like Shane Wright, and you talked about Dylan Guenther, a goal-scoring winger on the right-hand side. You got Clayton Keller, a high-skilled guy on his left with Shane Wright in the middle. Yeah. Yes, please. Sign me up.
You think back to kind of where we were when the lottery happened, and it was just kind of a disappointment, right? they were hoping for the second pick. The pick is in for the Arizona Coyotes.
Here we go.
So we have a moment. Bill Armstrong and his crew of all people in matching suits.
Matching suits. Never seen that before in the draft.
I can't say I have seen that.
They better
either.
come in Kachina suits next year.
Yeah, that would be hard. If they had just like the green shoulder patches and everything.
Oh, that'd be so sick.
I'm afraid of what's going to happen if Logan Cooley is the pick here, to be honest. Do you think this is guys overthinking it, like executives overthinking it, or
you're happy as long as it's not Cutter? You're happy either way.
Yeah, fair enough. Center is definitely the move here.
Yeah,
but you
and
think
we're
about,
okay with Cooley, by the way.
Yeah, totally.
Like, because the bar has been set for the guy that Logan Cooley is a high-skilled center. Here it is.
Yeah, so Xavier Gutierrez is on the stage, getting ready to...
in their matching suits. Never seen that before in the draft,
Never seen that before either.
Have you, Rudo?
No.
I don't.
But I'm usually paying attention to, like, the GM of Edmonton's kid and his sweet afro
yeah,
and stuff like that.
With the afro. I've never seen the matching suits. Maybe that's a good sign.
My heart is beating out of my chest right now. I mean, we talked earlier about.
So what are they doing?
There's a point where, like, if Logan Cooley is here, or whoever they draft here, 5-6 years from now, you're going to be like, how did he fall to 3? Or for the Kraken at 4, how did they end up with Shane Wright if they choose Cooley here?
It really is Christmas in July right now. Santa delivered the presents for Arizona.
Christmas in July is right. I'm going to take a sip of my Holly.
Who's going to make the pick? It's got to be GMBA, right?
You think
so?
I hope so. Wow. So
it won't be Javier.
Yeah.
We'll take our congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
We are sitting here at number 3 between Wright and Cooley.
I like. Obviously, this was always a possibility, but I didn't expect it.
No.
Right? I thought we were going to. This is like Rudo said earlier. I thought it was going to be chalk. I thought we were going to get Wright 1, Slafkovsky 2. And Javier shouted out the fans back in Arizona, of which there are many here, despite what people in Houston and Quebec City might think. Speaking of which, did you see the video today earlier about them talking about them being in, and they took direct shots at Quebec and Houston? That was a lot of fun.
Go off.
Oh,
he's milking this.
He is milking this.
He's really making it.
It's hilarious because he's doing all of this, and then he's going to pass it off to Bill Armstrong, and he's like, "Okay, make the pick. They can boo you."
Here it is.
Yep, Bill Armstrong coming up to announce the pick.
Is.
And listen, the fans here have trusted Bill through and through. They've trusted the process. So if they don't go with Wright here, you got to keep the faith. Logan Cooley has been the overall draft pick. They passed on Shane Wright. Logan Cooley is an Arizona Coyote.
Wow.
So I want some money. I didn't after the first overall pick, I didn't think it was going to happen. Shane Wright again looks pissed. Shane Wright does not look like he's happy to be in Montreal right now.
I love the concept of this pick because this pick takes stones.
Yeah, this is a gutsy pick by Bill Armstrong.
Yeah, and I mean, really, all 3 of these first picks to pass on Shane Wright have been gutsy picks. But, yeah, and like I had said, this goes against what Bill Armstrong, who he is. He had a chance to draft the big, strong center, and he passed on him.
You're about to watch Seattle sprint to the microphone.
I bet their phone's ringing right now. Yeah. No one expected Shane Wright to fall all the way to 4.
But Cooley does have the ability to be a truly, truly special player. Yeah. It's just a question of can Arizona get him there.
Yeah. We talked about Shane Wright and we talked about Logan Cooley, and I've talked to scouts, I've talked to managers on this. Logan Cooley is the most skilled, dynamic player there. Shane Wright's a different player. He's a 200-foot responsible player. He is an NHL centerman, without question. Logan Cooley's bar may be higher.
I think it's the highest in the draft. Genuinely, I think if he hits his ceiling, he could be the best player from this draft.
Yeah, his skill level is elite. We'll see what that means in the future. And we talk about size. And does size matter anymore? Yeah, I think it does. But there are some exceptionally talented hockey players in this league that are under 6 feet tall that do extremely well.
Yeah, and they drafted an American, and I don't know how much that
highest
means down
drafted
here.
Pittsburgh player from the Pittsburgh area in the history of the NHL.
Wow. He has tons of connections to Sidney Crosby.
Yep.
There's a great story behind him. Go look it up. It's incredible. And I love this pick for Arizona. As much as I thought they should have taken Shane Wright, if they want to go out and become a better skill hockey team, I can see how you go to Logan Cooley.
This is the pick. And I think one of the things with Logan Cooley, who is not, unfortunately, he's not going to be an Arizona Coyote next season. Yeah. He's going to be a Golden Gopher at the University of Minnesota, where I think that's it's a high-end program with high-end training facilities. You've got all of the things necessary to help develop a player at the University of Minnesota, even though I'm not technically a huge fan. But sorry.
So what do you think? Is it one and done in college for him, or do you think he goes for 2?
I think it's a 2. I really do, and I'll tell you why. And one of the things that Bill Armstrong talks about is overcooking his players for development. And I think for Logan Cooley, especially at a guy at his size, I think you can only develop better and stronger and get – tell you what, college hockey, you've got access to better training facilities than you do in junior. You've got nutritionists. He's going to work out in a Big Ten football locker room at the University of Minnesota. He's going to get bigger. I've seen players leave after their first year of college. I hope this is a 2-year project, because then year 3 is going to get really interesting around here. Because by now we're talking about Dylan Guenther being a Coyote. We're talking about you're talking about Clayton Keller 2 years down into the future, developing where he is at. Now you're looking at a goaltending. We'll see where the goaltending goes by now in 2 or 3 years. I think that's the move.
You already brought up the timeline, right? You're looking at this plan next year, and you're saying Coyotes are going to try and be terrible again. So if you're looking at a graduating class of the same year of Logan Cooley plus whatever they get near the top of next year's draft, that's a way to turn a team around really, really quick in 1 year.
So Leah has cued me into a couple of trades that have gone down.
Oh, boy.
First, Romanov and pick 98 to New York Islanders for pick 13. And Montreal trades picks 13 and 66 to Chicago for Kirby Dach. So our friends up in CHGO have an
Kirby Dach is headed to the Montreal Canadiens.
Wow.
Now, Kirby Dach's a player in Chicago that they just were never quite sure what he was going to be. I'm a huge Kirby Dach fan.
So that the Slafkovsky thing starts to make a little bit more sense with them going out and getting Kirby Dach.
Yeah. So, but we obviously have to get back to Logan Cooley. We had Corey Proman talk about Logan Cooley, and obviously had some good things to say. So why don't we go ahead and watch that video?
And Logan Cooley, on the other hand, does have some of those dynamic qualities. He is exceptionally skilled, creative. He's an excellent skater. He has a high compete level. Not a whole lot of 5'10" centers in the NHL who are first-line centers, but I think he has a chance to be a low-end first-line center. I mean, the other ones would be – there's only 3 that come to mind, really: Jack Hughes, Vincent Trocheck, and Braden Point. All 3 excellent players, mind you, but there's only not that many of them. But I think Cooley has a chance to be one of the next ones just because there's just so many positives about his game. And he's a really fun, entertaining player to watch who I think provides two-way value, too, despite his size.
So, I mean, I feel like the end there is the key. A really fun and entertaining player to watch who I think provides two-way value despite his size. So do you think that kind of plays into – do you think that the two-way value he provides allowed Bill Armstrong to overlook the size aspect that he obviously has been he's obviously in the past been very keen on picking picking up big guys?
We talk about skill and picking the best player that's available at the draft. I've said it before. Right now, we have to trust in GM Bill Armstrong. We have to trust in his scouting staff. We have to believe in what they're going to do. This is the first. There is 2 more picks in this round. Mm-hmm. They can considerably change the trajectory of this team. And I will say this: it was a gutsy pick. Like, that's a hard pick to make at 3 when Shane Wright's there. So this is going to be critiqued for years to come. Like, this is going to be a big deal. And when hindsight's 20/20 and you talk about Strome or Marner, this is one of those moments. This is a Strome or Marner moment. It's Cooley or Wright, and this is a big deal for this franchise. I still think that this kid is the highest end skill player in this draft.
The offensive side, especially, he can bring it in a way that Shane Wright, the ceiling just isn't there. Shane Wright was the first overall because he was an extremely safe pick. He does everything well. But Logan Cooley can bring that electricity that not very many players in the NHL are capable of now. He's got to get there. He's got to show that the skills can transfer. Still a long way to go, but
and just saw a comment in the chat. Logan Cooley should
transfer
to
to
ASU.
Yeah, the ASU over here. We got an ASU fan in the building.
He's already going to. He might as well.
Yeah,
Cavs get used to the building.
I listen. We might get the chance to talk to Josh Doan later. He might have to put in a phone call. I don't know if that's tampering, so I'm not actually going to
enter the portal
talk
before
about
you
it.
start. Just saying.
Listen, you're going to be playing in the arena. You might as well get used to it. Logan Cooley is an Arizona Coyote. I feel like it's crazy because that's what I expected, but then I didn't expect it all of a sudden.
Yeah, we didn't expect it like this, right? Now this is automatic, isn't it?
If
you have to imagine,
like the
right?
Seattle Kraken are coming up on stage right now. For their franchise to be able to take the presumptive number 1,
if you don't take Shane Wright here, just fold the franchise. You're done.
Yeah,
I mean,
have to.
You would have to imagine, especially with a franchise this new. Like, I feel like you can't afford to pass over a guy that has been so largely considered to be the guy. You have to imagine, and they're also in a situation where they kind of need everything. They weren't a very good team this year.
Yeah, I mean, and this is a team that can wait right now too. So you're looking at a pick now. They're not trying to win yet next year either. This is another team that wants to be. And there they go.
Shane Wright has been drafted by the Seattle Kraken. I mean, was there any like real doubt here? I mean, what do you think is going through his head right now? Shane Wright is a Kraken. He's a Kraken, right? Is that how Kraken is plural, but also singular. I don't know.
Crack eye.
He's a crack.
So here's what we talked about: how these kids are feeling in the stands. We're talking about their competitive nature. I think he's surprised he got picked 4th. I really do.
Very surprised.
And I think
100%.
he's a little bit frustrated right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like there's a lot of guys. Maybe he's going to end up wearing number 3 for all the 3 teams that passed over him and all that kind of stuff, and all that kind of stuff. But a quick look at his player card. Shane Wright, obviously a Canadian, which makes it even more wild that he was passed over by the Canadiens. Obviously a center, and like we said, bigger than Logan Cooley, which made that pick interesting. I don't know if it's me talking myself into it or if it's just the reality of it. I'm happy with the Logan Cooley pick at 3, but Shane Wright is the Seattle Kraken, and now we're going to have to see ultimately how that all plays out.
Yeah, I mean, look, Wright has the highest floor in this draft.
Yeah.
That guy will be a quality NHLer. You can bet every penny on it, barring absurd injury or something like that. But when you compare him to Logan Cooley, which everyone's going to do for the next 10 years now, it's going to come down to who is better offensively. And I believe that's Logan Cooley.
You know what? It's hard because we've talked about Shane Wright for so long on our show. And I know at DNVR you don't talk about who's going to be the first pick overall.
Hey,
well,
we used to.
did.
We used to a lot.
There was a time.
So for us to go play wrong for Wright, and that moment actually happened after losing the ping pong balls and having the opportunity to draft, this is a little bittersweet, but over the last month, we've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of draft experts that have actually seen these players play, and every one of them said the same thing about Logan Cooley, his ceiling and his skill level. So I think this is going to be it's going to be a fun ride. I think this is a guy that the Coyote fans are going to have to follow his trajectory next year in Minnesota. Well, we'll talk to Greg Powers about that. Maybe we can get him here yet, But I think you're right. When you talk about pairing him with a guy like Dylan Guenther, who can beat a goalie clean from the top of the circle, who's another high-end skill guy, this, again, we're talking about building the future. The beginning of the beginning is today, and I think this is a good piece for the Arizona Coyotes to pick up. And Shane Wright going to Seattle, Arizona's ahead, man.
I think it's great for Seattle, but look, Shane Wright could grow up to be the next Ryan O'Reilly, right? Total complete game, captain, leads the team, does all this amazing stuff. And Logan Cooley could grow up to be the next Jack Hughes, Nathan MacKinnon. Probably not Nathan MacKinnon. Nathan McKinnon's a little bit bigger.
Nathan MacKinnon.
But, Logan Cooley could easily grow up to be a point-per-game plus level player. Yeah. You're probably both these franchises 5 years from now are going to look back at this and go, yeah, we're both happy.
Yeah, and I think that, that's a win-win. And that it's okay to have a win-win. Like, you could pick it. The Coyotes need to be able to look back at this moment in 4 years and go, we got our guy. Yep. We got the right guy. It's not Shane Wright. He's playing and doing his thing there. We got the right guy for our franchise and what we're trying to build. And you talk about what the good thing for this franchise, too, is you talk about the number of picks they have late in the first and early in the second. Like, you can change the trajectory. Like, you can take a chance on some of these guys. And I know this staff, they have a plan. we'll see if they follow through with that and make all of these picks, because there are a lot of picks coming up in the next, 42?
Yep.
Yeah. So we did talk to. I didn't expect to play this video so late, but we did talk to Corey Proman about Shane Wright, and we have that. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at that?
Shane Wright is a very well-rounded centerman. He is 6'1". He's a good skater. He has great skill and offensive hockey sense. He can shoot it well. He's always been a captain wherever he goes. He works really hard. He has a great two-way game. I won't say there's anything about his game that excites you. There's nothing about his game that I think is truly elite, but he does a lot of things really well, and I think he's going to be a first-line center in the NHL, a guy who will help a team win games. I just don't know if he's going to reach that high echelon of the NHL, that top 5 center in the league, that top 8 center in the league. Could he be a top 20 center in the league? I could definitely see that.
Yeah, and so is one of the things he said. There's nothing really about, and now this is, I guess, me being like, I'm happy we didn't take Shane Wright, but there's nothing really about his game that excites you. He's really well-rounded, and I think when you look kind of at the Coyote situation, they want someone that provides a little bit of excitement to the team. Just, I guess, ultimately, were you surprised? Like, did you think did you ever think that Shane Wright would be a Seattle Kraken?
No. Did I think Shane Wright would go at number 4 in the draft? No chance. No chance. But it goes back to what we said in the beginning. It's not Crosby. It's not McKinnon. It's not Matthews.
The pick is in for the
Flyers.
They're going fast.
They're going defenseman?
Probably Juracek, I would assume. Yeah.
I'm thinking Juracek too, but clearly we've been wrong every pick so far.
We are not good so far.
Yeah, Juracek and Gauthier, the two best players available pretty obviously at this point.
So, Rudo, people that follow our PHNX show know that I predict a lot of things.
Oh, boy. Here we
I
go.
predict starting goalies.
Normally incorrectly.
I predict draft picks, as we could see. Most often, I also pick wins and losses on games. I am most often wrong on those picks.
So always
all the losses that we picked against the Colorado Avalanche and that turned into wins.
Yes. So bet against me, and here I'm saying defense.
Much appreciated.
And so I might be wrong.
All right. So I should have known Shane wasn't going first when you came over to me. You were like, Shane's got to be first, right? That should have been a red flag.
So,
thank you.
Really quickly, though, while Philly picks here.
They're picking a defenseman.
For Cooley, with Arizona, part of why I like the pick so much for them is you look at their history and you look at the Dylan Stromes, you look at Lawson Krause, you look at even Clayton Keller. There are some good players in there, but there isn't that guy that can really, really pop.
And the Flyers take
Cutter
Gauthier.
So Juracek's still on the board.
Good Lord, we can't get him right at all.
That's a very Philadelphia pick, though, right?
Cutter Gauthier, obviously an American, part of that US U18 national development team with Logan Cooley. Can play center, can play wing. He's a big guy, though, 6'3".
I think he's probably a wing at the NHL level, but look.
And he's another guy. He played his youth hockey in Scottsdale, Arizona.
There you go.
Arizona. And people get frustrated when you say Arizona product. I know he wasn't born here, but he played a lot of his youth hockey. His dad, Sean, was synonymous with the Valley and hockey for years, so we got to grow up playing with these kids up at the ice stand in Scottsdale.
If you're from the U.S., where you're from is vastly different from where you played hockey. Because if you're a good hockey player in the U.S., you pretty much play in Michigan or Minnesota.
Yep. You're going to play at the NDP.
Maybe Chicago.
Look at how big that kid is.
Yeah,
See, and again,
like I said, 6'3". He's a big guy. 6'3", 200.
We were saying if Shane Wright went at 1, we were thinking Logan Cooley or Cutter Gauthier might have been the debate for Bill Armstrong's staff.
Logan Cooley's the easy slam dunk there.
Yeah, I mean, he played on Cooley's line actually for the national team development program near the end of that.
It's just so hard to be a power forward in the NHL these days.
Yeah,
you have to be such a good player to be able to do it.
And this is a team the Flyers are. They're a team that's going through a lot of changes right now. You lost Claude Giroux. They're not quite sure what their identity is right now. You changed coaching staff.
Well, and this is what the Flyers have fallen back on let's be the Broad Street bullies for their entire lives, basically.
Yeah.
Pick big forward, runs into stuff, shoots the puck well. Not complicated. Play simple hockey. Get it done.
So where do we go from here? I mean, I don't think we really. Did you expect Juraj to fall this far? Like, what does Columbus do next? Like,
yeah, I did actually expect
You did?
Juraj to fall. I think people are. I actually like his offense, but a lot of people aren't confident in translating. But what really gets fun is Juraj's going to go soonish here, and then the forward pool just anything goes from here on out, basically.
so we do have, I believe, we're on. Yeah, Corey Promen on Cutter Gauthier. So why don't we get to that video?
Cutter is one of the most interesting players in the draft for that reason, is that he has size, he has skating ability. So from a pro projection, he's already really interesting. He's shown offensive ability. He has one of the best shots in the draft. He played all situations for the NTDP. And what's interesting about him is he did play center for stretches of the season with the program. He ended the season on Logan Cooley's wing, but even when he was there, he was taking a lot of faceoffs. And so I think there is a debate in the industry right now. Is Cutter Gauthier going to be a pro center or a pro winger? And if you believe he's a center, and with the size and the skating and the offense, he's a very interesting pro prospect for that reason.
Yeah, so like we said, he played a little bit of center, but obviously more of a wing. But he provides a little bit of versatility to this Flyers team as the Columbus Blue Jackets are on the clock of about 2 minutes till their pick. This draft has been a ride, and I feel like these are the kind of drafts where you wish your team had a pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about that, Colorado Avalanche?
If the Avs had a pick in the top 10, I'd be freaking out right now. I wouldn't know what to do because anything can happen from here. Like, it has come a little bit back to chalk now, but clearly everyone in this draft said, we're just going to take whoever we want. We don't care about what the rankings are. We all have our guy.
Yeah, and I mean, also we have a couple of guys now that were part of this development program that have been drafted here early in the lottery picks. You think that says anything about the state of just American hockey and all of that?
Yeah, look, I think American hockey is probably the best it's ever been.
Yeah.
You're starting to see the USHL kind of get it, start to churn out some American prospects beyond just the national development team even. And it brings up a really interesting situation with the USNTDP specifically, because it becomes really hard to separate guys on that team because they have so many top talents. So it's hard to say, oh, is this guy carrying that guy, or is that guy actually just good? It's really, really tough to break some of those guys down and apart from each other. So I think it speaks to the American talent. I know you guys have a ton of up-and-coming stuff here in Arizona with all sorts of ridiculous hockey going on out here. So
yeah, you know what? That NDP program turned it around for USA Hockey. And they were able to put the top kids together for an extended period of time. And if you go back and look at the history of the under-18 teams, the under-17 teams, even the World Junior teams, once they developed that program in Michigan, USA Hockey's fortunes have definitely changed and gone up. And under-18 team, they dominate year after year. And Columbus here's another one of those teams that you thought was in the Jacob Chychrun sweepstakes, and they're clearly going to make their pick. So it's not going yet. I think the likelihood of Jacob Chychrun are done.
Such a weird team. They've been so kind of amorphous over the last couple of years. They made that big playoff push where they went all in, and then they really haven't had much identity in the last couple of years. So I'm really not sure where they're going to go with this pick, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so we'll see that. But as we talked about, we have done some interviews with former first-round picks for the Arizona Coyotes recently. And I know the rest of the PHNX Coyotes crew had the chance to catch up with none other than Danny Briere, which for the
just on the stage with the Philadelphia Flyers.
And as the PHNX Coyotes fans know, holds a special place in my heart as someone from Buffalo. So we're going to take a look at that, and then when you come back, we might have someone special for you sitting at the table here. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at this first round flashback with Danny Briere.
I do remember one thing. So at first you're just kind of watching early on, you're watching, the names, you're not in the running at first, but when you're creeping closer to your name, your agent gets closer to you. So, he's starting to move in your direction. But I remember a couple minutes before, because it takes a while, right? In between picks, there's always, 5 to 8 minutes in between the picks. And I remember following the camera, and all of a sudden the camera started turning to our direction, to our section, and trying to pinpoint where was the next selection coming from. And that's when I got a kind of a hint that something was happening around me. Seeing the cameras kind of veer towards my area, and the heartbeat starts rising a little quicker. And on top of it, it was the Coyotes pick, which I knew they had interviewed me maybe 3 times before the draft. So all of a sudden, your heart gets going, and you get nervous and get excited at the same time. And after that, it's kind of, it's like a blur. I don't remember much after that. Everything happens so fast. Everybody wants a piece of you. We didn't have cell phones back then, luckily, so I didn't have to worry about that. But media left and right. The team wants pictures. It was actually it was nuts there for a little bit. I kind of a blur maybe for the next 3 or 4 or 5 hours.
So we're back and joined by none other than head coach of ASU hockey, Greg Powers. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me on, guys.
I have to start off by congratulating you on the new extension.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah,
that's got you locked in.
That's exciting. So, yeah.
As a Sun Devil, I'm definitely happy about the news. We have to start. Are you going to, and maybe you can't answer this, are you going to get Logan Cooley to try and transfer to ASU?
I think he's pretty signed and sealed as a Gopher, but we are excited that Logan will play here in Arizona Thanksgiving weekend with the Gophers. So it'll give all the fans here a really good look into how great of a player he is. Hopefully, for our sake, he doesn't play well that weekend, but he's a hell of a player. And a small world. My daughter plays in Pittsburgh for the Pens Elite, and Logan's cousin is her coach.
Oh wow!
So he comes from great stock, really good family. Long line of Pittsburgh hockey lineage, really good kid, great player.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and so if you missed that, go get your tickets to the Thanksgiving weekend game, Gophers and Arizona State. So have you been in the building lately? We talk about the building almost every day on our show. Can you give us an update on the progress of the building on the ASU campus?
It's unbelievable. We were down there this morning, and I've been there a couple times in the last week, and it's essentially done. They're just looking to put up branding now, and I believe they're going to put in ice next week and test it. They think Wednesday or Thursday, so that's really exciting. It's a beautiful venue. It is going to be, when you go in, obviously the first thing my brain goes to is how much of an upgrade it's for us, and how great of a place it's going to be to watch a game. But this place, how incredible of a place it's going to be to watch an NHL game. It's going to be incredible. I think the fans are really going to like it. And we're excited to share it.
So one thing, because I don't know how this works, and I should, when does your season start? And are tickets available? Can people go get tickets to these games?
Yeah, absolutely. So season tickets are sold out, but they saved, I believe, about $1,200 for walk-ups for individual game sales, and tickets are available. Our home opener is the weekend of October 13th against Colgate. But 24 games this season, which is more than we've ever had. A lot of home games for us, and hopefully everybody can get out to support us.
Obviously, this is a Coyote show. So what is it like? What is it going to be like to have an NHL team, the Arizona Coyotes, in that building with you? Like, how do you think that's going to kind of elevate your program and help you?
It's going to be great. I looked at the schedule and kind of tore it apart, every which way I could. And I was actually shocked the NHL didn't put the Coyotes in at home. There's some weekends that we're away and not playing, and so I was a little surprised at that, but it's going to be incredible. We won't have too much overlap until December, but there's going to be opportunities for our players. Where a team's going to fly in and play the next day and watch our game. They're going to go watch our game. So the amount of NHL eyes that our guys are going to be able to play in front of, I think, is really going to be cool and very unique to college hockey.
Yeah, and we talk about Josh Doan because Sean's wearing the shirt.
Yeah, I need one of those shirts. Doan, where are you? I want one of those shirts.
Where is he? He's just like his dad. So we've been texting because he's supposed to be joining in.
running a little late.
Oh.
Big surprise. But the good news for you, Coach, is he's actually at the rink training.
Okay,
and skating.
all right.
So that's good. And that brings us back to first full circle with ASU hockey and Arizona Coyote hockey. You have the opportunity to see a guy like Josh Doan develop. And we saw him last year. I saw him play last year over at Oceanside. Their hockey IQ off the charts.
Yeah.
Knows where to go, what to do. His still got some room to develop.
Yeah.
And I think we talk about over-baking, and I think he's in the right place at the right time for a player like Josh Doan. So people that are Arizona Coyote fans, don't get frustrated. Praise it. Like, absolutely, he's in the right place at the right time for you.
Yeah, and selfishly, this isn't coming from a bad place. The worst thing Josh can do is rush it. His brain is there. His ability to make plays is there. Now we just have to get his body ready for the NHL. And we will. We have one of the best strength and conditioning coaches in the country who he works out with religiously. And if you look at Josh's body from the day he came to us to today, it is incredible the change that's been made. He still has a ways to go, but he's committed to it. And the hard part of the game, he has covered, right? The ability to think, the ability to make plays, the human side of it. He's the best human being probably I've ever coached. He's a natural leader. All those intangibles that you can't teach, he has. But what he can add physically, it's all going to come from work ethic, and he's going to do it.
But you talk about college hockey, and that's something we talked about with Logan Cooley. And we talked about his development path now as an 18-year-old kid and what is he need to do to get to this next level. And one of the things that I firmly believe that college hockey can help bring is that additional thing, strength and conditioning, nutrition. So speaking from the NHL side, is it a good path for a player to go through the NCAA?
Well, I'm biased, but I think it's the best path. And there's some great players that go play major junior hockey, but what you get in college hockey is you lift every day, you train every day, you have a nutritionist, you are living in a nice place, you're getting good sleep, you're playing 34 to 40 games, not 88 games. So you practice a ton, which you can develop and work on habits to help you at the next level. In my opinion, you see more kids coming out of college ready-made for the NHL than you do out of major junior. And really, the amount of kids, you look at Pittsburgh Penguins roster that they have as college free agents, it's unbelievable because you get that extra 4 years of development that you don't get in major junior. You have to be ready to be a pro by the time you're 20 or your career is over, where the amount of kids that come play college hockey, they have until, if they age out of junior A hockey, until they're 24 years old. So that's 4 extra years of that development path and development philosophy that we have in college versus major junior, where you're on a bus half the season, you're living in some family's basement, God only knows what your nutrition is. The advantages are endless. And then obviously the biggest advantage is you're getting a first-class education.
Yeah, the Coyotes were a near the end of the year, pick up a couple of guys that were in college, Jack McBain, Nathan Smith. I'm curious, when you have a guy like Josh, who a team owns his rights, or a guy like Cooley, who's drafted but going to college, how do you kind of keep their eye on the prize so they don't kind of look too far ahead to the NHL and kind of keep them focused on what they're doing there in the NCAA?
Well, there's just so many case studies of kids that leave college hockey too early that don't make it, and then they have to go back and pay for their education or, things like that. You just don't want to leave too early. There's no rush. There's so many examples that we can use and that we do use for kids that think they want to leave or think they're ready. But at the end of the day, when you leave, you got to be ready. And there's a lot of players out there that leave too early. And they say, oh, my gosh, you get treated so much better in college, and I'd rather have spent another year in school than going to the American League or even the East Coast League. And so, it's just about educating kids.
So what's going on right now at the ASU campus? Are your kids here? Are they training here? Are they skating at home? What's right now for ASU hockey?
So, with us still training at Oceanside, a lot of kids still go home, and go train with who they're comfortable training with. But our freshmen are all here. Our transfers are all here. About half of our veterans are here. So it's summer in college is all about just what you do off the ice. It's getting bigger, getting stronger, getting more explosive, building up your body, and that's the focus in college. And they go skate a few times a week with captain's practices. We're not allowed to get on the ice with our guys until the first day of class on August 18th. But they're all working hard and very dedicated to what we want to accomplish.
See, for me, Coach, if I'm recruiting for this university right now, and you have a brand new building. You have a team that's going to compete, and you in the middle of Tempe on that campus.
Yeah.
Like, no offense, but this should be a slam dunk. Like, you should go into Flin Flon or Moose Jaw and go, hey, guys, come on down.
Yeah,
come down in January.
I think you're right. And you walk kids through that building now, it's given us access to the level of player that we haven't had access to. The campus is great. The school's unbelievable. But at the end of the day, kids want to develop into pros. And out of a place like Oceanside, we love Oceanside. We owe a lot to it. It's hard to sell a first or second round pick that they're going to develop as an NHL player out of a community ice sheet. Now we have every resource imaginable for kids to come here and develop into pros, and we're going to use those to our advantage.
So saying that, what does next year, 22-23, hold for ASU? I don't want to make predictions, but where are you coming into this season?
We have really high expectations, and we did last year. We shored up a few deficiencies that we thought we had through recruiting, transfer portal, and kids that we brought in, but we expect to be right back in the NCAA tournament, and if we do not make the NCAA tournament and advance, then we'll consider this year, not a success. That's what we think we've built a program, and we have a very solid footing heading into this kind of new era of Sun Devil hockey in this new arena, and we expect to be in NCAA tournaments and compete for national championships.
So, I mean, I'm a Sun Devil guy. I'm one of the hosts of the Sun Devil show we have here, which we have to get you on at some point.
Yeah.
But kind of in a little bit more detail, like who are some of the guys that you've gotten? Who should ASU fans be looking out for, other than obviously a guy like Josh Doan, who everyone knows? Who should they be looking out for to make an impact next year?
Yeah, I think just speaking of our transfer class, a lot of people, and I agree with them, it's the best class in college hockey out of anybody. And you talk about a Robert Master-Simone, a second-round pick for Detroit, who was one of BU's top forwards last year that transferred to us. Lucas Sillinger, who is Cole Sillinger's brother from Columbus, Mike Sillinger's son, transferred to us. Sorry, Petey from Bemidji State.
I know.
40-point sophomore and an All-American type of player. And then you look at the Jackson twins, Ty and Dylan Jackson from Northeastern, 2 top 6 kids from a tournament team. Really cerebral, fun players to watch, both going to Toronto's development camp. And then the goalie that we brought in from Northeastern is dynamite. His name's TJ Semptimphelter.
What?
It's a mouthful.
Semptimphelter.
I'll have to get used to that.
Wow, that's going to
He's
look good on a
also
jersey.
going to Toronto's development camp. And he's an unbelievable goalie. He was very good for Northeastern last year, and he has 3 years of eligibility. So those 5, we return, obviously, Josh Doan, who's an unbelievable player, and he's just going to get better and better. Matthew Copperud, we return, who led the country in power play goals and was 3rd in the country in goals scored, and a slew of other kids that we're really excited about. So the talent is there. We expect to compete and win every time we take the ice, and we're looking to hopefully back that up.
Well, we're going to get back to the draft for just a second, because we've had a few picks roll by. Do you want to give an update?
Yeah.
Your Buffalo Sabres were on the clock.
They were on the clock. Who do they take?
They are next.
They're next. Okay. Do you pay much attention to the NHL? Like, are you paying attention to the draft? Are you surprised by how the first 3 picks? You surprised?
I mean, obviously, I think a lot of people are surprised that Wright fell to 4, and he's a hell of a player. But what the Coyotes did, I agree with. I think the shock was who New Jersey took. That early, but they must really like him and need D. But that kid, the Slovakian kid that went 1 overall, he is unbelievable.
Juraj Slafkovsky,
he is an unbelievable player. He was met amongst boys in the Olympics and hell of a player. So yeah, this has been interesting so far.
Yeah. So since the last time we talked about the picks, we've had Columbus draft David Jiricek, the Blackhawks draft Kevin Korchinski, and the Red Wings draft Marco Kasper, and then the Sabres are about to be on the clock. Who is there anybody that is kind of a prospect in this draft that you think probably is rated a little too low, or you think might surprise some people once they end up on an NHL roster?
I'm a sucker for the college guys, obviously, but and there's so many college guys. You look at like Adam Fox went in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
Kids, that's the kind of development that you get in college, where a kid that skilled and that talented falls to the 3rd round because of his size maybe, and then he goes to Harvard and gets bigger and stronger. I think there's a lot of kids just like that. Maybe not Adam Fox caliber, but the list is long of college kids that I think are going to turn into really good pros.
And that's what I think this draft is. I think this draft is one of those drafts that there are a lot of good players in this draft. Not a lot of great players, a lot of good players. And I think that one of the advantages of the Coyote fans right now is when you're looking at those picks later in this draft, in the first round, 27 and 32, I still think they're going to be very good hockey players at 27 and 32. You brought up an Adam Fox, a guy that develops later, and that's why I keep talking about college hockey, and I'm such a proponent of college hockey, is because it's a different development path. I think if you play juniors, you're looking at it's mimicking the NHL style, the schedule. You're playing a lot of games. You're not practicing as much. You're not in the classroom as much. You're not maturing as a person as much, if that makes sense. Like when you go to junior, you stay at ability. You go to a college program, you got to get your power turned on. Like you got to go to class. You got to make deadlines. Like it's a different maturation process. And it's funny because going to an Arizona Coyotes training camp, you could tell who the college kids were. When you put them in the gym, when you put them on the ice, they were better practice players. They understood drills quicker. They knew drills better. They knew how to work out in the gym better. They were more prepared when they went to the meal room on what to eat properly. It was just, I'm a huge college guy. And when you say that Logan Cooley is going to a university and a Big Ten school, I think that's a big deal. I think that development path for him is a big deal. And I think that's great for Coyote fans as you start to look ahead.
He's going to a hell of a program with a hell of a coach and one that just went to the Frozen Four last year. He's going to probably play with Matty Nice, another Arizona product, and there's no shortage of talent that Logan's going to be surrounded with at Minnesota.
Well, we got to get tickets. Could we get press passes for that?
We should.
I don't know. We got to figure out a way. Because I'm all out of Craig. Craig will be there. Where is Craig? Is Craig going to talk to us on the show?
Last time we heard from them, they were planning on talking to Logan Cooley. They were going to talk to Logan Cooley on the floor, so we should hear from them relatively soon. Do you think there's any kind of stigma or anything when it comes to college players? Like, obviously, you said that you think that the college is the best route, but do you think the rest of the world realizes that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they couldn't. Right now, I think it's exactly 34% of the league is made up of college players. So just over a third of the NHL played college hockey. So that's pretty good. That's the highest it's ever been. And I think it's just going to continue to grow. We're seeing more schools starting to add Division I hockey. It's just such a better option, in my opinion, for all the reasons we've discussed. And you look at Clayton Keller, went to BU. You look at, obviously now we have Logan Cooley, Josh Doan. I mean, Coyotes are going to be full of high-end players that developed in college. And I think, locally, Coyote fans are going to understand how great college hockey is.
Well, is it time to do another first-round flashback pretty soon, Emma?
I think it is just about that time. We do have Mikkel Boedker, I believe. But Coach Powers, I can't thank you enough for joining us. I know you'll be around, so we might talk to you a little bit later. But yeah, thank you for hopping on.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
All right, and then like I said, we're gonna take a flashback at a conversation we had with Mikkel Boedker.
So I remember that at that stage, I think it was Vancouver at 10 was the lowest that my agent said that I would go, because they knew that if I was available, Vancouver was going to take me.
Can take you.
But we met with the Islanders, and I think they were picking 9th, and they were going to take me. So we knew that it was in that spot. But after Columbus went, and after Nashville went, I think my agents, they kind of tapped me on my shoulder and kind of was like, for some reason, people know before. It's not a surprise to the insiders and everybody, right? Like, I don't know if the draft list goes out way before the kids get to know it, but they kind of tapped me on the shoulder and was like, all right, we think you were up now. And then Mr. Gretzky gets up there, and that was just surreal that he gets to call my name of all the names, cool at the same time as an honor. And I think that was just the coolest thing of the whole thing, that he called my name and he pronounced it right. And it was perfect. Yeah, it was perfect.
So we welcome Rudo back. We heard there from Boedker about what it was like to kind of hear his name called. Matthew Savoy is rocking. Okay, I was a little confused with what was happening. The Sabres just drafted Matthew Savoy, for the record. He's rocking one hell of a suit. Got this weird marble pattern going on the back of his vest. But yeah, that is a wild.
But we are going to catch up
it.
on a few picks that came in while Rudo was away and while Coach Greg Powers was on the show. We talked about Korchinski. This is one for me. Like, Korchinski's not a top 10 pick.
No, I love that pick. I'm in love with that pick. I think it's a great pick to go Korchinski there. It's bold, but I think he has the potential to be the best offensive defenseman in the class. So,
see, and that's why you're here, Rudo.
But I mean, that is just a microcosm of what this draft has been. No one agrees on anything.
Well, and look, Chicago's in a situation where they can give that kid time because they're not going anywhere in the next couple of years, and they know it. So they can say, look, go develop for 3 years. Come to us when you actually know how to play defense, and you can still do the offensive stuff, and then you'll be a player.
If we have any people from CHGO listening, I'm thinking they're a much bigger fan of you right now, Rudo, than they are of PD. But yeah, so like I said earlier, we had Columbus draft David Juracek, Kevin Kaczynski go to Chicago, Marco Kasper to the Red Wings, and then Matthew Savoy to the Buffalo Sabres.
See, Kasper to me was an interesting one. Our draft experts, a lot of them said Kasper stock was rising as this draft went on. And I think that was a name that I thought Coyotes fans should know. Unfortunately, I didn't think he was going to fall that far. Like, Bob McKenzie had him ended up in his top 10, so you knew he was going to go. He's a big centerman. I think he's a guy that I'm not surprised to see go in the top 10, but it's another one of those skilled, bigger centermen. So I think that made sense to me in the top 10.
Yeah, and Bob McKenzie, he described Kasper as someone that has more offensive upside than he gets credit for. And yeah, like you said, he ended up in the Bob Father's top 10.
If you want to get one pick in the first round right every year, find the top Swede in the draft, mock him to Detroit. Works every time.
Fair enough. And the moment that we've all been waiting for. I know a lot of people were excited about, who the Coyotes were going to draft at 3, with all of that, blah blah blah. But we all know that people were really here for the long-awaited rival of the one and only Craig Morgan, live from Montreal. Craig, we have Craig, right? He's with us.
I'm here, guys.
Oh, Craig, how are we doing?
We're great. We actually made it to Montreal, so that was a good start for this trip.
You're not in Minneapolis. First question, what the hell?
I'm not surprised, to be honest. What's funny is the way the first 2 picks played out, I think was exactly the scenario that Bill Armstrong was hoping for. A lot of people thought Slafkovsky was going to go number 1, but I think Bill was hoping that a defenseman might sneak in there at number 2, whether it was New Jersey or another team jumping in, and that would give them a choice of forwards. But as it turned out, I wrote a story on Logan Cooley almost 2 months ago because I got the sense that the Coyotes were really interested in him. Chris Peters, of course, was on this show telling us that he was the most dynamic player in the draft, and that's what the Coyotes saw in him. So they got a center. Well, obviously, we have to wait and see for several years. He's going to go to college first. But we'll see how this plays out. They think that they got a dynamic playmaking center.
Craig, one thing for me, being in Montreal, we talked about this at the Bell Center, Centre Bell, what the crowd was going to be like if they did not pick Shane Wright. What was that moment like in the building when they went in a different direction?
It was brutal. It was brutal, to be honest. They booed, they jeered, they didn't like the pick at all. And I heard a bunch of people saying this ahead of time, that there was going to be a lot of pressure on the Canadiens to take Shane Wright because he's not necessarily a local kid, but he played nearby in Kingston. He's a Canadian, and he had been, the presumptive number 1 overall pick for so long that I think a lot of people had their hearts and minds set on him. It's a tough moment for Juraj Slafkovsky to step on the stage in this moment of his life and have the crowd booing the pick. At least when he got up on stage, they were gracious to him, but the initial reaction was rough.
Did you have any kind of insight into how, in love the Coyotes front office is with Cooley? Was it obviously there was a question, but was it clear that if Cooley and Wright were both there, they were taking Cooley, or was it kind of a toss-up for them?
Yeah, I want to ask them about that because I got the sense, when I talked to Derek Landowski a little earlier, they were pretty high on Shane Wright earlier in the scouting process. But as we've seen with a bunch of teams and a bunch of the reports recently, Wright was dropping a bit on board. There were some concerns, not only about the year that he had in the NHL, which was a bad year. He just didn't wow anybody, and there was concern about his ceiling. Was he close to his ceiling at this point? I think it was Corey Proman, Petey, when he was on our show, said there's nothing that really excites you about his game. He does a lot of things really well, but he's just not an exciting player. Is he that number 1 overall pick? Clearly, 3 teams did not think so because they all passed on him, and he dropped to 4 with Seattle.
Yeah, I think, Craig, at least here, it was interesting to see as it became a Wright-Cooley battle. We talked about the skill level, and I think you talk about Shane Wright being that 200-foot player and the most dynamic, maybe Logan Cooley. And again, is this going to be the hindsight moment 4 years from now? Is this the Strome-Marner conversation 4 years from now? And all I can say is, let's hope not.
Petey, you're going negative on me already. Buddy, I got to tell you, by the way, I'm about...
I said it was the right guy with the highest bar and the most skill in this draft was Logan Cooley.
Yeah. And that's the way they feel. We haven't had a chance to talk to Bill Armstrong or Daryl Plendowski. That won't happen until after the first round is over, but clearly that's what they thought as well. I needed to point out to you, Petey, though, that I'm sitting about 50 yards from where they're dispensing the hot dogs, and everybody has already had 2 of them.
Has Leah had a Shane show yet?
Leah has had a Shane show, yes, and she liked it, I believe.
By the way,
Leah's standing right here.
Are you heading back to the airport soon to get ready to board your flight back home? No?
Buddy.
Not yet.
Buddy. Too soon. Too soon.
Too soon. Too soon.
Are there any expectations of fireworks left at this draft for Arizona, or is it just make the picks and go forward?
Well, it's hard to tell what's going to happen with Jakob Chychrun at this point. When I spoke to Bill Armstrong before the draft, just a couple days before the draft, he said that they're going to have those conversations. The draft open to having those conversations after the draft itself. They'll entertain offers, but as we've seen in the past, this is usually the time where those sorts of deals get done. You know, nothing moves GMs quite like deadlines, and the draft creates one of those artificial deadlines. But who knows, you know, as we get closer to camp, maybe teams will identify that as a need. I guess I'm just a little surprised that nothing's happened yet with Jakob Chychrun, given all the chatter, but we do know that there was such a high asking price for Jakob Chychrun, and Bill Armstrong wasn't going to budge off of that, so maybe that just scared a lot of teams off. He didn't have the best season last year. He wasn't anywhere near the player he was the season before. So it's tough, I guess, to ask for that price. And I'm sure teams had some reservations based on his play last season.
A quick update: the Anaheim Ducks drafted Pavel Mintyukov, the Russian defenseman. We played in the OHL though, so he's not coming from the K. Is there obviously there were reports earlier from TSN that the Devils were listening to offers for the second pick. Coyotes were listening to the offers for the third pick. Do you think there was any real chance that either the Coyotes traded up into 2, or that they traded out of 3? Do you think there was any real chance that there was going to be any movement in that top 3?
I didn't think that they were going to trade out of. I didn't think they were going to trade up. Honestly, I thought there was a possibility, depending on what happened before them, that. The Coyotes just traded up.
The
Coyotes just traded up to pick 11.
Have traded up.
Yes. What I was going to say was that there was, as I mentioned in my story, there was a possibility that they would package some of those lower picks to move up in this draft. So that's exactly what they've done, and now I'm going to hop off and go find out what's happening.
So you go do your reporter things. We'll get you, the people, some more details on the trade. Thank you for joining us, Craig. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
Wow. So the Coyotes are moving up.
So the Coyotes are apparently moving up. I'm going to work on trying to find some details on what that trade actually is. But
ask for fireworks and you get them.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Craig curse. Craig says nothing is going to happen, and what happens? What happened?
They're on the clock.
The Arizona Coyotes are on the clock. So the Arizona Coyotes traded up into the 11th overall pick. Interested to see what they traded away and if that involves Jakob Chychrun. Like I said, I'm going to work on trying to get you more information on what that trade is. Are you surprised by that? Like, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This entire draft has been nothing but surprises.
So who are they targeting here? Because we just saw a run on defensemen kind of happen. Korchinski's gone. Mintyukov just went.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they're going to... I don't know. I wonder if this is where they go for the size. So the Arizona Coyotes got the 11th pick from the Sharks. They traded away picks 27, 34, and 45. So
they kept 32.
So they kept 32, so they will still have a pick near the end of this draft. But a lot of those picks, we talked about them having the most picks historically in the first 45 in NHL history. That is no longer. They traded away 3 of those late picks.
When you have that many picks from 27 to 45, this was always a chance of something that could happen for the Arizona Coyotes. But to move up into 11 and have 2 picks in the top 11?
To give up 3 picks like that, there's someone they really want right here.
Yeah, and interestingly, the Sharks literally a couple days ago just hired a new GM, Mike Briere, former Buffalo Sabre and brother of the Miami Dolphins GM. Fun fact. So this is a big first move.
So you look at the guys that are in the top 10 that are still that. Joakim Kemmel's a guy. Jan Lekkerimäki's another guy that are top 10 picks that are still available later than they were expected. I would expect one of these two. When you talk about Joakim Kemmel, who went as high as being 3rd in some preseason polls, I'd look for Kemmel's another centerman. What do we got? He's 5'10", 185. He's a right winger. Sorry, I thought he was a centerman.
Yeah, I was going to say, you take Kemmel and Guenther and put 2 absolute guys who can laser beam the puck on the lineup.
Yeah, he's a goal scorer. Joakim Kemmel's a goal scorer, can beat a goaltender clean from the top of the circle. I don't think the Coyotes thought he'd be available this late. Even we talked about pre-draft predictions. He'd be a number 7 pick coming in. To have him available at 11, my guess is they're going to go to Joakim Kemmel.
So the pick is in. Obviously, it's going to take a few moments for us to actually get that pick.
Wow. So that's what Petey said, so it's not going to be Kemmel.
Yeah, so it's not going to exactly. Almost bet the house that it's not going to be Kemmel. It is very interesting. I mean, this is, I feel like, what the Suns wish had happened. Right?
Wow.
They sat through that entire draft and had no picks. Obviously,
picks? Like none?
No, the Suns had no picks.
They shouldn't have to show up.
The Avs don't. When do the Avs have their first pick?
It's the 6th.
6th round. 6th. Oh, my.
Yikes. Could you imagine if we were sitting here doing this show with no picks?
No.
Well, I guess I'd probably be behind the Mac, and Craig and Leah would be over here.
And we'd be ordering more beer, probably.
Yeah, that's very true. Which
we
didn't have to get on at some point.
Connor was delicious.
Yeah, they were very
It's gone
good.
now, though.
Yeah,
Conor Geekie is another guy.
We're going to have to work and get more. But
if they pick Geekie, I'm going to love the Arizona Coyotes.
Like Conor Geekie's another guy that they've got in the top 12.
And this is more of Bill Armstrong's. He's 6'4". He's a big guy.
Yeah, maybe it's Conor Geekie, too.
Or 6'3", yeah, 6'4", 6'3".
6'4",
high skill level. He can make plays. He can shoot it well, according to Corey Brahman.
So maybe
I don't know. We'll see. Yeah.
So Conor Geekie, I'm going Conor Geekie or Joakim Kemmel.
Yeah,
on this pick with the Coyotes. Wow.
We'll see.
Wow.
I know Leah and Craig are heading back to the floor.
Down fast
yeah,
enough.
I know. He was trying to get out of that. Couldn't even say bye.
I've got people texting me from the draft.
And we're actually talking about the Avalanche here. Their history of draft picks. And we have some information.
That's
we
rumor.
have rumors. So
someone
we'll
on the
see.
draft floor has said they think they know who it is.
So we'll see.
Well,
but
hold on and wait.
I mean, yeah. So we'll see who it is. Obviously, we don't want to get anybody's hopes up or down if unnecessarily.
Well, they're not hopes. We're talking about a guy these are guys. Whoever you're picking at 11, these are guys that are still on the board at 11 that are top 10 picks, top 10 projected. There are still center icemen available. We've talked about this team trying to build from the middle of the ice out. So we're talking about them trying to build through the centerman. And here they're coming up to the podium again at 11.
Did not expect to see them this early, but like Rudo said, ask for fireworks and you shall receive.
They just wanted to show off their matching suits again.
Yeah, really. This is why the table's so.
Conor Geekie or Joakim Kemmel. That's
I feel like.
And I like Conor Geekie as the big centerman.
Yep, Winnipeg Ice, Conor Geekie. So we got 2 centers here in the lottery of the NHL draft in the first 11 picks.
Wow.
Are you surprised they went center or no?
No, we've talked about them needing to improve from the center ice for years.
I will say, if it comes down to it, I think you can play Geekie on the wing anyway.
Yeah, at his size, at 6'4". I'm literally stunned right now that the Coyotes have 2 picks that were projected in the top of 10 or 11. Like, this is a big pick. This is a big kid.
Yeah.
And he's another skilled kid. He's a guy that can help offensively, but he's also a big guy that can help out in the middle of the ice. To draft 2 players in the top 11 as centermen?
What flow He has some
sick flow.
lettuce.
Sick flow. We talked about this in one of our pre-draft shows. Best salad in the draft. Like, that is sick flow right now for Conor Geekie.
Of course, the Minnesota guy.
Look at that.
This type of player is like my draft bait. Every year I fall in love with a guy like Conor Geekie. A little bit bigger, is going to grow into his body, but more importantly, despite his size, can move the puck very, very well. He helps the teammates around him be better players.
Yeah, and we actually talked to Corey Proman about Geekie, and we have that video, so let's go ahead and play that.
Conor Geekie, he's a 6'3" center with a really high skill level. He can make plays. He can shoot it well. So there's a lot of interesting things there from a pro projection. I mean, the feet, kind of like his brother Morgan, are the one area that he really needs to have some work on in terms of projecting in the National Hockey League. But a guy who's not going to last that long in the draft. He's a lock to be a first rounder. Could even be a high first rounder just because of the size and the skill.
Yeah, so I mean, Proman predicted he could be a high first rounder, and that's exactly what he was. And I feel like we talked about when you have all of those picks, you can kind of, near the end of the draft or the end of the first round, you can kind of get a little adventurous. You're going to hit and miss on some. But I mean, this is really why you have those picks. You get the opportunity to trade up, and you get someone that should hopefully, obviously with this draft, there's not any real surefires, but there's a little more of a safer pick than kind of getting wild at the end of the round.
Yeah, but what you just did as a franchise is 4 or 5 years from now, you've got your first and second line center, or to Rudo's point, if you move Geekie over to the wing, you've established 2 top 6 forwards that already has Dylan Guenther. Most possibly, Keller is still there. Schmaltz is still there. This is the core that you're talking about building. And yes, you had to give up 3 picks to get this pick. But you still have multiple picks coming.
So if you fantasize a couple of years into the future with me a little bit here, you have Guenther firing pucks into the net on one side. You move Geekie to the other wing. You have him feeding pucks to Guenther. And then you have Cooley as the electric talent in the middle.
Yeah. With size.
It's fun. Yeah, and Geekie's size more than makes up for the little bit less that Cooley brings to that line.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said,
wow.
Bill Armstrong looking good on the TV right now. And Columbus is back on the clock for the record, but we talked about it. Those picks later are potentially hit or miss, but this one hopefully is a little bit safer of a bet. And then we joke a lot about the potential of an Austin Matthews returning to the Valley type thing. But I mean, if you want something like that to actually happen, you have to create like an attractive product. But part of that future, of course, is the one and only Josh Doan, who we're going to have on in a few moments.
Yeah, he's home. Breaking news has pushed Josh Doan away a little bit here.
I do see Chet talking about it a little bit. His Geekie's skating is a bit suspect, but it's not the worst in the draft. It's not terrible, especially for someone his size. It does need to improve, sure.
That size and that skill, and you talked about his foot speed, has been a question mark at his size. And again, so now that's going to be the focus for the next 2 years, is getting this kid's foot speed up and getting his feet and his speed better. I honestly, this is going better than I would have expected for the Arizona Coyotes at this point. This is a very good draft day.
You guys are trying really hard to make me like this team with these picks. Trying really hard.
And to bring in someone with a little bit of a vested interest in the future of this Coyotes program, we have current ASU hockey player, Arizona Coyote, Josh Doan. Josh, can you hear us okay?
Oh, can we hear him? Hang on, Jeff.
Oh, okay. I think you might be muted, Josh. So if you have an ability to unmute yourself, we'll always figure that out. I mean, the 2 centers, like I said. Do you think? So like what I'm saying, you have to make it a product that's appealing to the future, whatever future you have there. Obviously, the Avalanche are in a situation where they're a little more. Do you think that's part of it? Like how the free agents play into kind of rebuilding a team? and creating a product. Do you feel like it has to kind of be that the situation where you build something that's attractive for free agents first, and then you get those pieces through free agency?
Yeah, it is part of it for sure. You have to strike a balance as a rebuilding team where you do need to go out and get free agents that make your team better, but you can't go out and put guys in the way of your upcoming prospects. You can't block these guys from having opportunities to move into the lineup and be important pieces for you. And, it goes both ways. We talked about it with Cooley. He's probably going to go to 2 years of college. So you need to fill that gap while he's gone, but you have to time things correctly to where, now Cooley's in the lineup, so you don't need that piece anymore, but it gives you the opportunity to get a better piece elsewhere.
Yeah. And Columbus just drafted Denton Mateychuk from Moose Jaw, a place that I feel like you bring up a lot, Petey.
I know. It's just one of those things. You got to be from Moose Jaw.
But yeah, I mean, I think when we looked at kind of the Avalanche versus the Lightning, they both built their teams in kind of a different mix of free agents and trade assets. What do you think what does their trading up in this situation, what does that signal to you about kind of Bill Armstrong and the rest of the organization's just mindset?
See, for me, it's like Rudo said. There was a guy they identified early that they really wanted, and they were surprised that he was still there. Yeah. And so when you want to trade up, you've got to find a trading partner. You've got somebody that's got to be willing to take those assets. Well, for the San Jose Sharks, they're also in a rebuild mode. They need picks. So now they just got 3 picks in the top 43 for a guy at 11 that they maybe weren't in love with. So this is one of those picks that's a win-win for both teams. And when you make a trade, that's what we want to look for.
All right, and I think we have Josh with us now. Josh, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Josh. Thank you for joining us. First off, what have you been up to since the end of the season? I know you're back home, right?
So we just skated today. Me and a couple of the guys that are from Arizona. They came up with me to Canada this summer, just for a week. So we just finished skating in Sicamous, BC, and then got kind of stuck in traffic on the way home. It was raining pretty hard, but I head home Saturday for development camp and hopefully get to meet some of the new guys.
So, Josh, are you watching the draft very close today? I'm sure you know who the Coyotes picked at number 3, another college player, Logan Cooley, and your coach was just on telling us that he's coming into Arizona as a member of the University of Minnesota Golden Gophers to play against your Sun Devils in November. Do you know Logan Cooley at all? Have you ever played with Logan Cooley? Do you have any experience or knowledge of him as a player?
I've played against him a couple times. We both went to the World Junior Summer Showcase last year. We never ended up being on the same team in a game, so I never got the chance to play with him. But I've been on the other end of a lot of his highlight reels. I think the steel were – I wasn't out for any of them, but the steel were in a couple of his clips and his highlights. So he's quite the player, and he's a guy he's explosive. So when you got a guy that can change a game in a second, that's what you kind of want to pick up and bring to you. So hopefully the weekend he's in Arizona against us, he's not as explosive as he usually is, but I think it's a sick pick, and I'm happy about it.
We just had your coach, Greg Powers, on. And he was saying the exact same thing, and I asked him, so I have to ask you, any plans on getting on the phone and trying to maybe convince him to transfer down to AFC instead of playing in Minnesota?
Yeah, I think along with him, we'll try to convince my buddy Matthew to leave.
Yeah, Matthew Nyes. And they're going to probably be line mates, Nyes and Cooley. Can you imagine that lineup? Oh, good Lord. So Josh, now when you see this, and the Coyotes just traded up to take Conor Geekie at 11, so they've got 2 picks in the top 11. Do you start to think about the future? Do you start to go, hey, we got Dylan Guenther, we've got myself, we've got Logan Cooley, Connor? Do you start to get excited for, I know you've got to keep your mind in the present for ASU, but do you start to think ahead of what could be as an Arizona Coyote?
Yeah, I think what they've done the last couple of years is pretty incredible. I think you're willing to sacrifice a couple picks to get a guy like Geekie. Obviously, what he's done in the WHL last couple of years is impressive. And then Cooley, Dylan's obviously, he's an exceptional player. And you look at last year in the second round, Moser's already playing, and that you go down the depth of Lipkin had 70 points in the USHL this year as a 7th round pick. And all these guys. I've been skating with Mannix and Farinacci, and you look down the list of all these players, and you're starting to get pretty excited about what's to come with the Coyotes. I think they're doing it the right way and being successful in this rebuild. Hopefully they add a couple more pieces in this draft, and I'm sure they'll do that.
And so I have to ask, obviously, I don't know if you got a chance to see the video, but the Coyotes released a video kind of talking about them getting to play at ASU's new stadium. I'm sure we've talked about this before, but what is it like? What does it kind of mean for you to kind of have that team kind of share that building for you? What is that experience going to be like?
Yeah, I think from an ASU player, you love it. You get the opportunity to watch them play, and my apartment next year is a minute walk from the rink. So whenever the Coyotes are playing and I'm home, I'm sure I'll be there to watch them play. And then other teams coming into town, you get to watch the highest players in the world come into town and do their pregame skate and practice. See. I
think we're
a rink with an NHL team. You're getting the highest quality of it.
I think we're breaking up a little bit.
He's back. Hey, Josh, so when are you coming back to the Valley?
I fly out in 2 days back down for development camp.
Development camp starts on Monday, and you'll be on the ice with all of these guys. And we talked about it already. So if you are in town and you want to see all these guys skate together, check out the schedule at ArizonaCoyotes.com, and they'll all be at the Ice Den in Scottsdale, and you get to see Josh Doan, Conor Geekie, Logan Cooley all on the ice together. So we're really excited. Josh, we just want to say thanks again for taking time out of your extremely busy schedule. We appreciate it, and we'll be out at the Ice Den next week to check it all out. Thanks.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
See you, Josh.
Wow. Look at that. How are you not? It's as painful as pack therapy was for an entire 82-game season.
And as painful as it will be next year.
And it probably will be again this year. How are you not excited about this?
Right? Like, I think you look at this now, right? And obviously last year was painful because it was just kind of a little bit of an uncertainty. But you look at it now and you're like, okay, you can clearly see that given the opportunity in the draft, they're making at least what now seems like the right decisions. They're making smart decisions. And that has to give you a little bit of faith and make you a little more comfortable going through another tank, especially if you get an opportunity to get someone like Bedard. Have to update our friends over at CHGO. The Blackhawks just drafted Frank Nazar, another kid from that USA NTDP. But yeah, Josh Doan is I think it's so cool to see kind of someone like that just be a part of this rebuild and be excited about the future.
Look, that's what tonight's all about, right?
Yeah.
It's Christmas in July tonight.
Yes.
Tomorrow you wake up and you talk about all the second, third, fourth, so on picks, and you remember, look, most of these kids are probably 2-3 years away. Some of them aren't going to make it, all that. But tonight you get to pretend that every single one of them is going to be the best they can be. Yep. And that they're going to make the super team in Arizona.
Yeah. I will sit there and say this because I've been at the draft before, and I've sat in the booth with coaches, managers, parents, the kid. When you walk away from this on Saturday morning after all of these 7 rounds are over, there are very few teams that are going to go, gosh, we didn't get our guy, or our guy's not going to play. Everyone, we got our guy. Like, look at our guy. I use a 3rd or 4th or 5th or 6th round pick. He's our guy. Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait 2 or 3 years, and then we'll see if he's your guy. For the Coyotes, they got 2 picks in the top 11 that are both extremely highly touted throughout this whole process. I honestly, I don't remember in the 25 years I've been around that you've been this excited for a draft. And so far, I think they nailed it.
I mean, look, if both of these dudes hit, the Coyotes are competing for the playoffs.
Yep.
It's that simple.
And but what I was going to say is, even if they don't both hit, even if Geekie ends up being a great player and Logan Cooley doesn't, like, you put yourself in a position where that is an obviously not an ideal, but an okay outcome because you have 2 picks in the top 11 and you had a guy that ended up being productive. And I think that's why you make a move like that.
Well, and it's funny because when we talk about hit means different things.
Yeah, for sure.
To me, if you pick 2 players in the top 11, they need to be in your lineup. They need to be a regular, everyday NHL player in that lineup. You can have a guy playing on your 3rd line that is a huge piece of the puzzle getting you over the hump to win a cup. Like, you need those guys too. They just need to be playing.
Have you had this conversation with AJ about what is a bust in the NHL?
No.
So AJ and I tend to agree on this, and we think a lot of fan bases are very, very harsh with their use of the word bust.
Yes, I agree.
In Colorado, it was Tyson Jost for a very, very long time. That dude is an everyday NHLer.
Yep.
Yes, he was picked 10th overall, but he's playing in the NHL every single day. That's not a bust to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. And I think that when we talk about building a team and building a team that's going to make the playoffs and hopefully have some success, you need to have good third-line wingers. You need to have a good fourth-line player that can get on the forecheck. We talked about Tampa Bay a year ago. They win the Cup because their third line was the best third line in hockey. It just is the case that you need to have third- and fourth-line players too. They just need to be able to play. So if both of these players are in your top 12 forwards 4 or 5 years from now, they're everyday players, it's a win for me.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if the team is good enough, like, just because someone is on your third line doesn't necessarily mean they weren't living up to the potential of a top 3 pick or a top 11 pick, right? Like, if you have 2 amazing centers in front of them, then they've got to play somewhere. Like, I think if a team is deep enough, just because someone is down to kind of to your point, Rudo, it doesn't mean they're a bust. It just means, you know, they're playing a role in a good team. And obviously, Coyotes fans, that's kind of what they are hoping for.
Look, once you've played an NHL game, where you got drafted doesn't matter anymore.
Right.
It matters on draft day. It matters about the hype around a prospect, sure. Once you're in the NHL, you're an NHL player. Be the best NHL player you can be, regardless of where you were picked.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you are a career AHLer, like, you are a professional hockey player. Like, it's obviously, again, if you're getting drafted,
0.2%
yeah,
of all
literally, yeah.
hockey
If you're a first round pick, especially as high as the 2 picks that the Coyotes have had, you want them to be more than AHL players, obviously. And I think both of these guys will eventually be. But even if they're just AHL players, the fan base might consider them a bust. But they're telling their kids that they were professional hockey players. Like, that's what I think matters to them. So, you know, it's just a little bit of context and perspective. But while we wait for the Winnipeg Jets to announce their pick, we have another first-round flashback, so why don't we take a look at that?
It is nerve-wracking. I mean, so much emphasis had been on that season, and even the year before, you know, you have people asking about your draft, and you're not even thinking about it, and kind of just it all plays into that one night. But you know, at the end of the day, you're getting drafted to the NHL, and that's a childhood dream, and you just have to be grateful and thankful that you're in that position. And you know, it's a childhood dream, and you know, after the night, you're really just super happy, and you're just ready to keep working. And you know, it's kind of just step one in a long process.
Dylan, what was your reaction when the Coyotes actually selected you?
Yeah, I mean, I was stoked. I was, you know, relieved, excited, and yeah, it was just a whirlwind of emotions. I mean, I honestly can't really tell you. You know, when they were coming up, I had a feeling, just because I had some really good talks with, you know, their regional scouts, and then you know, with more of their staff, kind of the week leading up to the draft. So, you know, I was hoping that they were going to pick me, and I was super happy.
And that's what I see when I see Dylan Guenther and I see the 2 guys that just got picked today. I'm excited for the skill and the speed. We talk about all the teams right now, and you talk about a team like the Boston Bruins, or the Colorado Avalanche, or Tampa Bay Lightning that have those top premier lines. There's a chance that's a top premier line.
It's easy to see how the puzzle pieces fit together.
Yeah, excited for that. Excited to talk to our next guest, head coach for the Tucson Roadrunners, Jay Varady. Jay, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Jay, sorry we pushed you back. It's those darn Coyotes and Bill Armstrong making a trade, and we had to push you back. I know your schedule's tight here. What does this mean in your role when you see these guys' development? Because you're going to be here on the ice with these guys in just a matter of days. What does this do for your excitement level, having 2 top 11 picks?
It's amazing. Like, the ability to pick that high in the draft, 2 incredibly talented players. It's exciting, but really for us, I think you hear a lot of people talking about it. St. Louis talked a little bit about it on the introduction. It's really the start of the process, the draft. You know, it's that first day, and then, you know, there's a couple days and dev camp starts all of a sudden, and boom, everybody's on the ice and here we go. And for us, we're the next step in that process with starting this dev camp and wherever the player's journey goes.
Yeah, so what is that process like, right? You see Logan Cooley get drafted third overall. Are you immediately like kind of diving into the work, looking into the player? Like, what are your next steps with guys, especially guys drafted this early?
Yeah, I think it's different with everybody's role in the organization. With players that are picked that high, who knows what's going to happen. Maybe there's a chance they come into camp and they make the team. Maybe. These are conversations that management's having with their agents and advisors in terms of what their next step is in the process. And I think in terms of what we're looking at is we're just excited to see them in a couple days in dev camp.
So what happens? Walk us through dev camp a little bit. So on Monday, we just had Josh Doan on the show. Josh will be here and on the ice. We know these draft picks that are picking today and tomorrow, they'll be on the ice. So what is the hope and the process for you as a coach to get these players through over the next week?
Yeah, well, it's really an interesting time because you have a really interesting mix of players. You got maybe a first-time player from Europe coming over to North America. A lot of players that are on their entry level that haven't played NHL games will be in camp. So you'll see a few guys that familiar faces, so to speak. Those guys will be in a leadership role. And there'll be brand new players to the Coyotes organization that will be introduced to everybody. Andre and his staff, Bill and his staff, the scouting staff will be there, the development staff, which everybody getting picked right now is going to have lots of communication with over the next little bit as the players go through the process.
So how do you you're bringing in all these different kind of players, like you said, you're bringing in guys that have kind of experienced this dev camp, guys that are coming into the States for one of the first times, guys that have been playing in college, all this kind of stuff. Like, how do you kind of navigate all of that, whether it be the different personalities or the different experience levels? Like, what is your mindset with all of that?
Well, I think it's a real introduction into the Coyotes organization and into pro hockey. And what you're really trying to do is to establish relationships with these players, and no matter what the path is, they're set up for success in the future. You don't ever want a new player to come directly into main training camp or rookie camp for that matter and not really know the environment, know where they're going, know the hotel. All these things are important to help these players become comfortable as they're trying to put on their best version of themselves for main training camp later in the summer.
Jay, I know your schedule's tight here. I just want to say thanks for taking a few minutes. Can't wait for development camp next week and seeing all these guys in action on the ice. We're encouraging everybody here that's at Four Peaks today to go out and stop by the ice stand and check it out. Thanks again. We'll get you back on the air as soon as we can when you get back in town. Travel safe.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Jeff. I mean, it's really cool to kind of see kind of all of the process. There's a lot of different steps in this, right? Like, he mentioned all the people that he gets to meet, right? Like,
what's this though?
I don't know. We got a ton of drinks all of a sudden.
Well, this one's mine. This is the hazy, so that's what I was waiting for.
I don't care what it is, but Rudo, again, it goes back to that DNVR thing, and Rudo's got people buying him drinks. What?
I think you ordered these.
I think there might have been a little bit of a miscommunication. If it's a miscommunication that ends in extra beers, I am not complaining.
Amen to
in
that.
the slightest.
Okay, so now you guys got to carry the show for.
Yeah, so Petey's going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to get to some super chats that we've missed. First, Victor. Well, we don't have any super stickers, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't have to do the voice. You guys are slacking on the super stickers. Come on.
Yeah, so if you want to hear Rudo do a little bit more of his movie voice, send us some super stickers. But Victor with a $19.99 super chat. Congrats, AZ fans. We appreciate it. Miss Truly. How's the beer, Rudo? How is the beer, Rudo?
It's delicious. All of their beers are very, very good. Look, don't get me wrong. Breck Brews are people up in Colorado. Got to rep them. But, Four Peaks for Arizona is a good substitute.
Both a part of the Anheuser-Busch family. Charles Woodall Pike, $5 super chat. The draft just got spicy like atomic wings. That's an inside joke. It ruined my day yesterday, eating some atomic wings because I lost a bet, but it is what it is. And then Miss Truly again with another $10 super chat. I'm excited that the Yotes are excited. Now buy Rudo another stout.
They did.
We got beers galore. And now we're joined by the one and only Espo. why are you here with us as
Well, because Esposito is one of the most trusted names in hockey, and I thought I'd stop by. No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually here. For those of you watching, next time you got to come out here to Four Peaks because we have giveaways, and we're going to do a raffle here. We got 6 winners. So if you're in the building here, listen for your numbers. Come up and meet Max, the man with the broken shoulder, and he will hook you up with your prize pack. First number is 779. Next is 814. 794, 808, 791, and 821. We've got a bunch of different Four Peaks gift cards, Visa gift cards, Coyotes merch in these prize packs. So if you were one of those numbers, come meet Max. We'll hook you up with your prize pack.
Yeah,
but guys, I just want to say, as the highest ranking official from PHNX here tonight, that you guys have done a fantastic job. This has been spectacular so far. I know we got more to go.
We're only halfway done. Buckle up.
And they could trade back in for all we know.
The Canucks just made the 15th overall pick, 15 of 32. So
I don't know if you guys talked about this, but Bill Armstrong did say on ESPN they plan to have Jakob Chychrun as a part of the team next year.
Oh, wow.
So I'm guessing we're not going to see any movement there tonight. He could have been a chip to use to get back in if they had a prospect, but I don't think they're going to use that tonight. So
GMs say a lot of things on TV.
That is true. That is true.
This is true. But how do you guys I think it's smart to go with 2 centers. Because,
I agree. Yeah.
Because you need a good center, and they have none right now. So if you hit on both, great. You got 2 guys for the future. If you hit on one, you need that anyways. You guys think that's the right mindset here?
For sure. I mean, I think the center was the biggest position of need, and it was like you said. That's something I said. Like, if you hit on both, great. But if you hit on one, that's a win. And this is not the draft that we're all waiting for. Like next year is the big one, but this was what you have to do. I think, like Rudo said early, you draft best need, or you draft best available. But I think in this situation, best available was also the best fit. So I'm happy with what they did.
I mean, look, they took 2 swings for superstars. Guys that if they hit, they come into your franchise, and they're dudes that you can build around for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
And that's what's important right now. The Coyotes are entering a building phase of their existence, and they need guys to build around to start it.
Yeah, and it's 2 different kinds of centers, right? You get the smaller guy that's fast and exciting, and then you get a guy that's a little bit more of Bill Armstrong's speed. He's a big center. So I'm happy with it. They got 2 same position, but 2 different players. So.
Yeah, and I'm known as the guy that brings the weird take in PHNX, right?
Okay.
So they got one guy with cool and one guy with geek. It's going to be interesting in the locker
room. Ooh, yeah. The nicknames, hockey nicknames are great. I feel like Geekie is a hockey nickname in and of itself. Like, what do you call Geekie? It's just
I think you got to roll with it.
Right?
Even Cooley sounds like a hockey nickname.
Yeah.
Geek in, maybe.
Geek in. Cools, like you probably get Cools in there a lot. I feel like Petey would be the guy to ask about this, but
I actually feel like the names are reversed though. The big guy is Geeky, and the smaller guy is cool.
Yeah. But I mean, that's hockey for you.
Well, look, I'm going to get out of here because nobody wants to hear these dumb takes. You guys bring the hockey back. If you were one of our winners in the building, come see me and Max, and guys, keep it up. Good luck making it through. We've got enough beer here. I think you'll be all right.
I think we're good.
But if you need some water, let me know.
Sounds good. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's why I feel we already heard some of our winners.
Yeah,
so
they were going off over
there. I mean, it's the loudest I've heard it since they drafted Conor Geekie. Well, it might have been louder. Loudest since they drafted Conor Cooley for sure.
Arizona dropping some bombs on the crowd tonight. Really surprising them.
And a little bit of, I'm sure Petey will want to talk about this later, but a little bit of a tidbit. Bill Armstrong apparently saying on the broadcast that they don't plan on trading Jakob Chychrun. You have to imagine that's more they tried to and they didn't get anything they were really interested in this first round of the draft, and so now they want him to stay.
Look, I mean, he's here and he's a quality hockey player. Yeah. As long as he's here, he's going to go out there and give what he has for what reason doesn't matter. Yeah. He's in Arizona to play the best hockey possible and make this team better ultimately. Yeah. And if he gets traded in a month, in a year, you cross that bridge when you get there. Right now, he's a Coyote.
Yeah, and I mean, it was something that Petey said. Like, he wants to go to a team that's going to win now, but no one that wants him is a team that's going to win now, or no team that's able to get him is a team that's going to win now, right? Like he's not going to a Colorado Avalanche or a Tampa Bay Lightning necessarily.
Yep.
So kind of have to do what kind of rock with what you've got. Like the Coyotes are not the worst situation you could be in. Obviously, they're not winning this year. They're probably not winning the next year after that. But give it a few years, they're going to be in the new stadium. They're going to be at least pushing for playoff contention, and then it might be an exciting thing to be a part of.
Look, it's never fun when you're in it, but I'm a true believer that tanking is part of the natural process of any professional sports team. It's something that everybody has to go through at some point.
I'm from Buffalo. I know that better than anybody.
Is that tanking or just perpetual bad?
That's just being tanking and Buffalo are synonyms. It's infinite. But hey, speaking of which, the Sabres are on the clock right now. We do have a few picks that we've missed, or two at least. The Winnipeg Jets drafted my favorite name in the draft, Rutger McGroarty, from another U.S. national team development program product. And then the Canucks drafted Jonathan.
Yes, can you say that name?
Jonathan Lekkerimäki. Lekkerimäki.
I think it's Lekkerimäki.
Lekkerimäki? That makes sense.
I'm not sure.
That makes sense. The Canucks love their Swedes too, I feel like.
They definitely do. Those two are interesting. McGroarty was a really split take. A lot of people really liked him. A lot of people, including myself, were very wary of him in the first round because he can't skate at all. But he's another power forward type.
Yeah, that was what Chris Peters said. We talked to him about Rutger McGroarty. He said, a high character, high effort, gritty individual, which tends to mean that you're not very, not much skilled necessarily or fast guy. He's not a big guy, not a towering forward. He's 6'1", 204. But like you said, the big drawback for him, Chris Peters said, is his skating. It's not strong. He doesn't have powerful skating. He's not fast, so he's going to have to improve on that. How do you think that's something that? How much do you think can players improve on their skating before they are in between them being drafted and them being an NHL product?
So you can definitely improve on your skating mechanically.
Yeah,
you can do things that make your skating more sound, that make you stronger on your skates, that do make you faster. But it's very, very hard to become more agile. Your body at a certain point is what it is. It can only do what it can do. And it's very hard to get faster in that way. You can work on explosiveness a little bit, but there's a reason Cale Makar is special, because nobody can do the shimmy that he does, right? Yeah. There are some things that you're just kind of born with. And you see a lot of those power forwards. It makes sense. Bigger guys are going to struggle with that. But the modern NHL skating is just so important that it becomes really, really hard to be effective at the rest of the game if your skating doesn't reach a certain level.
And then the Canucks drafted Jonathan, how did you say it, Lekkerimäki?
Lekkerimäki.
And actually, the Sabres just drafted Noah Ostlund, who was also from the same team in Sweden. I'm not going to try it.
Djurgården.
Yeah. Okay. So those are the same team, but we talked to Chris Peters about Lekkerimäki. I probably said Lekkerimäki.
There it is.
Lekkerimäki. He says he's one of the better scorers in the draft, really good hands, offensively gifted. A guy that I think is looking more towards a top 10, top 12 pick, and the Canucks got him at 15. So at least according to Chris Peters, a little bit of value there. And Bob McKenzie said simply he's a scoring winger.
Look,
here he is. He's back.
The most.
Look
at that,
Craig.
So another trade's coming.
Yeah. So Craig's on. So that means another trade.
Craig is on with ketchup chips. Craig, I feel like Craig got confirmation that nothing else is happening, and now he's letting loose a little bit. Craig, how are we doing? The trade obviously kind of took you by surprise. Anything you got for us since then?
Yeah, here's how I'm looking at this, and we hadn't obviously had a chance to talk to Bill Armstrong, Daryl Planowski yet. That won't come at the end of the draft. But you saw the Bob McKenzie quote on Conor Geekie. Called him a top 10 pick all day long. Yep. Well, he wasn't in the top 10. He's a big center who falls out of the top 10. I'm sure the Coyotes looked at that and said, that's a guy worth trading up for, so they moved some of their assets to make that happen. And again, this was a possibility all along. Bill talked about this in that draft primer that I wrote before the draft, that they might package some of those lower picks if there was a player still there that they felt they could move up and grab that would really move this team forward. Centers are a premium position. The Coyotes have needed centers for 2 decades, and they've just landed 2 of them, a big center in Conor Geekie, and then maybe the most dynamic player in the draft in Logan Cooley. So far, so good for the Coyotes, at least, from the outside. We have to wait and see what happens with these guys' development.
Yeah, and another thing that Espo told us, they said on the broadcast, is that Bill Armstrong said that he expects Jakob Chychrun to be on the team next year. Is that at all a surprise to you? Do you think that's more of a product of them listening to offers and not really getting anything they were interested in? Should we not read into that? What's kind of your take on that?
No, I mean, he said that in the story that I wrote before the draft as well, that they fully expect him to be back on the team. But that doesn't mean that, if they get the right offer, they're not going to trade him. That is still a possibility. They're going to listen to that, whether it's at the draft here in the first round, or even, Bill said they could even listen to it, in the weeks to come, which is, to me, less likely because this is where you usually see these sorts of deals. But, again, the asking price for Jakob Chychrun is so high. He's coming off really a subpar season, so I'm sure that's in the back of executives' minds when they're looking at the player and thinking, do we really want to commit these types of assets that Bill Armstrong is asking for this player? We're not sure if he's the guy we thought he was 2 years ago.
So when we talk about trading up, Craig, and we've talked about this today, that it's a rarity to trade up. It's hard to do. You need to find a partner that's willing to do that. And I think, like you said, you look at the San Jose Sharks that are in a similar position to the Coyotes. They're not there. They're not ready to be a playoff team quite yet. And so with a brand new general manager, they're looking at adding those assets. Do you think it was a situation that the Coyotes this is their guy? They had Conor Geekie earmarked early in this, going, hey, if he falls, we've got a dance partner here. We're going to have to move.
Yeah, I absolutely think that those sorts of conversations were happening. He's clearly a guy that they had identified that if he's still there, he's worth moving up. Again, Petey, you and I both know this, how important the center position is to success. I mean, the Coyotes haven't had it. They haven't had a lot of success. But when you look at the Cup winners, Rudo, you got a guy that you can build a franchise around, Nate McKinnon. Those guys, I'm not saying either one of these is of that ilk, but you need center depth. You need quality center depth in this league if you're going to have a chance. The Coyotes just haven't had it for so long, and now you're looking at, and again, a lot of this depends on their development, but now you've got Logan Cooley, you've got Conor Geekie, you've got Barrett Hayton who's coming along, so you've got some players that you can point to and say, okay, we're pretty happy with the potential center depth that we're going to have moving forward. Again, it's going to be a couple of years before we see any of this really realized. Both of these guys are going to go back, and one of them's going to play in college. One of them's probably going to go back to the WHL for another season. So it's down the road that we're going to see the fruits of this labor, but at least they've got some pieces at the center depth chart now to build around.
Is there anything else that you kind of have taken away from the floor? Is there anything else that just about the draft generically that has kind of surprised you, other than maybe how it started?
I didn't think the boos for Gary Bettman could get any louder than I've heard in past drafts, and
wow.
This was, without question, the loudest he's ever been booed. He's developed a sense of humor over the years about it. He said everything's back to normal now because Montreal was being. But this place, I mean, it was really hard to get here, guys. But this place is electric. This is a crazy, crazy environment in which to cover a draft because Canadian fans, and some of you have been here already. Obviously, Petey, if you've been here in Centre Bell. It is a crazy environment, and they definitely brought it for the draft, just like they bring it for the games. What are you celebrating?
Oh, it's
Joe Sakic just won GM of the year.
Joe Sakic is a big surprise there. Here's my surprise face.
How long until Bill Armstrong is winning that award?
Yeah, we'll see.
You mentioned the booing, though, and maybe the Coyotes fans here can answer this question for me if they hear me, but do you think if there's a draft in Arizona, do you think the boos are loud? Do you think they cheer for Gary Bettman for protecting us?
No way. I can't even remember. I wish I could remember the writer who tweeted this years ago that Phoenix is bizarro world because it's the only place where Gary Bettman is cheered and Wayne Gretzky is booed. When they bring the draft to Arizona, and Gary Bettman has promised they will bring a draft to Arizona if the Coyotes get that arena. First of all, I don't know how they're dealing with the heat. I have no idea how people are going to cope with 110-degree heat covering the draft. Beyond that, I think we you can't. You really can't when it gets past a certain point. But yeah, when Bettman gets up on the podium at the draft in Arizona, we're going to hear something very unusual. I think he's probably going to get cheered.
Wow. So Craig, is the drama over for the Arizona Coyotes
Yeah,
fans? Are
yeah.
we picking at 32?
Are there going to be any more fireworks? We say, knowing how it went last time.
Buddy, I don't know. With Bill Armstrong right now, like all bets are off. I have no idea. He's got more ammo. Who knows? They have more second-round picks. I suspect that they're going to want to execute some of those picks now. But if they get another opportunity to move up for a player like Conor Geekie, where they think he's a much higher pick than other teams are evaluating, sure, they can do it again. They still have the assets to do that. They have future assets as well. It's not like this year is the only year of draft picks that they can cash in. So we'll just have to see how it plays out. I'm just hoping, like my colleague standing right next to me, and Lee's going to join here in just a minute, we don't add a 7th round pick at any point in this draft because I don't want to cover the 7th round at all. I want to sleep during that round.
Okay, before we get Leah on, I have to ask, have you heard anything about why they're all wearing matching suits? What's up with that?
They're all new suits, and they did buy them together. Rich Nairn actually told me this, but Rich Nairn and Greg Dillard did not get the suits. The media relations guys were not included in that. They got left out in the cold.
My surprise face on for the second time today. Rich did not get a suit.
All right, Craig, any last things before we get Leah on here?
No, I'll jump back on with you guys, obviously, after the first round is over, assuming the Coyotes hold on and pick at number 32, which they got from the Avs, of course. So I'll jump on again, but I'll give you to Leah now.
Craig, I will say this. You'd be surprised at how many people from the Discord and PHNX members and our fan base are actually here at the Four Peaks Brewery in Tempe on 8th Street. Some great beer specials. Still, we get some great. Do you know it's Christmas in July at Four
some
Peaks?
babies over there, Petey?
It's Christmas in July.
Is Greg Powers still standing up?
No,
he's upright.
He's out trying to get Logan Cooley to transfer and get in the portal.
Which, for the record, in case that any NCAA is listening, we said that. He did not say that. There is no tampering or anything.
Yeah. That was our suggestion.
That's right.
Christmas in July. Anyway, Craig, looking forward to getting back home. Travel safe, I know, and we'll still talk to you many times between now and then. But let's hear what Leah Merrall has to say.
Yeah. I forgot to
sing. All right, boys,
also.
lay off the beer. I'll see you soon.
No. I didn't get to sing Craig's Calls. But yeah, you mentioned kind of the Christmas in July. It is Christmas in July from July 7th to 17th. Four Peaks is partnering with Southwest Human Development to collect school supplies and donations for families in need throughout the valley. And obviously they have a couple of beers that we talked about earlier that are on tap. They're going to have a pumpkin porter. That's going to be on tap. That's not on tap until July 11th.
I like pumpkin. I bought everything.
So do that, and then if you're here in person, $3 wow, $3 kilt lifter pints when you tell the people that you're with PHNX. So take advantage of that. And now we have from her homeland, and she did me a favor of sending me a picture of Sabres draft pick Meg's boy, the one and only. At Leah Merrall, as Petey would say. Leah, how is it going up in Montreal?
Hey, it's beer.
It's beer. It is beer.
It
is beer. Spot the difference.
Me,
Just kidding. It's the same picture.
No, I'm actually very upset. I could use a beer right now, but it's going well. This has been an exhilarating night so far, definitely.
So, I mean, Craig is an experienced veteran, but this is your first draft as a member of the media, right? Like, what has this experience been like for you? Any surprises about the draft experience?
It's been unbelievable, and it's so funny. I thought we literally got here 3 hours in advance. I was thinking we have so much time to do all these things, and it's like sprinting around. I'm going to close all the rings on my Apple Watch doing this, and we haven't gotten a lot of sleep in the last few days. You all know our crazy travel story, but I don't need caffeine when you have the Coyotes trading up in the middle of night one, and Craig is live on a show, and I'm standing behind the camera waving my arms. We gotta go. That's caffeine. That was amazing.
So Leah, you made it there, and we've talked about this. I know, and I hate to digress and bring it to this. Did you have a Shane show yet?
I did.
And
I did. You know what? I was just trying to find the time to eat it, so I ate it in about 30 seconds. I need to eat one maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, overrated. I'll
time.
tell Craig, overrated.
It was like it was fine. It was a hot.
Did you put ketchup
I
on
did put ketchup. I did.
Did Craig vomit when you did that?
Craig was not around, but he was
Leah,
probably getting chills.
Have you had the opportunity to bump shoulders with some of the NHL elite and the media elite over the last 24 hours?
Yes. I think everyone knows by now that we flew with the Stanley Cup and Colorado Avalanche head coach Jared Bednar, but within 10 minutes of leaving our Airbnb this morning, we ran into Gary Bettman on the street. And when I mean on the street, I mean he was just walking by himself, head down. I don't know where he was going, but Craig stopped him because he knows him. So that was cool. So yeah, tons of people, and then obviously being here in the building, being in the media section. If you're, a hockey fan, you know a lot of the national media as well as all the people on the draft floor. I've seen, all the executives, a lot of former players as well. So it's a star-studded event for sure.
So what's next for you tonight, Leah? Like, what's the rest of the draft for you? By the way, we're halfway through the first round, so anybody that said we're done here at 7 was wrong.
It's fine. So we just spoke obviously with Conor Geekie, so some of that video will be coming to you later, as well as Logan Cooley. We got to talk to him as well, and then we're actually going to get a chance to talk to both of those guys individually. So a lot of great exclusive content coming to the show and to our Twitter at PHNX_Coyotes as well. And then we still have pick 32. I mean, they didn't trade it away much. I thought they did at first because we were running and I heard 30, so I thought they did. But we still have pick 32, so we got that to look forward to, ending off the draft with a bang. So more to come.
So still a busy day for you.
Still very busy. It's probably going to be another 5-hour sleep tonight.
And I said this to Craig, and I wish you could see the people that are here at Four Peaks that are in our Discord every day. Like we talked about Spencer, who flew in from Denver here, so I got to meet Spencer early.
We still have shots to take.
I know we still have shots.
We might have to end the show with it, or I don't know. We'll see
Spencer
when we
shots.
gotta take
We have
them.
shots. But you'd be honestly, Leah, this is something that, for how hard it was to do pack therapy 1 through 82, and there's nights that were really, really long for us. This is fun. Like to see all these people here and Cody Coyote throughout the bar here. It's really cool. So I know you're having a great time there, but I wish you could hear and see this.
I know. I really wish I was at the bar. You guys have done such a great job. I've read tweets and texts, and it sounds like an amazing atmosphere. I do want to say we did go to Tim Hortons today.
Yes,
and we ran into a Coyote. We ran into a Coyotes fan and someone we know on Twitter, so won't reveal their identity. But we ran into them, and we've seen multiple Coyotes fans walking around. So I don't know why the Montreal Canadiens fans keep booing the Arizona Coyotes every time they're on the clock. And they booed Xavier Gutierrez when he thanked ASU and the city of Tempe. Not sure why. It doesn't really have anything to do with them unless there's some Quebec fans here.
Yeah.
But
yeah, they thought they were going to get an in-Providence rival.
Well, Leah, thanks for everything you're doing. We really, really appreciate it. We can't wait till you dial in again. Send us your videos, send us your interviews, and good Lord knows, Shawn and I will still be sitting here because
but you have your Four Peaks.
I do.
You got your Four Peaks.
Real quick, I do want to ask you, like, what are your thoughts on the picks, like and the trades, like the Geekie, Cooley, obviously, and Geekie? Like, what were your thoughts on kind of the trade up and getting two centers that early?
So, I mean, I was shook is the only word I can think to describe it when Shane Wright was still available at 3. And knowing that the Coyotes had that choice, it kind of gave me more confidence in the pick that they still went with Cooley. We've heard amazing things from all of the draft experts on Logan Cooley. And then as far as Conor Geekie, and I heard Craig telling you guys, but Bob McKenzie sees him as a top 10 player possibly. So I think that's a really exciting pick. I think it's really exciting that the Coyotes are drafting centers. It's what we've needed forever for this team. And also just talking to both of them, really great guys. And Conor Geekie seems like he's really funny. So really excited to get to know both of them better here in the coming months and years.
Anything else before we let you go and get back on the draft floor in case they end up trading up or something crazy again?
Nothing else from me, but we'll be back later and look forward to a lot of great video from the newest members of the Arizona Coyotes and shout out to everyone there at Four Peaks. Wish I was there, but lots of great content coming your way.
There's some wooing going on in the background. I know you can't hear it, but there are some woos going on for Leah Merrall. Leah, we do miss you here, and definitely promise to travel safe and a little faster on the way home. Although
I'm walking home.
And I did tell you this, Leah. I did tell you this. One of the things about travel stories like that absolutely suck when you're in the middle of them. Horrifically bad. But they become some of the best stories years from now. So I know it was painful. I know it was miserable. But that is going to make this story so much better of your first draft for PHNX. So I know it's bad.
Absolutely.
Great stories.
Appreciate you so much, Leah. Have fun back on the floor in Montreal, Centre Bell.
Centre Bell. Bonjour.
I will. Thank you, guys. I'll talk to you later. Bonsoir.
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 He's got some pretty decent French over here.
Yeah, that's literally so I traveled with the team for a long time, and that's all I did. Like I'd walk down the street, no lie, I'd walk down, bonjour, au revoir. Like walk into a restaurant, and people like hated me because that's all I said. Like whoever I'd be walking
they just start
with,
talking to you.
Yeah, bonjour, au revoir.
Yeah, I went to Montreal
Bonsoir.
one time, and it was terrifying.
It is an absolutely beautiful city.
It is
one of my favorites.
It is, yeah. But speaking French is terrifying. Any chance that the PHNX people can come say hi to the people who got seated further away here at Four Peaks? I haven't been able to see nor hear the PHNX people. We'll definitely come roam around after the show. Once the draft is over, we will have a little bit of a break, and then we'll definitely come around to see people. But we'll definitely cycle through and come see.
Well, wait, so I will say this, because it's not like me to complain. Rudo, see, I complain a lot. That's kind of what I do. I will say this. Somebody said that this was going to go from 4 until 7. 3 hours. It's going to be 3 hours. Somebody said 3 hours.
No shot.
We're at 2.5.
It was going till 8 minimum.
And we're at number 19. Unless they start wrapping these off every minute, we're here for a while.
We're going to be here for a minute, and it's unfortunate because Shane and Espo have a flight to catch because they're going up to Las Vegas for the NBA Summer League. Yeah, they're both leaving tonight. I think they're on the same flight.
So what is it? Yeah, I don't want to get into basketball too much, but what the hell is Summer League? Like, what is that?
It's preseason, basically. It's like it's like development camp. It's like development camp, but you play other teams. It's like,
you know how all the hockey players go play in like the beauty league or like 3-on-3 ice? It's that. Yeah.
Okay. Because I know it's like we talked about, like Devin Booker's not playing in the Summer League in Vegas.
But I mean, I don't know if they do it out here, but I know the Sabres, that you would do a thing where they would get like a few teams to come to Buffalo or whatever, and they would have like kind of like a mini like tournament. They'd play a few games against each other with all of the prospects.
Okay, just check it.
That's basically what the Summer League is.
I don't know what Summer League is. I don't get it. I'm not a basketball guy.
So we've had a couple of picks come through.
The Deef's got to go.
The Deef has to go later tonight.
Can we call Bettman
to hurry it up?
Yeah, let's go.
I mean, it would be nice if he heard it up. By the way,
he's got to fly.
I'm surprised that Bettman is gutsy enough to walk around the streets of Montreal with no security or anything. I feel like
I ran into. Did you hear my Gary Bettman story from the Stanley Cup Finals?
No,
I don't think so.
So I got in the hotel we stayed at in Tampa Bay was right next to Amalie Arena. The Colorado Avalanche stayed there. The New York Yankees were there, and Gary Bettman was there.
Wow!
And I got in an elevator with Gary Bettman.
Oh, wow.
And as I am wanted to do, I introduced myself as the former video coach of the Arizona Coyotes, and I said, something you don't hear very often, Gary, but I just wanted to thank you. And I appreciate everything you did to keep this franchise in Arizona. And he was stunned. And his wife was with him, and I said, we should put up a statue for you in front of the new ASU building. And his wife's like, no, don't do that. So she nixed the statue because she thought someone might deface the Gary Bettman statue in front of ASU Arena.
Yeah. So to go over a couple of picks that we missed, the most recent pick, the Dallas Stars drafted Leon Bichelle, which Rudo doesn't like. He's a D-man from
gigantic defensive
Czechia.
D.
6'6".
Exceptionally physical as well, but I don't know if there's any offense at all there, to be honest.
You know what's
with
funny?
you.
First of all, there's my kid. There's my son's here.
There you go.
So one of the things that we talked about in the draft show, and this is what I did not get about the PHNX draft show, is that this is focused on the Arizona Coyotes.
Yeah.
They got that guy, HK. Like, do we K? We don't K. HK.
I don't know. I mean, it's they're going to be playing them eventually. It's all got kind of far-reaching impacts, but a pick that I know we were all kind of waiting to see when it would happen. Hakeem Kemmel. Hakeem, right? Joakim? I don't know.
Joakim. I thought we were going with Joakim.
Joakim Phoenix? No, Kemmel.
Can you say that?
See, Petey, the thing is, you have to care about these picks because you're in the Central now.
I know.
These are dudes you're going to have to play against.
Opponents. But we don't care yet because, by the way, in the Central Division, and by the time the Coyotes are relevant, they're going to be playing in the Atlantic. I'm convinced they're going to be playing in the
reorganization.
For sure. They're going to be playing the Rangers in the Metro. It's going to be the Coyotes, and in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Rangers and the Coyotes.
USC and UCLA are in the Big Ten. Anything's possible. But yeah, Kemmel going to the Nashville Predators. Thoughts on that pick?
Look, I hate to see a great shooter go to Nashville.
Fair.
These guys are weird. When you pick really good shooters, there's one skill that transfers almost guaranteed from any level to the NHL. It's shooting. If a dude shoots a puck 98 miles an hour, that beats NHL goaltenders just as well as it beats any other league.
It's funny because we talked about Kemmel at maybe the Coyotes at 11. I talked to his guy that I thought was going up in the draft. And I thought he might be a top 10, and now he's 17. I think it's a good pick at 17. I really like Kemmel, and you're right. At the Central, it's one of those things right now where you talk about the Central Division. Maybe 2 years ago, I thought it was the Winnipeg Jets were on the rise. I think they're on the decline. I think Colorado Avalanche are still the solid, like that. Yep, that's the premier team in the Central. Minnesota Wild are still on their way up.
They have the cap issues now, though.
And goaltending issues still. I don't love their goaltending.
Well, they did
St.
sign
Louis,
Matt, but
they signed who?
Fleury.
Oh, they did sign him today?
Yeah.
Why didn't anybody tell me this? Where's our news division? Okay, so the St. Louis Blues is another team on the way up. Nashville is one I thought was on the way down.
They're so dependent on Saros right now.
They are.
It's tough.
Yeah, and you saw in the playoffs without Saros, that team is just a different team. Yep. So I think the Coyotes, the Coyotes, unfortunately, are still behind Chicago. They're still behind Nashville. The Coyotes are still going to be towards the bottom of this
Chicago's
division.
doing their best to blow it up today.
And did DeBrincat get traded?
Yeah.
To?
I don't remember.
See, this is how dialed we are in
Ottawa.
Oh, yeah. See, and I'm a big DeBrincat fan, and you lost Kirby Dach.
Yep.
Now what? So you're right. They're going to be a team that's going to be, and that's why we said this before about the Arizona Coyotes. Maybe they're not a team that's 32nd, 31st, 30th next year. Maybe they're not. And if Veggie has the year that we've seen him play, if he gets more consistency to his game, if you see Jacob Chikrin return and get back to what he was 2 years ago, maybe this team is better than what they were this season. Maybe they're not 28 to 32. But if you want Connor Bedard, you have to hope that this is a bad hockey team.
Yeah. So why don't we take this time to go to another first-round flashback real quick? Let's see who the Minnesota Wild are announcing their pick as we were just talking about them. So let's see who that is real quick before we head over there. Of course, they're going to take their time. Yeah,
you know how it is.
I know. And their selection
they selected Liam Ogren, another kid from Djurgården.
It's the Euro run. The Euro run
has 3 of the last 5 picks from Djurgården.
Yeah, so go out Djurgården. But now let's go to a first-round flashback, a conversation that we had with Martin Hanzel.
When I got drafted by Coyotes, I walked up to the stage. They gave me the jersey. I took pictures. Then we walked back in the backstage, and I can't remember who that was. I think it could have been Mike Barnett. Gave me the phone, and he's like, "Oh, this is Wayne Gretzky. You can talk to him. He wants to talk to you." I was like, "Well, I don't speak English." So.
Great.
And I think I was on the phone for maybe a minute and a half, and I was just knocking my head, saying yes, okay. I had no idea what he said, but I think he was just saying welcome to Phoenix, and I can't remember because I had no English.
But that's something I never even thought about is like a kid from Europe getting a call from someone like the GM and just literally not knowing what's going on. Like he said, he didn't even speak English, so he was just kind of nodding his head.
Just like cool. Who do I play for? What?
Yeah, right. And then you think about especially again being from Buffalo, and someone's like, "Oh, you've been drafted by the Buffalo Sabres." Okay, where is that? New York. Oh, okay, cool. And then they get there and they're like, "Where's the Statue of Liberty?
Oh no,
where's the Empire State Building? Why is it so cold?" Like, and so that's an interesting dynamic. You think about like kind of like your life has changed just because you drafted in the NFL, but then B, it's like, oh, you got a phone call and now you live in the United States. That's a dynamic that I can't even imagine.
It is super crazy. Like obviously Canada, it's not that bad, right? You're just coming across the border. It's right there. For these European kids, all of them know going into the night that like over the next 2 years, they're probably about to fly across an ocean.
Yeah.
Know nobody in this entire country and go play hockey for the next couple of years. It's really an interesting dynamic because on the one hand, European kids often get to play professional hockey. They get to play against men, which is an advantage in the draft. But at the same time, the disadvantage is that culture shock that you can get, knowing that kid has to come over to the United States. So it does make a very, very big difference. It's just one more thing on the million things you have to gauge when you're going into a draft.
Which makes it even more impressive, in my opinion, when you see young, successful European players. Like, just on a personal level, they are dealing with the transition of coming to the United States. But we have some super chats that we've missed, so let's get to those. First, Pinking 554. Someone needs to sneak up on Rudo and dump water on him. You have enemies out here?
Nah, so anytime an ad would score a hat trick, I would dump water on myself as a bit. But honestly, with how hot it is here, I'd take it.
I honestly would take it a little bit
too.
Give
me the water dump.
It wouldn't be too bad. And then Miss Truly with another super chat. Miss Truly, I appreciate you so much. You've been going off in this chat. I'm excited that the Yotes are excited. Oh, wait. This is one that we had earlier. Yeah. I'm excited that the Yotes are excited.
All right.
Now buy Rudo another stout, which means I have to buy you another stout.
Nope. I got what are these?
I guess we're doing shots.
Are these just straight
tequila shots?
Oh, God.
I didn't realize I had a tequila shot here that one of our fans had brought us, so I thought that's what I was going to do. But then now you have been roped into this.
Do we have like salt? I need my training wheels.
Yeah. Do we have salt, Shane? Emma, can you ask Shane if we can get salt? Rudo's asking for salt.
I need training wheels here.
So we'll get to that in a second. I'm not going to complain about some salt. But that's where we are in this draft. We're at pick 20. I actually didn't even realize that we were that late. The Washington Capitals are up to pick. Are you at all sad that the Avs haven't done anything yet? Or are you
I expected it. Look, Joe Sakic got to take his award and walk off the stage and be done for today. They're taking the day off.
Yeah, you were like, why do they even have to be there? And that's why they were there. Still in that award.
They should get to like just have the Stanley Cup at their table.
That would be
a
tremendous flex. As Shane brings us our salt. And we're going to do tequila shots. Oh, my God. What if I throw up live on YouTube? Like, do we get, like...
Nah, you wouldn't be the first.
Fair. But, like, is the show going to get taken off? Like,
no.
That would be really bad. Petey's going to come back and he's not going to have a chair. I'll use it as a target. All right.
Okay. I'm ready.
Oh, my God. Petey's coming back, and he's coming back at the worst possible time. Because we're about to do tequila shots, Petey.
You want to do mine?
What am I doing?
Do you need a tequila? Do you want to do a tequila shot?
buddy, I'm 54 years old. No, I don't want to do a tequila shot.
All right, Rudo and I will do the tequila shot.
All right.
No.
This is to Stanley Cup champions and future Stanley Cup champions.
Cheers.
Cheers to that. Work, hey, DP? Jeez.
I just got paid money to take a tequila shot.
Yep.
I love life.
Oh, I'd rather do a shot of anything else.
Really? I'm going to put a call into our bosses at PHNX that said 3 hours for the show.
No, I told you 4.
Listen, I didn't know what I was getting myself into, really. I'm not complaining.
But we're on pick 20.
20, yeah. So we got 12 more after this one.
It might be more like 4.5, 5, yeah.
And then after that, we're going to do another show.
Yeah. So we're probably going to lose Shane at some point during this. What do we got here? We got 2 whole beers here.
Those just got delivered. Take one.
Take
please.
one. Yeah, Shane can have one.
Grief, yes.
Shane, do you want to be on the show? Do you want to just talk about some? You had some bets on the draft today, didn't you?
Oh, did you make a little money today?
Did you have some bets on the draft? Bets on the did you make picks yet? You want to come talk about it at some point? Do you want to talk about him?
So Miroshnichenko just went. We talked about him going.
Yep.
Yes. We talked about him going. He was a top 10 prospect probably 6 months ago, maybe even a top 5 prospect at one point. There were issues with his health.
Yeah, unfortunately diagnosed with cancer.
Yeah. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma?
Right? Yeah, that sounds right.
And so his draft stock started to drop with his health. Fantastic that he's still a first-round pick. Look at how big that kid is.
Yeah,
that's a big kid.
He is where I lost his.
So I just went. I had a chance to walk through the crowd a little bit. And
Said hello to some people.
I did, and there is a concern. Is Logan Cooley the right guy over Shane Wright? And there is a concern for the Coyote fans, and I have to say, the answer is it's okay. The most skilled player in this draft was Logan Cooley.
Yeah, I feel like it's a draft, right? So it's a little bit of a crapshoot, but you just gotta. You have to trust Bill Armstrong and his staff, which I feel like fans have been doing for a while now. They've been trusting him, so keep trusting him. But
it's funny because Shawn, I want to hear Rudo because we all have a vested interest in this team.
Yeah,
and what happens is you get
convince
almost
yourself.
too close to it, and you get it's good. So from someone on the outside looking in, going, you don't vested interest in this team. Is this a good pick?
Yes. Look, when the Avs drafted Nathan MacKinnon that year, all the talk was about, oh, should they take Seth Jones? Oh, should they take Sasha Barkov? Oh, this guy, that guy. And look, Seth Jones and Sasha Barkov are great players.
Yeah.
They're not Nathan MacKinnon.
Yeah.
They went with a dude who can change games by himself.
Yeah.
And that's what Logan Cooley could be.
And I think that's the takeaway from this whole day. Is the Arizona Coyote fans got the most skilled player in this draft. Whether he's 5'9", 5'10", maybe irrelevant, he is the most skilled and most dynamic offensive player in this draft. And we've heard it from multiple guys in our draft shows. They talked about his bar is set higher. His ceiling is higher. Shane Wright might be the better player right now or the more complete player right now, but the most skilled, dynamic player in this draft is Logan Cooley. So as a Coyotes fan and what we do for a living here at PHNX, it's got to give you some excitement and hope. And then we add in Conor Geekie, who's a guy that I've liked since we started talking draft. We started looking at his size and his ability. I know his skating is still a little suspect, but he's a higher skilled, more offensive player for a big guy than people may think.
The thing with Geekie too, if that's the type of guy that can round out his defensive game a little bit for you, that's a dude who can just eat minutes for you on the forward side. The big body, he just plays strong defensive hockey for you, maybe get some PK minutes in as well. It's the type of guy that really can bond a team together where is he going to be the absolute highest skilled guy on your team? Probably not, but is he good for 60 points a year and can play against the top guys in the league? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, don't forget, they still have another pick in this first round, barring any trades or anything like that. Like, there's another pick in this first round, so we may be like, hey, 5-10 years from now, they're like, I can't believe they got this guy at 32nd overall.
Yeah,
like,
and you've got to admit,
thank you, by the way.
The guy at 32, it's still a first-round pick, but as you start to, it's diminishing returns as the thing goes on. And what they say is, and you saw it in this year's Stanley Cup Finals, oh, that guy was drafted in the 3rd round. Oh, hey, this guy was a 5th-round pick. Or what about this guy drafted in the 7th round? We're still talking about a player drafted at 32. The Coyotes have a range of players from 25 to 40 that they go, okay, here's our guys. Yep. Like they've prepared. They had 7 picks in that window, so you know they've had a lot of guys that they like in that window. So even though they had to lose 3 to move up to Conor Geekie, but they still have somebody that they like inside that window that they're still going to be available when they pick up 32, and it's going to be a player that they've liked for a long time. So again, encouraging. Now, does that guarantee results? Of course not. I mean, that's what the draft is about. No, it doesn't. But it's encouraging to think that these players may make a difference for this franchise for years to come. And at 32, I still think there's going to be a good player available.
It's funny because 6 years ago, 32 was the second pick of the second round.
Yeah.
Now it's
You're
a
right.
first round pick.
Yeah, that's a great point. And do you think there's any, like, if like, say you were the Colorado Avalanche, right? They never traded that pick, and that's the Colorado's only pick of the draft. Do you think there's more pressure on a player drafted as a 32nd overall pick that is the only pick that team has had in the first round, as opposed to a team that is drafting someone with their third pick of the first round in that same spot? Do you think like that being in that position takes a little bit of pressure off of whoever is drafted in that 32nd spot?
Absolutely, especially from the team side. If that's your only pick, you have to get it right. You cannot miss on that pick. The Coyotes are in a situation where they can take that 32nd pick and they say, hey, there's this guy we really like. We're not sure about him. His development path isn't totally clear, but we already have Conor Geekie. We already have Logan Cooley, so we can take the chance on him.
Yeah, and when we talked about the Colorado Avalanche, that was their pick. Their pick is the number 32 pick. I mean, and if that's their scouting staff knew from the middle of the season, hey, we're not going to pick in the top 10. Like, they get it. So you start looking. They didn't look at Logan Cooley and Shane Wright. There's no chance. So you've got to give it to this Coyote staff. So they had such a large spectrum of players that they had to be able to have knowledge about and be able to scout. So this scouting staff has had an immeasurable task to be able to scout players from different ranges and different subsets to be able to make these picks. So at 32, is there still a player? Yeah, there is. Of course there is. If you're getting guys that are everyday NHL players that in the third, fourth, fifth round, yeah, there are players there at 32. Let's just hope they hit it.
Injury troubles unfortunately did come up. This is the second 32nd overall pick you guys will get from the Avs because Connor Timmins was also a 32nd. So.
Was he 32nd overall?
Yep.
Oh, well, we like him.
If he could just stay healthy.
If we could see him.
Yeah.
So we actually, like you should know at this point, Craig and Leah are in Montreal. They had an opportunity to talk to opportunity. Which it's fitting because they're in Montreal.
Yeah.
To talk to Logan Cooley, and they talked to him a little bit about his the jump to the NHL. So why don't we go ahead and watch that?
It's going to come down to what Arizona thinks of me, and when they think I can make the jump right away. But for right now, my goal is to play a year, then eventually make the jump to the NHL.
So I mean, that jump is significant, and like we kind of were just talking about the pressure. There's a lot of added pressure when you get drafted that early.
Yeah, and I think, and the fortunate thing for this right now is that the expectations of this player is he's not coming to Arizona in October.
Yeah.
And I think that that's great for this franchise. I think his expectations that he is going to the University of Minnesota, and he's going to develop as a player there. I don't think Bill Armstrong is going, hey, we need to get you here right now.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's a thing. So I think for the franchise, I think this is a great thing. And I think if he recognizes the development, he needs to get bigger, he needs to get stronger, and there's things about his game that he needs to improve. I think this is a home run for this team right now. And you want somebody dynamic, you want somebody exciting to watch, you want to sell tickets, you better have high skill, and you've got Dylan Guenther talking. We talk about Josh Doan, who's got the hockey IQ that needs to still work on some things, but he's in the right place at the right time, and all of these guys are going to come together at this confluence right when the new building gets built.
I don't want to undersell the USNTDP either. They build NHL players. Those kids understand what it takes, what the regimen is, eating right, doing all the things off the ice that you have to do to get things right. Canadian juniors, great hockey leagues, they produce great players, but there are a lot of dudes in those leagues that are not going to go pro at the end of the day. They're going to go to Canadian college, go get their degree, and go live their lives. The USNTDP is designed to make professional hockey players, and that's an advantage that Logan Cooley has. He already knows what it takes.
Yeah, and we actually have another clip from Cooley with him talking about kind of the connection he had with the Coyotes in their meeting. So why don't we run that one real quick?
I felt a really good connection with them. I had the chance to meet with them at the Combine and go out to dinner with them too. So, I felt a really good connection with them, and, I feel, a good comfort with them too. And, I'm really excited to be a part of them.
So, I mean, it's good to hear that, like we talked a little bit about it leading up to the draft, the kind of the meetings they have going into it. And that can honestly might have been what made the difference between drafting Cooley and drafting Shane Wright.
It may be because you talked about what happened to the Montreal Canadiens at the number 1 pick. And you saw over the last few days on social media and on Twitter how many meetings they had with Slafkovsky.
Yeah,
And they're meeting with Slafkovsky again, and they're meeting with Slafkovsky again. So maybe there was something that they picked up in their interviews that they didn't like. And you go back to Wright, it's not fair. Like, in a normal world without the pandemic and without his season being cut short 2 seasons in a row, maybe this path is different for him. But unfortunately, he didn't play a lot of games. And Slafkovsky had an opportunity to play in the Olympics, play in the World Championships, and he built his stock on those games. He was the MVP of the Olympics. Look, you don't think that helped get him to be the number 1 pick overall in this year's draft? Of course it did. So, yeah, we talked about the importance of meetings. And remember we had former Coyotes amateur scouting, director of scouting, Bernhard in, and he talked about Jamie Benn's meeting. His meeting didn't go well. So teams passed on Jamie Benn. So you can't put too much stock in those meetings because you might miss out on a great player. But maybe it makes the difference now.
Yeah.
Maybe that is the difference between a 1 and a 2.
Yeah, I mean, if you're close on 2 players and the meeting doesn't go well, then I mean, also there's not just the meetings, but he also talked about them meeting with like kind of their sports psychologists and stuff like that, and kind of getting into the mental side of the game, and maybe that is where Shane Wright fell short, and maybe that's why he dropped. Obviously, that's all speculation, but it's something worth thinking about.
But it's funny, like you look at these kids, and we're looking at Owen Pickering right now, who just got picked to 21st by the Pittsburgh Penguins. They're kids.
Yeah.
Like, these guys are
Children.
so.
I think about who I was.
18. They're 18. Like some of them were 17 weeks ago.
Some of them are still 17.
Yeah, still 17. Yeah.
Like, to think what they're going to be by the time they're ready to play in the National Hockey League at 20, 21, 22. I still go back to this. Maybe it's time the NHL looked at a 19 or a 20-year-old draft, because it's not fair. Like, it's hard to predict these guys' paths this far. Like, I saw pictures today of Nathan McKinnon in his draft year.
Yep.
He's a kid. He is a humongous physically. He's a big guy that can fly up and down the ice. But he was a kid.
He weighed 20 pounds less then than he does now.
So I mean, that's something that I know the Coyotes crew have talked about a lot, but I'm interested in both of your opinions. And should they raise the draft age? Is that something that the NHL should look into?
Nope. 18 is the perfect age. There are kids at 18 that are ready to play.
It's not going to change. It's not going to change.
But do you think it should?
To Rudo's point, there are kids that can play in the league at 18, 19 years old. There are. So it's not going to change. I just think it's such... It does 2 things. It puts more pressure on these scouting staffs to do it right. And secondly, it's okay to get it wrong.
Yeah.
And I think that's the part that everybody goes back and says, gosh, you should have this guy instead of that guy. Really? Really? We knew that 3 years from now, this kid was going to be this. So I think it's okay. And I think I just can't stand the redrafts and the 2020 look backs.
It's not fair.
It's not fair. It isn't fair. And we talk about it a lot here, Rudo. It was specifically to Dylan Strome, who was the number 3 pick behind McDavid and Eichel.
That dude was going number 3 on draft day.
He was number 3.
It did not matter what
number
team
3
was there. He was going 3.
And that's what when I've talked to different scouts and managers on that day, he was the number 3 pick overall in the draft.
Yep.
It wasn't Mitch Marner. It wasn't, and Cale Makar wasn't the number 1 pick that year.
He wasn't even the number 1 defenseman in that draft. If the Avs were picking 3, they are taking Miro Heiskanen in that draft.
Absolutely. And so that's why. So let's be less harsh and less critical on the redrafts, and let's pump our brakes a little bit. I think it's easy to go back, and not only the draft. Here's something else we've talked about on our show. It's not just the draft. It's who's your development coach, who's your American League coach, who are the players you're surrounding that player with. If Mitch Marner is an Arizona Coyote right now, is he Mitch Marner?
Impossible to say.
Exactly. There's so many variables that come into play when you're talking about what a player becomes over time. So I just don't think that's fair to rule out a guy as a bust, or they missed, or they got the wrong guy.
Yeah, it just isn't fair to do it 3 years later, because you know everything that's happened.
Yeah.
You can't say, oh, well, yeah, he busted, so obviously I wouldn't take him 4th overall. Yeah, obviously. If you could see 3 years into the future, you'd be the best drafter ever.
Yeah.
But
and like you said, the circumstance is significant, right? There's certain times where, you're looking at the Coyotes, and at least we're hoping, they're here, but they're also in a position to get better, right?
Right.
there's certain teams that are bad and just stay bad. So, I mean, again, I bring them up again. But if you look at the Buffalo Sabres, some of the picks that they've had, they're teams that they've gotten the first overall pick, but they're not in a position to develop players. So just because you got drafted first overall, you might not be in good of a situation as someone that gets drafted later than you. It's just kind of the nature of, I guess, how drafts work.
But that also sets the table for what happens in the future. You look at two franchises, Edmonton and Buffalo specifically. Edmonton's had more first overall picks in recent memory, and Buffalo's had more top 10 picks than any team in the league over the last 10 years, and yet they haven't reached the heights that they anticipated. So when you talk about the Arizona Coyotes, it's still, you have to take it with a little bit of, you got to temper your thoughts a little bit. Like, these are great, they're good picks, and we're all excited. But it's still, there's a lot of pieces that need to fall in place besides the draft picks. You still need to get good free agents. You still need to surround them with a good goaltending. You still need to do so many things besides just draft well.
Yeah. Quick update on the draft. The most recent pick, the Anaheim Ducks selected Nathan. It's spelled Goucher, but I have a feeling it's Gaucher because he's from Quebec. A 6'3", 207-pound center from Canada, played in the Q.
And there he is right there. He's a big kid.
Yeah, he is a very big kid. This has got to be real tough for I'm sorry, I don't know her name, but the poor woman when she gets.
That's Emily Kaplan.
Okay, she has like 6'3", 6'4" guys standing next to her, and she's literally neck up on the TV. But
has to hold her arm above her head all day.
The mic is literally top of her head level. But there's a couple of people that haven't been drafted yet. Obviously, one of them is Danila Yurov from the K. Obviously, we don't really know how that whole situation is playing out. And then Brad Lambert played for Pelicans in Liga. He's a guy that is kind of varied pretty widely in where people consider him, right? Craig Button had him ranked 42. Bob McKenzie had him 16. So certain people, in certain eyes, he's fallen greatly, and in certain people, he's kind of right where he should be.
And there's another guy, too, we talked about a lot. Another American kid is Jimmy Snuggerud.
Yeah.
He's a guy that we thought might, by now, we're into the 20s now. We thought Jimmy Snuggerud's a guy that we thought might have gone by now. He's a guy that we talked to the scouts here that they liked. So I'm kind of surprised we're sitting in the mid-20s and we're still haven't seen Snuggerud's name called. Yeah. We're coming up to the 23 pick. And then now here's where conspiracy theories start to come in. Do you start to see some of these names that are falling, and the Coyotes could pick up one of these names at the top 20
let's
pick?
Get up again.
Yeah. I mean, Snuggerud was a guy that was ranked 31 or 17 by Bob McKenzie, 8 by Craig Button. So this is a guy that some scouts have that ranked very high. So it's a guy that has fallen quite a bit.
And we talked about this earlier, right? Especially with those USNTDP guys, it's very, very hard to rank them because some teams are going to come in and say, oh, we like this guy from the USNTDP. We think this guy is helping this other guy be better. And it's really hard to find, especially once you get past the first couple. Like, obviously, you look at Cooley, okay, he's an elite talent. That's easy. Yeah. But you get into the 15s, the 20s, and it starts to be harder.
I mean, even someone like Cutter Gauthier, he was someone that played on third overall draft pick Logan Cooley's line. Yeah. So, you obviously have to try to figure out. Obviously, Cutter Gauthier is a very good player, but how much better does he look because he's playing with someone that's as good as Logan Cooley?
Right.
It's part of what makes the scout's job so difficult.
And see, I think that's what's happening here now. So now we're at pick number
23.
Are we at? 23.
Yeah.
So it's starting to. Coyotes picks coming up here soon, at 9 picks. And I'm going through the board, and you can see a guy like Isaac Howard. He's another player that was ranked pretty high. We see Ryan Chesley, another name that I thought was pretty highly
rated.
Could
go in the first for sure.
Yeah, so you're getting guys that still at 32.
Called it.
Jimmy Snuggerud, 23rd overall. So, I mean, this is kind of right where he belonged.
But another NDP kid.
Yeah, another NDP kid.
And
the Minnesota kid, too.
Yeah, he is.
If you're
against his dad.
If you're a fan of the draft and not looking at a specific team, the first round gets really, really interesting after pick 20.
Yeah.
Because you see what teams like. You see what they really hone in on and what they want, what they think is the best option out there. And there's a ton of variance. You see a ton of different views on how they want to play hockey. whether it's IQ, whether it's skill level, whether
Whether
it's
it's
size.
size.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Well, I mean, you kind of just dropped a little bit of a nugget there, and I feel like we have to get deeper into it. You played against Jimmy Snuggerud's dad?
Yeah, his dad played for the University of Minnesota Golden Gophers. Dave Snuggerud. Just saying. So he played. Well, we have time because the draft's not going anywhere.
Got about an hour left or more.
I played college hockey at the University of North Dakota Fighting Sioux. Didn't play much. By the way,
Well, you backed up a pretty okay guy.
Eddie
I heard.
Balfour played.
It's not bad.
On this particular weekend, we were playing the Gophers, and I was the third string goalie, and I was up in Section 101. The Friday night game, our backup goalie on the bench, back then the NCAA goalies didn't wear masks on the bench, which they are required to do now. Then he didn't. A player went by the bench, slashed him. He's out. I got called down from Section 101 to the bench on Friday night. Saturday night, the Golden Gophers, Tom Chorsky was just from the Olympics. Snuggerud was from the Olympic team. They were kicking our ass. So third period, we're losing badly. It's a 5-on-3. I haven't played in a month. Our head coach goes, you know what, Petey? Why don't you jump in there on a 5-on-3 against Snuggerud and Chorsky and see how that goes? It didn't go well.
I was going to say, how did it go?
Did not go well. So, yeah, I got lit up in that game, and probably, I don't know if I played one or two after that ever in the history of my career. But he was one of the players that was fortunate enough to score a goal on the 5-on-3. So there you go. There's a nugget.
There's a little story.
See, it's not a subtle brag if you say you suck, right?
No, I didn't think it was a brag. It was just a fascinating story.
Okay.
I had forgotten you were a goalie.
I was at 5'10", 135.
Craig was also a goalie, not at his level, but
the anxiousness makes more sense.
I was in the NCAA at 5'9", 135. Do you know how many 5'9", 135 goalies there are in bantams right now?
135.
Yeah, I was the smallest guy in the NCAA that year.
Wow.
How
Dave is on
were
the
your
graphic
pads?
there. Father Dave, NHL forward with 3 teams.
He had great flow. He had the Kirk Cameron perm. I digress.
Oh, we have a
trade
alert.
alert.
Although I do not know in particular what the trade is.
They're about to tell us, I imagine.
Shane is coming over with the information. And the Arizona Coyotes have traded for Zach Kassian.
Interesting.
What?
Looking also like Mrazek to Chicago.
Okay.
Zach Kassian.
So Kassian is an Arizona Coyote.
Zach Kassian goes from the Edmonton Oilers, tough guy, to the Arizona Coyotes.
The Coyote, Bill Armstrong just went
what's
beast
the cost
mode today.
there? What's the cost?
We got to look
Zach
into more
Kassian.
what they're giving up. I wonder if that 30-second pick is involved at all.
It better not be. Not for Zach Kassian.
Zach Kassian is an Arizona Coyote.
Again.
Well, is Liam O'Brien a Coyote still? If we got Zach Kassian as a Coyote?
We'll find out. As they throw up a graphic about how the NTDP has performed.
That was
in this
breaking
draft.
news, by the way.
That was breaking
by
news.
Diefenbach.
Cassian has 2 years left on his contract, $3.2 million AAV, $5.8 million.
Does it say who it's for?
Not yet.
Nobody
I'm still trying to
knows.
look for what the trade
Wow.
is for.
Wow.
But yeah, another big move by the Arizona
when you
Coyotes.
talk about Zach Kassian, you talk about a guy that's been able to, in the teams he's been, hey, make no mistake, Zach Kassian, he's a tough guy first. Like, he's a tough player to play against. He's physical, he's big, he's strong. But the other thing he does, he's able to play up in the lineup. Like, he's a guy that's played with Connor McDavid. Like, he's played in a top six role many times in his career. I will say this, you got to keep your head up when he's on the ice.
All right.
Like, you better be aware.
I get to be negative Nathan for the first time on this show. I think Zach Kassian's a bum.
A bum. Just straight up with the bump. I mean, you have to. You're in a room full of Coyotes fans. You have to
look. And
extrapolate.
I say that knowing full well Zach Kassian could beat me to a pulp. Like, I would perish if he even looked at me funny. But he's just not a very good hockey player.
And you've got to look at why and how the Coyotes picked him up is because the Edmonton Oilers needed to get rid of him. Like, they needed him off their books.
And
so that's how they pick him up.
So is there a pick coming the Coyotes' way too there? Like, we got to see the rest of this trade.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. We'll find out. We'll get that to you as soon as we can. In the meantime, we actually they caught up with Cooley. Craig and Leah caught up with Conor Geekie, and we have a little bit of footage with them. footage with him, and he actually has said he always wanted to play in Arizona. So why don't we run that video?
I've kind of always, had a dream to play there. I think, desert, rebuild. I think I've kind of been through it a little bit. Definitely better weather than Winnipeg, I can tell you that. But again, it's not really an inclination. It was more just have fun and, enjoy the whole moment. And, I'm just trying to soak it all in.
So, I mean, something we talked about a lot is there's kind of this outside perspective that who's going to want to play in a college arena? Who's going to want to play for this Coyotes team? Conor Geekie, clearly, like he has always said he's wanted to play for Arizona, and it also goes back to kind of the thing we've talked about with ASU and kind of that scouting pitch. But there's people that want to play here. Arizona is an appealing place to play, and being part of a rebuild, there's a certain kind of player that relishes in that opportunity.
I'm just still stunned about Cassian. So he's a guy that's making $3.2 million for the next 2 seasons. So it's clearly an effort for Edmonton to clear up some space on their books.
There's got to be a pick coming the Coyotes' way or something.
So Edmonton had to make a move to make them take this off of their books. And that's, what? Bill Armstrong's done this for 2 seasons now. He's shown an ability to acquire assets through taking on someone else's bad money. And clearly Zach Cassian is bad money for the Edmonton Oilers right now. And they're trying to make a move that they made it to the Western Finals. They're trying to take that next step, and Zach Cassian is not the guy that's going to get him there. So, having said that, and Rudo, I don't disagree with you. He is not a guy that's going to get this team to the promised land. However, if you're a fan of this team and you want to watch someone that's exciting when they get on the ice, and you might put someone through the third row of the glass, it might be Zach Cassian.
He's a dude that might help you get Connor Bedard. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, and fair enough. And you know what? We've talked about this before. That is the goal of this show right now is Connor Bedard.
So the Wild drafted Danila Yurov, the Russian. So interesting to see how that situation plays out. But it was always a question about when someone was going to take a gamble on someone from the K. But
well, the Wild do have the Kaprizov connection,
True.
right? They have incentive to take some Russians to get around that guy. So.
Trade alert.
Yeah. So this is also the other big trade that happened. The Leafs are sending Peter Mrazek to the Blackhawks for Frank Saravalli believes it's for the 25th, and Mrazek for the 38th overall.
See, is that and these are Rudo. These are where I look at the draft and I go, HK. The 27th for the 37th and Mrazek. Who cares?
Were the Leafs were that desperate to drop Mrazek?
But yeah, I mean, the Leafs gave up Mrazek and a first-round pick for the 38th overall pick.
They dropped 13 picks to just dump
him. Yeah. So we talk about salary dumps again. So here's one that's surprising. The Coyotes need to get a backup goaltender because they don't have one. Was there an opportunity there? Because to me, this deal is like, okay, we dumped the money. We for 13 spots, we had to dump that money that badly.
Yeah. But getting back to Geekie, are you surprised at all to see here? Well, I mean, I'm not surprised, but like, what does it mean to kind of hear about a player that even prior to being drafted by the Coyotes wanted to play in Arizona?
You lived in Buffalo, all right?
Yeah, fair enough.
You know what the December is like in Buffalo.
Yeah. Put in the time frame of a Conor Geekie. He's not coming this season. Like if you think of this franchise 3 or 4 years from now on the Tempe Town Lake.
Yeah.
In a brand new, gorgeous building on a team that's on the precipice of making the playoffs, hell yeah, sign me up. Have you been in Winnipeg in January?
So that's what I was going to say. If you look at where Conor Geekie was drafted, right before him was Anaheim, but they drafted a D-man. Before him was Chicago, Detroit, and Buffalo. And then immediately after him was Columbus, Chicago, Winnipeg, Vancouver, and then Buffalo again. So when you look at where he was and the places he could have ended up, it was kind of money. If you're asking me, and I'm again from Buffalo, would the weather in Arizona is significantly better.
You'll play in Buffalo. You're going to win the cup. You will. You'll play anywhere if they're going to win.
Yeah, fair enough.
Huge. If you're going to win, they will play anywhere. Edmonton Oilers win the Stanley Cup. Well, let's go play in Edmonton.
Oh yeah.
Guess what? They're not winning anymore. So who wants to go to Edmonton? Who wants to go to Winnipeg? If this franchise becomes a good, consistently a playoff team, people are going to want to play here.
Yeah.
Because guess what? The weather's really, really nice.
And you saw that happen with the Avalanche this year.
Absolutely.
You got Darren Helm in the offseason as veteran.
Cogliano
at the deadline wanted to come here because he knew he had a chance
to win. And if you can go to a community where you can win and they have ancillary things like a beautiful building and they have great weather and they have great communities, absolutely people are going to show up there. 100% they're going to show up there. So I think this is the verge of Arizona hockey where you look at it's going to be hard. This next 3 years are going to be hard. Yep. This 3 years at ASU, there are going to be people that go, this is the laughing stock of the league, and this is a joke. It's going to happen, and it's going to continue to happen until they leave that building. But when they get through to year 4, and they're on this beautiful building on Tempe Town Lake, and it has all the ancillary restaurants.
And the team's on the up.
Yeah, and the team's starting to come up then, and these draft picks that they're getting today are starting to make this team. I do think it's going to be an attractive place for free agents. And I've seen free agents sign here. Like free agents like Alex Goligoski when he came here. He could have gone a lot of places. He came here. So when this team starts to do better in a better building, in a better part of town, will just be where there's more hockey fans and they're winning.
Yeah. It's good times ahead. They might be a couple years off, but good times ahead.
And I'll step back. The Glendale Arena is a beautiful facility, and I love Glendale and everything the city of Glendale and the mayor of Glendale and everything did to keep the team in town. That's not a shot at Glendale at all. It's the season ticket holders. The fan base is on the other side.
The reality of it is the arena's 45 minutes away from their fan base.
Yeah, the reality of it is the closer you are to Scottsdale, the more successful you're going to be. That's just the reality of it. The Chicago Blackhawks are announcing their most recent pick. I wonder if it's Brad Lambert because he has dropped a lot lower than a lot of people have expected. And no, it is not. It's Sam Renzel, a D-man.
High school kid.
The first high school kid.
So, yeah, a high school kid. What is that? What do you think that's like being drafted out of high school?
It's funny because I was talking, get a broom because I'm going to drop some names. You want to sweep them up. I just talked to Phil Housley about this kid today.
Wow. Really?
And we were talking about this kid, this defenseman from Cheska, Minnesota. And it's a small suburb in the west side of the Minneapolis suburbs. They were a good team. They got to the semifinals of their region just prior to the state tournament. Kid's a dynamic offensive player, a little undersized, so I'm surprised that he got drafted this high. And when you talk about Minnesota high school kids, you're talking about playing against 15, 16, 17-year-old kids. Like to draft a kid out of high school is gutsy. And you know what team did that? The Arizona Coyotes at number 5 took Blake Wheeler.
That one worked out okay for the player.
Yeah. And you look at Blake Wheeler and you go, oh, my God, who? And now, do you think the Arizona Coyotes like that Blake Wheeler on the wing? I think they would. So you go, look at how skinny this is.
Well, so this one is interesting, too, because they already picked a D earlier. They picked Korchinski in the top 10. So they're adding a big,
tall.
Someone, he'll grow into his body.
Slight. Yeah. He's very slight.
He'll grow into
and I mean, you think about a high school kid. Like when I was in high school, I was
slight,
eating junk food every day. Like,
so when I talked about his size, he's very tall, but he is very slight.
Yeah, but I mean, you compare him to the other 18-year-old kids that are playing for actual hockey teams that are focused on their development physically in addition to their actual skill. Like this kid had homework to do and is going home and might have had detention yesterday, and missed workouts.
So I have no idea how to judge Minnesota high school kids, and I'm sure Petey knows this because he's from Minnesota. But they only play 17-minute periods in Minnesota. It's the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah, really? and they don't play many games either.
Yeah.
Like their game schedule, I know it's a huge knock, and I know back when I was in Minnesota high school hockey, a lot of kids went right from high school to play in the NCAA.
Yep.
In NCAA, it doesn't happen anymore. You go from Minnesota high school to the USHL.
A lot of kids go junior A route, stuff like that.
So you don't go from high school to college anymore, and because of what you just said, you don't play enough games. The games aren't long enough.
Yep.
So for them to draft a kid out of high school, it's a gamble. But we just said when I was talking to, it was Phil Housley I talked to, who went from Minnesota high school to play in the NHL.
Yep.
Kids do it all the time. I think Bobby Brink's pretty close to taking that
from my
next
hometown.
step.
Well, his dad's from my hometown. Throw that out there. His grandpa was my high school coach.
Who don't you know?
His grandpa was my high school coach.
Minnesota hockey seems like a pretty small,
but
world.
Don't you find that with hockey in general?
Yeah.
The one thing about hockey, you know somebody who knows somebody. There's 6 degrees of separation all throughout hockey, and that's what I think makes hockey a special sport, is because it is such a small community.
Imagine being a high school kid and getting drafted. That's such a flex. But speaking of being, speaking of young and wanting to develop, we do have more from Leah and Craig talking to Conor Geekie And that was one of the things he talked about, is being young and wanting to develop. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at that video.
Well, obviously, I want to try and crack the team when I'm 18. I think with how good our Winnipeg team is going to be, I think maybe stay one more year and kind of mature, get a little bit faster, have a little more pace to my game. Again, I'm going to obviously try and crack the squad. That's every 18-year-old's dream, and I'm just excited to see what happens.
Yeah, and I mean, he says he wants to crack the team, but like we said, most of these guys are not making an impact next year, right? Like he said, he's going to spend another year in Winnipeg, which we expected. Cooley's probably going to spend a year or two in college, or is going to spend a year or two at college. It's just kind of the timeline, the reality of it. But we actually have more from him talking about kind of what his game is in general. So let's watch that.
I think I started, kind of halfway through the season playing a lot of more physical game, trusting that I can really beat guys wide, really be able to kind of do my thing when it comes to using my body. And again, I think all I can do is get stronger from here, faster, and again, trusting that I can protect pucks down low, and I use it a lot for my vision and my IQ. And again, it's just kind of seeing how everything pans out and really working on getting stronger.
It's an expensive dump for Cassie.
So, I mean, you talk about a guy that wants to develop, like, it's kind of the mindset you have to have, right? Like, you need to want to... Okay, actually, before we get to that, update on the Kassian trade. So, Arizona, Kassian with the 29th overall pick, a future second-round pick, and a future third for the 32nd overall pick. So,
okay, so they traded the 32nd, but still, that's
so they got
mad
29,
value for
a second-round pick, and a third-round pick with Kassian, and gave up the 32. So they moved up and got Kassian and 2 more picks.
Mad value.
As Shane is doing behind the camera, just...
So you take the contract, you go from 32 to 29, plus you pick up what?
You get second and a third, future second and future third.
Past this, a future second and a future third to move from 32nd
to move
to
up in the draft and take Kassian. Which the Coyotes, when you think about it, they're in the situation to do exactly this. This is like they're in an ability to take on a contract and then use that to their advantage and move up in the draft.
But we talked about future draft picks on this. We talked
potentially.
about this with GMBA. Like, we talked about him building this stockpile into the future, and that's important for where they're at right now.
Just took Ken Holland to the cleaners for $3 million. He dumped $3 million for a move up in the first, a second, and a third.
And you get the player.
If you don't have faith in Bill Armstrong yet, you might want to start.
Because I agree with you, Rudo. This is not a guy that's going to take you to the promised land. I agree. He is a guy that can play
knowing
in the NHL.
What else they got, worth it, man.
But he's going to put on a Coyote jersey. He's going to play every night for the Coyotes, barring health. But I mean, he's an everyday NHL player in this league for a team that needs to put out 23 guys every night, or 20 guys with it. So for them, what a huge win. We were talking about how is Bill Armstrong going to get 20 NHL players on the ice next year? Well, there's another guy that just did that. So, wow.
So the Canadiens are on the clock. You have to see what they're going to do here. What do you think? Where do you think the Coyotes go with their new pick that they've got?
Well, you just moved up to 29. And now all the names that we were just talking about 5 minutes ago when we were talking about Jimmy Snuggerud, there's still a lot of good names there.
Lambert at
Brad
this
Lambert's
point,
still there.
Brad Lambert drafts to 29. And I mean, you got Montreal, San Jose, and Buffalo in the way. So we'll see who Montreal selects as they announce their pick right now. But
no one knows.
Philip Messar, right wing of Slovakian.
I love this kid. This was genuinely my pick of the draft. I think this kid's a stud. I think he's the future of the forward position at the NHL. He's a little bit on the small side. He's amazing, and Montreal's probably going to ruin him. So,
to clarify on the trade, it is not official yet. It is just per Elliot Friedman. So
it's official.
So yeah. We're basically there. But technically, we haven't gotten the announcement yet. So we'll let you know when we get that official announcement. But again, one pick closer. Brad Lambert still might be on the board. Do you think they go? Because Brad Lambert is a center.
Yeah, Matthew bringing it up in chat here. Chesley is there if they want to look around a little bit.
Do you think they go 3 centers in the first round?
Again, I think Geekie, there's probably a good chance he moves to wing at the NHL level. So is he really a center?
Lambert has played a little bit of wing too, I believe. And then Chesley is a D-man. So do they go back to the well with the U.S. development program?
Again, Petey said it earlier. Look, You take the best player available and you sort it out later, right?
Especially when you have this many picks.
If Bill Armstrong can make more trades where he gets that many assets to take on Zach Cassian, he can make a trade for a guy to go get what the team needs a little bit later too. So get value. You don't have to go specific positions if you don't want to.
Yeah, and you talk about when you move up, you've got someone in mind.
For sure.
There's somebody he's thinking of right now that's still on his window because this is the area of the draft. We talked about scouts going at and picking windows. This is a window that they know extremely well. From 25 to 35, that's a window that this team knows extremely well. So there's somebody here that they want, and there's somebody here that they like that's still available now. And I bet you there's 2 or 3 players on their list. So if Lambert does go away, they go, okay, well, we got the next guy. Was there Isaac Howard? Or there are still those names out there?
No, what are your thoughts on Isaac Howard?
No, there's no offense there, man.
No, not a fan.
You need more puck moving ability. In the modern NHL, you just need more ability to
But we
find
like
your
Lambert.
teammate. I do like Lambert.
Okay.
On Isaac Howard, Chris Peters said that his size is a drawback. He seems to affect him more than it affects a guy like Nazer, who's also in a similar size. Good enough skater, but not an elite skater. So we'll see. It ultimately won't matter if the Coyotes don't draft him.
Well, the funny thing with Lambert, we're talking about a guy that people had him projected near the 15.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
this draft.
I wasn't a big Lambert guy, but at this point, you're at pick 27. You're just getting value.
Yeah. So looking at elite prospects, they have a kind of a list of how everyone's ranked him. He's 14 by consolidated rankings, 14 by elite prospects, 9 by FC Hockey, 16 by Bob McKenzie, 8 by McKean's Hockey, 42 by Craig Button. So Craig Button might end up being looking like a genius here because he's the only one that hasn't really that low.
I don't know how much you guys knew about previous drafts or anything, but Brad Lambert has a very, very similar trajectory to Atu Ratu from last year's draft, who at one point was, pushing for potential first overall in that draft, falls all the way to the second round. This year, his D+1, he has an amazing year in the Liga. He goes off at the summer showcase, all of this stuff. And it's easy to project Lambert on a similar path there as playing against professionals in Europe.
Yeah, so if for the fans that are watching that don't know a whole lot about Brad Lambert, we talked to Chris Peters about him. He said that he's one of the best skaters in the drafts, has excellent hands, but he didn't produce very much this year. He's on his third team in 3 years and hasn't progressed a whole bunch over those third years. So maybe that lack of progression has kind of turned some teams off from him. If you were to just watch video of Brad Lambert, Peter says you would think he is the best player in this draft based on the toolkit. It just hasn't really been there this year. And so Chris Peters had him pretty low on his board, like I said, relative to where you might think he would go in the draft. So at this point, if he falls there, even if you think he's that low, with so many people thinking he's that high, you probably take a flyer on him, no? Like, especially with 2 centers already picked.
So the big question is, does Arizona want to go D here?
Yeah, fair enough.
And that's the big shakeup. If they're looking at a D, then it's going to be a lot harder to talk yourself into Brad Lambert, and just because they've already taken 2 forwards, you do want to diversify a little bit. Seamus Casey from the USNTDP is ranked-ish around here. You could get into I really don't like Lane Hudson. I would not take him here, but he's an option. And then there's a number of different Euros that you could take in this spot depending on how you feel about them. So there are a lot of options all over the board for Arizona here. Like Petey said, I'm sure they have someone in mind. I'm sure they're going to go get their guy, but I just don't know.
Don't know what that is. And that's where we talk about.
Okay, so the trade is official, by the way. They got the. That was
the
Shark
Shark trade.
No, never mind.
That was the Shark trade. Yeah. But you're right. They have someone in mind, and Bill Armstrong knows what he needs. Like the one thing this team does have is they have a really young D-core. Like, they're really young when you talk about Connor Timmins, Dyson Mayo, even Jacob Chikrin, who may or may not be there. He's only 23 years old. So you're talking about a very young D-core. Is an opportunity to stay at up with a forward right now? It may be, but there's a guy he's got in mind, I'm convinced. And let's get into a couple of the big names. There's names. Like, we talked about names.
Are you talking about Luca Del Bel Belluz?
Yeah, Belbiv DeVoe.
Probably the best name.
That is
love the name.
Up there for sure. Jagger Firkus.
Those are the 2.
Jagger Firkus. His playing mate in Moose Jaw doesn't get drafted until next year, but it's Jagger and Jaeger.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
See, Jagger Ferguson, that's a money name.
New GM Mike Briere and the San Jose Sharks are up on stage
with the pick that they picked up from the Coyotes.
Yeah, they're up there to announce their pick. So we'll see who they go there. But yeah, as we were talking about, there's a few D-men that are kind of around this area of the draft that they could go with. There's Tristan Lunau,
I believe.
He plays in the queue. Ranked 32nd by Bob McKenzie, 33rd by Craig Button. So if they're going for a D-man, that's an option, perhaps.
He had a weird year. He was at one point ranked close to the top 10 and kind of had a down start to the season, but then came on strong later. Q defenseman's a whole conversation. It's really weird. It's a league that just plays very fast and loose with everything. But they also work. The Avs have Sam Girard, so
yeah. I mean, and it could be a situation where, like we said, they have a group. They're kind of just seeing how these picks play out. A guy that we mentioned, obviously, Ryan Chesley, 25th by Bob McKenzie, 45th by Craig Button, 31st by Sportsnet. So he's kind of around here. 18th in NHL Central Scouting for North American skaters. So they have options here, and like I just said, it's probably a situation where they just see who falls.
And you're at a point in the draft where if that dude is ranked within 20 picks of your pick, he's in consideration.
Yeah, for sure.
100%. And that's just it. They're getting a good player here. They're getting a player that was well thought of into the draft. Doesn't mean the kid's going to hit. Doesn't mean it's going to be a good pick 5 years from now. But right now, there's so many guys that are ranked in the top 25 that are still there.
Yep.
That the Coyotes could pick at 29.
Yeah.
You've got to think they're good players. And we just talked about Howard and Furcus. Their names just came up across the screen. I think those are two names that, like, I think Howard's a name that came up a lot. Another kid from the NDP. I think the Coyotes are going to get a good player, 29. And we're still waiting for that trade to come through officially because it hasn't changed yet.
It'll probably come right before that 29th pick. What do you think, as we're waiting for Mike Briere to announce the Sharks pick, what do you think it's like for a new GM? Just literally less than a week before he was officially announced to have the job. And now he's at the draft making big trades with the Arizona Coyotes.
That's especially in that situation. Yeah. It's not like, they hired him in June and he's prepped for the draft. It's like, all right.
So a few days ago, it's like, hey, you better be ready.
You drafted next week, bud.
Yeah, that was probably part of the interview. It's like, who are you going to draft with our picks here?
Yeah, I think that's, it's interesting because clearly this pick has been made by their scouting staff.
Yeah.
Like Mike Grier is not making this pick. What Mike Grier is doing is he's making that trade. Like that's a Mike Grier trade.
Yeah, no, for sure. San Jose Sharks of Philip Bystedt. So a second Philip with an F off the board.
Another centerman.
So a D-man is there. Either of those D-men that we talked about are going to be there for the Coyotes, assuming that this pick does go through, or this trade does go through.
I really struggle with the Swedish forwards just because the Swedish Hockey League is just so low scoring, and the ice there is very, very wide. The transition from international ice to NHL ice is aggressive. The game gets so much faster, so much tighter, so much harder to play at the NHL level because there's just so much less space. Now, that's not to take anything away from Bill Bystedt. He's projected as a really good two-way center, can do a lot of good things, but I really, really, there's a big gap in all of the work that those guys have to do, even compared to like Finnish ice, which is hybrid. It's halfway between NHL and international. So it's just a big jump to make.
And that's what you talk about, where you talk about the GM doesn't have his handprints on this at all. Like, this is scouting, and you look at this player, Bystedt, he's played 40 games. He had 16 goals in those 40 games. This, to me, is a guy he's not on the top 40, and you're picking him at this spot. Somebody liked him. Yep. Some scout there liked him and sold
the table for him.
Banged the table for him. Because to me, this is a pick that's, hey, and again, this is such a crapshoot. We don't know. But to me, this was somebody at that draft table that saw something that they thought nobody else could see. When you see a guy jump this far, somebody liked him.
Yeah. And now we have the Buffalo Sabres on the clock once this pick goes through.
Are the Buffalo Sabres again?
They're in a very
Coyotes pick.
So they're just like the Coyotes. They're a team that's needed centers and have drafted 2 centers so far in this draft. So this could definitely be a situation where the Coyotes
are supposed to be next.
Yeah,
after.
Yeah, so the Coyotes are supposed to be
some help, man. Dolly needs some help out there.
Love that guy. But this could easily be a situation where they might need it. They're probably looking for a D-man too. They have a list. Whoever the Sabres select, we select the other guy. So we'll see. Obviously, there. It's I just can't get over it, especially being from Buffalo, watching Mike Grier up there. It's just wild seeing him making these picks.
Buffalo people pretty tight knit, huh?
Yeah. I just and I mean, like, not to get like Mike Grier was when I grew up. Like, the Sabres were actually pretty decent when I was a child, and he was a part of those teams. So it was. I've always had anybody that was a part of that, like Danny Briere. I definitely have a certain emotional attachment to.
Feel way different about Danny Briere than you guys do.
Why is that?
Played out his last year of his career and just wasn't very good anymore in Colorado.
Yeah. No, we got the best years.
We had him. We had him when he was not quite there. You had him when he'd already been there.
I had him when he was there. I think.
You did.
Us in Philly.
You
right?
did.
He went to Philly.
Buffalo. That was his best years, for sure.
It's a damn shame they never won a cup with that team. Him and Drury.
They were good. That was a good hockey team.
Scary good.
I will say this: we are like winding down.
Yeah,
there's 5 picks
only
to
a few picks. We're almost there, Petey. You can go to bed soon.
It is 35 minutes past when we were told this draft would end, but
somebody said 7 o'clock. It's 7:35.
Listen, I believe because this is my first draft covering it, so I didn't know. I am upset at whoever, and I'll throw her out there. Leah told me that it would be over at 7, so
yeah. Because it's a made-for-TV event, so you want to make it fit in that window. So I said, okay, 7. We'll show 7:30. I'll be at home by 8 o'clock.
I told Petey this thing is going 4 hours.
Murder, She Wrote.
Here we are.
Right to bed.
Yeah, and they still have to, again, make this trade with Edmonton official. But let's talk. I mean, we talked about him a little bit, but let's talk about actually in terms of on ice, what do you mean? Like Zach Kassian, what that means for the Arizona Coyotes. What can because obviously the reality is that they try and they're going to try and win games any given night. How can Zach Kassian, or I know you're not a fan of him, how if he can't at all, but how will he affect their ability to win games on a night-by-night basis?
Look, when you go out and get a guy like Zach Kassian, it makes players feel more safe.
Yeah.
Whether, I'm not going to get into the debate of what they actually accomplish or whatever. It's not what I'm talking about here. That's a dude who comes into your locker room and says, look, I'm going to protect all of you guys every single night. I'll be the guy that goes in and does all the dirty work that you guys don't have to get a hand in your face. You don't have to do all that stuff.
The reality is, though, Rudo, they didn't go, hey, we need to add Zach Kassian to this
The
lineup.
real deal is they're like, yeah, we'll take 3 picks.
We got 3 picks.
Come on.
We moved up and we got 3 picks. So this is another one of those situations, and Bill has done it many times since he's been here. We'll fit this guy in. And you know what? He's probably a guy that's going to fit in here really well. He's going to get a bigger role than he's had in the past. He's going to be asked to do more. I know he played with McDavid, but really that was to protect McDavid, not as a high-skilled guy. He got 6 goals last year. Like, let's not sugarcoat it. This isn't a guy that's going to come in and lead this team in scoring. But last year you look at Andrew Ladd, who wasn't going to play at all. He plays a regular role on this team. You had how many guys have a career year that picked up Boyd? Travis Boyd's a guy that he was a nice player, but he gets a career offensive year because he put him in the right spot. Zach Kassian's a guy the fans are going to like because he is tough.
And look, you do, as a franchise that's going through the bottom out of their time, you learn how to be a Swiss Army knife. You learn how to get value out of places you wouldn't normally expect to get.
Exactly.
So, yeah, look, maybe Zach Kassian's a real piece for Arizona next year. Maybe he's not. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at how this Coyotes team, like, they're not going to be a super good team, obviously. And the Buffalo Sabres have drafted another center in Juraj Kulich.
And another, there you go.
So interesting, but you look at this team, like how they're going to win games. If they're going to win games, it's going to be by them being tougher than other teams. They're not going to outskill a whole lot of teams in the NHL right now.
Sean, did you watch last season? Does it matter?
No.
Like, I will say this: it is so painful to go 1 through 82 and not be concerned with wins and losses. Like, does it really matter? Does it really? Because all we're going to talk about on our show on PHNX, starting October 1st or 5th or 10th, all we're going to talk about is Connor Bedard. That's all we're going to talk about for 82 games.
How many wins last year did you guys start the show with? Veggie stole one tonight again.
Any win that Veggie had, it's like Veggie actually looked good.
You know how many games that this team won last year that they outplayed their opponent? There were very few. Oh my goodness, Malka had 45 saves. They got outshot 45-16, and they found a way to win.
Yeah.
That's what happened. So, again, Zach Kassian, and I don't want to minimize it, it really doesn't matter.
I agree with that.
They literally need to get through another 82-game season with 20 players on the ice.
Yeah.
And if Zach Kassian is one of those 20, yay.
Like you said, the pick right here, 29th pick, is going to be what matters.
He is a warm body.
Yeah, and you need 20 players. We said this at the end of the season. They don't have enough players on this roster. You go look up their cap number. They don't have enough players. They haven't signed enough players. You need NHL players to play. Zach Kassian fits the bill, and Bill doesn't. He doesn't care. And I don't want to say that. He wants to put 20 players on the ice because he wants to do this again.
Yep.
1 year from now, to start building this team. That's all this staff is thinking about is this moment 1 year from now.
And it's important to recognize that, understand it, and live in that reality because you have to be realistic with your expectations. You have to know that the turnaround is coming, but it's maybe still 1, 2, 3 years away to when it really starts happening.
And that's what Coyotes fans have to understand. And we are trying to be as positive as we can here. Next season is going to be a lot like this season. It really is. And, it's just going to be different faces. Instead of Ladd and Beagle and Jaskin, now it's going to be Kassian and somebody and somebody.
Here comes the official
All right, so
trade,
they are officially announcing the trade. So the Arizona Coyotes
are on the clock
for the 29th overall pick. D-man here is what we think. Is that you think they center?
I think they'll take best player.
So is Brad Lambert? Because Brad Lambert's still here.
I would if I'm GM, I'm taking Brad Lambert. But
I think it's Brad Lambert.
I'm not going to doubt Bill Armstrong with the night that he's had. So.
Yeah, like we said, third round pick in 2024 and Edmonton's second round pick in 2025 for Kassian.
So they're a little ways out, but that's still great value.
Yeah, and this was a pick that they originally got for Darcy Kemper, so it all comes back to the Colorado
Avalanche.
Avalanche.
Twice in this draft.
Yep. And they still have
Thank you. Well,
they still get 3 picks.
I mean, we have to acknowledge the fact that if this all comes back to the Arizona or to the Colorado Avalanche winning the Stanley Cup.
Do you know how many drafts I've watched with the Avs begging them to do anything, and they just take their picks and move on for the day?
So the Coyotes end up with 3 picks in the top 29, 2 picks in the top 11, and they still get 3 first-round picks.
Yep.
And what did they do to get that? They took on a contract.
They got a player.
They got a player to get,
and the 2 other picks. They got
phenomenal.
They basically immediately recouped their picks they moved up to 11.
Yeah, and there are some really good players left right now.
Oh yeah,
oh for sure.
Good
this is a situation where you can obviously, like you said, you probably should take the best available here. But if you want to go for position specific, you're still going to get a good player.
Yep. You look. It's the guy that they want. Whoever it is on the top of that list, they're going to go up there and be confident.
And we're talking about Brad Lambert, Isaac Howard's still out there, Ryan Chesley's still out there, Luca Del Balbaluz is still out there. Those are 4 names that we had in our top 30, and they're still there.
Yep.
So I'm going to go out. Did I get the last one right? No. I'm going Brad Lambert. The Coyotes are going to take Brad Lambert at 29.
Go Brad Lambert. I'll put it that way. I don't know what they're going to do, but I would take Brad Lambert.
Did we know that it was Joe Sakic's birthday? According to Elite Prospects.
I should know, but I didn't.
Yeah, you should.
53 years old today.
That might be a fail.
I'm just saying. I was looking at Elite Prospects. They have a little thing about.
The only number I need to know about Joe Sakic is 19. All right, we're
That's
good.
all that matters.
So the pick is in for the Arizona Coyotes. They're at commercial break right now, so it's going to be a second before we actually get to that.
Before they
pick,
come back, Rudo, did you watch the thing on ESPN?
Colorado versus Detroit? I have not watched the rivalry show.
I've seen bits and pieces. Have not sat down for the whole entire thing. I have seen bits and pieces. I've seen a half hour at a time. Phenomenal television. Phenomenal.
I don't need a documentary. I lived it.
Phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
And look, so I'm one of the people who are like, it's okay. You can let the rivalry die. It's over.
It's over. Yeah, the Detroit rivalry gone. Yeah, it is gone. But you do need to watch it when this all settles down and you sit home. Because what's so interesting about it is you get these guys that were in their 20s and early 30s. Now they're in their 50s, and you go back and they recount it moment for moment. It's phenomenal. phenomenal.
We have a couple people in the chat saying that Unrivaled is really good. And we got another super chat from Miss Truly saying happy birthday, Joe Sakic. Miss Truly, it's probably not your birthday, but happy birthday to you for
Is
all
he just
of
going up by himself this time?
Looks like, everyone else got tired.
He'll handle it.
So Bill is back up on the stage, much to the enjoyment of the Coyotes fans in attendance. Brad Lambert seems like the choice here, but I mean the top two players, according to ESPN at least, are a center, Brad Lambert, and a D-man, Seamus Casey. So they can go either way.
Stay with the American kid from the NDP and go with Seamus Casey?
You get teammates that way.
Yeah, you do. You build something together. So is it one of those two, or are they going off the board with somebody that we don't know?
This is for fun. I want them to go off the board.
Yeah, you'd like to think.
I want them to draft Luca Del Bel Belluz.
They need to draft someone wearing the
same
suit.
Here we go, Ryan Jankowski.
Okay, they go Lamoureux. Okay.
Maveric Lamoureux, another great name, Maveric Lamoureux.
It is a good name. So they had a D that they wanted. They had an inkling that he was going to go, and they moved up and they got him.
Yeah, Maveric Lamoureux. Again, a D-man that played in the queue.
Wow.
He's 6'7". This is actually a guy. I made this graphic card and I saw that he was 6'7", and I was like, this has got Bill Armstrong written all over it.
6'7", 200-pound right-hand defenseman.
6'7". When I saw this, I was like, that didn't seem right.
If you look at the highlights they're showing right
correct.
now.
Yeah, I mean,
he's 6'7".
I love how one of his highlights is him reaching up and
jump
just
ball.
mossing somebody over to grab a puck.
Like literally a jump ball at center ice.
And the exciting thing about this guy is he's 200 pounds and he's a beanpole.
Yeah.
This dude is going to put on 40 pounds in the next 4 years and be an absolute monster.
Wow.
Yeah, but like you guys said, this was clearly somebody that they wanted. You had a guy like Seamus Casey still on the board, or Brad Lambert, who obviously a center, but a lot of guys that have a guy that a lot of people have rated pretty high, but they went and got a guy that they wanted.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll see when you get these gigantic human beings at age 17. There's always a little bit of awkwardness.
Yeah.
We'll see how much the puck handling and actual offense transfers future going forward. But when you have a certain level of genetic insaneness.
Ankle shot.
Good ankle shot.
It's just showing his ankle.
He came mid-calf.
Emily Kaplan's going to have straight arm, right?
They might need to call in a ringer for this one. But, I mean, the kid's literally wiping away tears.
Well, again, this is a guy that was not picked in the top 32. He's not picked in the top 40. And the Coyotes take him at 29. So, again, this is what we've said about Bill Armstrong's staff the entire draft, is they know and they've identified players that they like, and this is the guy that they liked, and they were willing to move up to get him. And at 6'7",
someone said Top Gun Maverick Lamoureux. And I mean, you talk about like Bill being a former scout, like I feel like this is a situation where he had to put a lot of faith into his scouts, and they were high on this guy, and this is the result. Maverick Lamoureux is an Arizona Coyote.
Do you think these guys are sitting there going, "Oh, I got to go to the Coyotes"?
No,
hell no.
Especially when you're not expected to be drafted in the first round.
You know what they're saying? Holy shit, we're young and we're good. Like, I think these guys are starting to get a little pumped and a little juiced about being a part of this organization. Yeah. I really do.
And I mean, when you look at a draft like this, obviously, like Jacob Chikrin, we don't really know what he's going through, but when you look at what they're building, I feel like this might start to kind of change his mind. You might get a little bit excited. And if I'm Jacob Chikrin, like we said, still a very young guy, why would you not want to be a part of something like this? You could end up being in a situation like...
Hey now!
What just happened?
Yeah, well, it's for the kids in the audience. They don't need to see that.
Oh, boy.
Their parents, his parents are very excited that he was just picked. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
They were showing their emotions as being parents.
Nice. But, yeah, I mean, like... They're young, and they're like, this is a thing that you might want to be a part of. You look at the Avalanche, they're saying, like, they have a lot of homegrown talent. Why would you not want to be a part of that?
Look at the interview that y'all did with Donor. All these kids know each other. All of them have played against each other at some tournament or some event or whatever. And so all these kids get to go, and they're like, oh, I get to play with Logan Cooley in a couple years. Like, they know the talent that's coming in to the organization. as Petey's got the inside info over here, apparently.
No, but you're exactly right. And that's what I'm talking about. When all these guys are coming together at the same time, they're going to be excited to play. I'm telling you they are. And this is a good day for the Arizona Coyotes. It is. It's a great day.
Yeah.
There goes Karen.
Karen, thank you for coming out, Karen. We
Karen
appreciate
and her
everyone
Cody.
that's come out. I mean, the first round is just about over, and obviously we're going to take a little bit of a break eventually and kind of come back and recap after the first round is over. Presumably, and I know this might be a big presumption based on how this night has gone, but presumably the Coyotes are done for the first round.
Yeah, so
it would take something special to get
I
them
think
out.
this is a good place for us to stop for right now, take a 10-minute break after the Coyotes acquired Logan Cooley, Conor Geekie, and Maverick Lamoureux. 6'7" defenseman out of Drummondville.
Solid names. This is I don't know if a team has drafted a better lineup of names.
So we'll
Cooley,
say this.
Geekie, and Lamoureux.
This is great. I think we made it through this, and I think we should take a 10-minute break and come back and wrap this whole thing up.
I agree. Before we get there, though, do you have any final thoughts about what we've done so far?
I think this is a really good day in the beginning of the beginning for the Arizona Coyotes.
Rudo?
Not sure about the 29th pick. We'll see, but you get Logan Cooley and Conor Geekie in the same draft, you're living large. It's great stuff.
So, like I started the show by saying, back in October, they started their season last year, lost 11 straight games. The tank was officially on, and the tank has got us here. This was the Coyote Stanley Cup. And I would say that obviously, like you said, the 29th pick is a little bit of a question, but generally speaking, based on the assets they've gotten, this was a successful draft. So that will do it for our draft live show. Like I said, we're going to take a little bit of a 10-15-minute break, and then we're going to come back and be live again for kind of a recap after the draft. So make sure you stick around our YouTube. Follow at PHNX_Coyotes so you can stay up to date on kind of what we're doing here, right? You can follow Petey at SPetersHockey. Rudo, where can the people follow you?
Nathan_Rudolph. It's a terrible Twitter tag.
What?
It's awful.
You can change it, right?
So I tried to change it to DNVR Rudo. It's taken.
That is wild. You can follow me at Sean_DePaz. It's not that exciting either. But like I said, we'll be back in a little bit. We appreciate all of you that have watched so far through these first literally 4 hours of the draft. We appreciate everyone who came out to watch along with us here at Four Peaks Brewery in Tempe. Like I said, we'll be back in a few minutes. But for now, go Coyotes, go Cooley, go Geekie, go Lamoureux. See you in a bit.